All right, all right, all right. No, I don't want to insert an SD card. I want to hide that. All right, he's pulling in. Door is open. All right. All right, Patrick's here. Let's go do that. To the side. All right. Let's see. Okay, I can only see the chats that's on the screen right now. B52s, yes, I still have that. I still have that, yes. Let me get my phone where I can see what y'all were saying. Okay, I can officially see what y'all were saying right now. Okay, everything else has not come across. Everything else has not come across. So now I can see it. There we go. I see a good evening and welcome back, Chad. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. All right, Monday auctions, Kiss in front. You want the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Down, down, da 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 down, da 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 da. Get up and get your grandma out of here. All right. Welcome, welcome. Stuck inside these four walls. Stuck inside forever. Okay. Well, the second part of the trip just arrived. He's here.
He's here.
He's here. The rest of the records just arrived, so that's the perk of flying. I got in last night. I've already worked and rested and got back to work, and Tyler just showed up with the U-Haul with the rest of the records. Let me see what's going on back here. We had a stack of boxes as high as whatever. Ed's already got it. I was going to snap a picture of inside this U-Haul before. I meant to before we got done loading. I know it's not completely full, but
That looks pretty good there.
yeah. I meant to have that earlier. I'm going to start selling these cassettes tonight.
All right. You want me to bring them up there?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll take these right next to me. I'm going to start selling them right now. Man, I got right off the truck, I got a thing of cassettes. I just literally got these off the back of the U-Haul. I don't know if y'all could hear me. I literally just got these off the back of the U-Haul, man. Right here. I just got them off the back of the U-Haul, and we're about to start auctioning them. How fast of a turnaround is that? A hot air balloon. I want a hot air balloon. I've always been fascinated with those. I've always wanted a hot air balloon. But that doesn't get many records bought, man. That doesn't get many records bought. Whoa, that rag is wet. Okay. Welcome, everybody. We got 2 crates. We got 2 crates of new vinyl. We got 5 crates from John and auctions to get going. Let's go ahead and start selling these cassettes right now, Ed. Thank you for doing that. Shout out to Ed. He helped get the back door cleared out. He was on his way out, so thank you. Please bill me for your time. Please bill me for your time. All right. Aha. All right, let's start with 4 cassette auctions straight off the shindig. This put them where they lay right there, kind of on top. Yeah, that'd be great. All righty. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. 2 crates of new vinyl, and that includes the AFI pre-order and the Judas Priest pre-order. And then there's a crate of Misk. Okay? So we got a Striper, first auction of the night and first auction of the week. Striper, In God We Trust cassette. Let's put that up. I know how y'all are with Striper. $10 start on that. Now, this one should be a hot commodity for tonight. Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. And this is sealed. This is sealed Kiss with hop sticker. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is the newest album from Green Day, Saviors. That one is sealed. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Sealed Green Day. And then over here, we have the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That one is also sealed, a $10 start. So there we go. Across the board, we'll get started with those at $10 starts, okay? And we have Ron Dennard said, Chad, can you put me down for Motley Crue? I got my invoice today. It was not on it. I thought I'd come on to the show, but I guess not. Okay. I can help you out there. Give me 1 second on that. That might be the first sale of the new week and the first sale of the night. Who wants to place the first new bid of the week? That is the question, Jimmy. That is the question. All right, so first sale of the new night, new week, new everything right here. And this is sold to Ron Dennard. 1 Motley Crue light, $59.99. Thank you on that one, Ron Dennard. Thank you on that one, Ron Dennard. And let's push this right over here. Motley Crue light is sold $59.99. Thank you on that. All right. And then there's our current auctions. Striper, sealed Kiss, sealed Green Day, and sealed Beatles. That's what's going on right there. How many hours do you have on it? Boy, I really don't know. It was nearly like new when we got it, but I don't know. I saw the meter last night when I was up there in the cockpit, but I don't really know. I really don't know. 7,000 or something? Does that sound about right? 4,000, 7,000, something like that. Let's see here. Yeah, like 7,600. Yeah, like 7,600. Okay, all right, that's done. And let's go get that first video or first crate. Those videos that were posted this morning, I was doing those Saturday night because I knew I might not be able to. I actually stopped by here last night when I got back and I'd been awake. And I'm so glad I had those videos done because I was like, holy heck, this has been exhausting. Let me go get this crate up here. All right. Okay, I can fly that. Good. We're going to need as much help as we can. We're going to have Coletco synchronized. I told them before long we're going to have synchronized rocket launches all over the country getting these record collections, like synchronized rocket launches. No, we've got a guy that is helping us. He's almost full-time with us but now. But, yeah, he... but if we're ever up there and we're in a jam, I'll give you a call, okay? Let's go over here to Coletco and open this up. Okay, so the show, I'm officially going to get into rhythm. So, and okay, so auction slot number 1 is Striper and God We Trust. $10 start, no bid yet, final call. This is sealed. Kiss, smashes, thrashes, and hits. It's sealed, original hop sticker, and original price tag. I mean, think that was $10 40 years ago. $16 of Arms of Rilla Tribe. This is sealed. Green Day Saviors cassette. That is a $10 start. And then Sgt. Pepper's, that is sealed, and that's a $10 start. By the way, Mitchell Axelrod, if you want to bid on the Beatles, make sure you put exclamation mark D, and the bid, okay? That way you can get that knocked out. Let's go over here to New Post. And over here, we have this right here. We have Modest Mouse. This is their newest album. It came out last Friday. This is $39.99. It's blue vinyl. It's a double LP, Modest Mouse. We got 2 of those. So invoices went out today. We have a whole new invoicing cycle that has begun. New invoicing cycle has begun for today, which means anything you buy now starts over the new $8 in limited shipping. We love $8 in limited shipping. Tyler loves $8 in limited shipping. He loves it. We all love $8 in limited shipping. Everybody here, the staff, the customers, everybody loves it. And then Craig says, Chad, I got my top loaders in Saturday. They're awesome. Put 3,000 in one of them. We'll send you a photo for group page. I look forward to that. And we should have more coming in this week. I've got the Cramps, Smell a Female. That's on red vinyl. The Cramps is $33.99. And we have Slipknot, the Gray Chapter. That's 2 LP pink vinyl. That is $38.99. And we have Gorilla Song Machine. Gorillas is $33.99. All right, let's end these first 4 auctions of the night. Striper's a $10 buy now if anybody wants it. Kiss is sold to Arms of Rilla Tribe for $16. Thank you. Kiss is sold to Arms of Rilla Tribe for $16. Green Day over here, that is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that one. And then the Beatles is sold to Mitchell Axelrod for $10. Thank you on that one. All right. Also, we have Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell United. That is $36.99. And then the Pretty Reckless Going to Hell. The Pretty Reckless is $36.99. That's the new green vinyl pressing. Al, you're first on Green Day, but it will be $8. If you pass on Green Day at $8, then I'm going to sell it to Kelly for $8. She offered $8. And then Matt, everything in here has to be sticker price. So Slipknot will be $38 if you want it. It's a sold pass. Yeah, everything right now in this crate is sticker price right now. Over here, I've got Crowbar Equilibrium. Crowbar is $38.99. And we have Arion. Arion is the 30th anniversary. Amazing Fought Through Time. Red vinyl, $54.99. All right, so Green Day is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $8. All right, thank y'all on those. Matt Feakin says he'll take Slipknot. That is sold to Matt Feakin for $38.99. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here with Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is a 1976. We'll start off with a lower grade copy, but it is OG. It's a Terre Haute press. It has the original on her sleeve, but like I said, it does have quite a bit of marks. It's a well-loved copy, as we say. It's VG minus Kiss Destroyer, a $15 start. That's up for bid. That is up for bid. Kelly didn't buy it. Oh, Mortgage Guy Rob. Boy, both of y'all's Twitch names are in purple. Holy moly. So this is Mortgage Guy Rob for $8. My bad. Both of y'all's Twitch names are in purple, and it's really hard to distinguish them, honestly. It looks like y'all have both changed them. They're all kind of smashed up together. That's very bizarre. But sell this to Mortgage Guy Rob for $8. Robert Barnett. Holy moly, how did that happen? But I don't know if y'all can see what I'm seeing, but it's kind of purple. It's all purple right here, smashed together. And not only is it hard to read, but it was also Green Day, and I thought, oh, well, Kelly must be buying that. Okay, next thing we have over here is this. Next thing we have over here is this. I have some Japanese stuff to run here, and let's go ahead and put up this. This is Eric Clapton, and this is No Reason to Cry. Japanese pressing with Obi. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. That is a $35 start. What's an A? Kiss Destroyer, 76 OG VG minus, $15 start on that. And going up right now as well is this. I have Nina Hagen here. And Nina Hagen is a 1983 OG Pittman with the original on her sleeve. And this is called Fearless. And this is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? $20 start on that. Next is the following. What else do I got over here in the cassette department? I got Sealed Beatles Help. That's pretty cool. That is going to go up for a $10 start. That is Sealed Beatles Help. We're going to put that right there. That's in slot number D. Also, we have Down NOLA. Still got one of these at $49.99. And Ace of Base, The Bridge. And that's on red vinyl. $56.99 for Ace of Base. The Time, Ice Cream Castle. That's the new Rhino Reserve. $38.99 on that. Very cool. And then DRI, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, Dealing With It. That's on white vinyl. $44.99. Queen Live Killers is a 2LP UK import. $59.99 on that. Quick look at our auctions. We had Kiss at $15. The Japanese Eric Clapton's at $35. And then Nina Hagen over here. And then Nina Hagen is a $20 star. Mitchell Axelrod has the Beatles at $10. That's the sealed cassette. Going once, going twice. Aqua Aquarium, $39.99. Barbie Girl, Barbie World. We have Four Non-Blondes. And this is Bigger, Better, Faster, More. $34.99. And The Cure Disintegration is sold to Charlie Burnett, B-E-R-N-A-T. That's sold to him for $49.99. A Spare Destroyer Inner Sleeve. I will check the Kiss Graveyard. There's a chance, but I don't know if I have one that's not already in an album. The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. That was $49.99, a double LP. And then TLC, Crazy, Sexy, Cool. TLC is $33.99. That's a double LP. And the Goo Goo Dolls. And this one is the Goo Goo Dolls. And this is called Gutter Flower. It is $33. And then we have Halloween, Better Than Raw. This is sold to Brian Stern at $46.99. That had been out of print. 2LP expanded turquoise vinyl. And there is one more there, okay? Conditional slot A. It is VG minus. Heading out, Tyler. Thank you. Appreciate it. See you next. Yeah, see you next time. Kiss Destroyer is $15. It's VG minus, but it is OG. VG minus, but it is OG. Korn Issues. We have three different Korn albums. Korn is $34. Korn is $34. Korn is $34. And then the Carnigans, First Band on the Moon, $34.99 on that. Follow the Leader is $34. And we have Untouchables at $34, okay? All right, let's close all these auctions. So Killer T gets the Kiss Destroyer for $15. Thank you on that one. As soon as I hit the buttons, unfortunately, Mark V's placed a bid on the Beatles cassette. That sucks for us both, Mark. I've got to go ahead and sell that to Mitchell for $10. And Edward just placed a bid on Kiss for $15. That also sucks for all of us. Eric Clapton is now a buy now for $35. And then over here, Nina Hagen is an 83 OG, and this one is a $20 start, okay? Or now a $20 buy now. There's two buzzer beater bids that came in, but they didn't beat the buzzer. They got beat by the buzzer. That stinks for everybody involved, especially me. That was a good $2 foot shooting right there. Add that up. We'll start adding up this week. That was a good $2 foot shooting there. Ouch. Ouch. $2 foot shooting. Ouch. Ouch. Let me go ahead and put this over here. Just shot instead of I know, $2. And that could have extended the auctions, which who knows? Kiss might end up selling for $130. Nina Hagen and Eric Clapton, two no bids there. Let's go ahead and open up all these four. And I'm still looking for two more albums, KC and Cake, which I think are coming up. Let me jump over here and do this. Let's grab this right here. Let's see what's up with Kiss Alive. So this is a 1976 US. It originally came out in 75, of course. So this is a 76 press, EX++ condition. It looks very nice. EX++, that means just a hair from being near mint minus, and a really solid jacket. That is a $35 start. $35 start. We bill every Monday $8 unlimited shipping. We bill every Monday $8 unlimited shipping, okay? Let's go over here and do this. Let me figure out what's happening. Hold on one second. me send Tanner a message. All right. No booklet and Kiss. I'll look inside the jacket, but no, there's just 2 generic inner sleeves and no book. That's the 76 press, $35 on that one, okay? All right, and then let me go ahead and put up 2 more, and let's start pulling some more cassettes out of here. Let's see what I got. Let's see what I got here. All righty, all right. Yeah, so I just took these literally off the trailer over here. And boy, was there some great, the U-Haul. So Patrick was about to start unloading. I said, no. Go ahead and hand me those right there, man. I need those righty there. I need those cassettes righty there because there's some good ones here, some that we don't see too often. So let's go ahead and grab these here for $10 starts, okay? First part of the segments tonight. So I have Judas Priest Painkiller. That's a $10 start. Great White Psycho City, also a $10 start. And then over here is Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. That's over there in D for a $10 start, okay? Very cool. That's 1, 2, 3, and then Kiss is an A. Did I miss anything else? I got to go get one more crate from up front. And let's do over here. Which Kiss record is an A? Which Kiss record's an A? Is that a double LP? Is it a studio album? All right. There's the top view for just 1 second. Let me do this right here. Let me put this crate right here, and let me go get this other crate right here behind the counter. Dracula. To the sky. To the sky. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da, da-da. If it keeps on raining. All right, so let's put this here. Judas Priest 10, Great White 10, Extreme 10. So there's that, and that, okay? Do you have Green Day Dookie on cassette? I hadn't seen it yet over here yet. Have not seen it yet, okay? No invoice again today. 4 weeks in a row I've had to ask. Message an hour ago, not response, okay? Ed probably, well, he left just about 20 minutes ago, but he probably hadn't looked at messages in a while. That's bizarre. That tells me somewhere in your original profile, they don't have the right email address, and it's not getting automated to you. So for some reason, it's not automatically being sent to you. So I don't know what they need to do to fix that, but I will share that information with Ed. Sounds like your email doesn't like us, or our thing doesn't like your email. Somewhere or another, emails are colliding. Worlds are colliding, as George Costanza said. So a lot of times we get email addresses and they start getting kicked back. I don't know what it is, but all right. Okay, let me do this and this. All righty. So first thing I have is we already sold Smashing Pumpkins, right? Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. We have Ozzy Bark at the Moon. This is on blue vinyl, $29.99. Ghost Meliora, that's a double LP green vinyl, and this is $39.99. That was Ghost Meliora green vinyl, and Promise Desaturating 7. That's on Midnight Rainbow Splatter vinyl. Promise is $29.99. We have Peter Frampton, Carry the Light. That is his newest album. That's on yellow vinyl with guest performances with Sheryl Crow. Wow, Sheryl Crow's on that album. Yellow vinyl, $39.99. The Cramps, Songs the Lord Taught Us, $34.99 on the Cramps. And Dio, The Last in Line. That's from the Rhino Reserve, $38.99 on Dio. Blind Melon, that's by Blind Melon, for Blind Melon, and that's $38.99 of music on vinyl. The other Dio is Sacred Heart, Yellow vinyl on that one, $33. And then the best of Casey and the Sunshine Band. One is sold to Danae De La O for $33.99, and there's one left there, okay? No bids on any of these. So Kiss is a $35 buy it now. That is a 1976 pressing of Kiss Alive, and that is EX++. Let's put that right there. And then over here, these three are all $10 buy it nows, and that's Judas Priest Painkiller, Great White, Psycho City, and Extreme Porno Graffiti. And those are all $10 buy it nows. And Edwin says he'll take Judas Priest and he'll take Great White. Those are sold for $10 and $10. And then Extreme is still left for $10. And then Kiss is $35. Sean Drake, it's yours. If not, it's Michael Rutman's. Looks like somebody's going to be getting that for $35. One KC and the Sunshine Band is left. Let's go ahead and put up this right here. Let's do Van Morrison and John Coltrane and see what's going on here. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey is a 1976 U.S. Club Jacksonville press. This is near minus a $25 start on Van Morrison, and that's a 76 press. Let's put that up there. Fantastic album. One of my favorites of his discography. John Coltrane on a Misty Night, a 78 U.S. Terre Haute EX Plus $25 start. Let's go ahead and clear those out. And Sean Drake said he will take Kiss for the $35. That is sold to Sean Drake then for $35. That is done. And then Warhorse gets Extreme. That's sold to Warhorse for $10. That means, Michael, you were second on Kiss and you were second on Judas Priest. And Stephen Reeves says he'll take the other KC and the Sunshine Band. Thank you on that. Those are done and those are done. Next over here is this. I have Them featuring Van Morrison. So essentially there's two Van Morrison albums up. This is Them. I love this. Featuring Here Comes the Night. It's a 65 OG first stereo pressing. It's a VG Plus copy in slot number C. And that is a $30 start on that one. $30 start on that one. Let me send a message here. I don't see the rest of the auctions. That's what I'm having trouble finding right now. I don't see the rest of the auctions, which is concerning. Okay. All right. There's that. And then we have a bid on B and we have a bid on C. Next over here is Skinny Puppy, Last Rites. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. Skinny Puppy 2 Dark Park, that's $29.99. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is $33.99. REM Dead Letter Office. REM Dead Letter Office is $33.99. Blink 182 Enema of the State. Blink 182 Enema of the State is $38.99. And Blink 182, and that is $36.99. Take off your shirt and jacket. Oh, yeah, and Mark Gerster asked about Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. It's the only way this album's in print right now. It's a 4 LP box, and that is $114.99. Do you still have a copy of Dio, This Is Your Life? No, that was sold at auction, and that is unfortunately gone. That was sold at auction, unfortunately gone. Next auction is Kiss, and this is the 1976 U.S. OG Pittman press, and this is with the Corky Assistant Engineer credit variation. And it does have the original inner sleeve, no stickers. It does have some sticker residue. Somebody had it out for sale one time for $1. That is a $20 start. Blink, Take Off Your Shirt and Jacket is sold to Mark Gerster. That is sold to Mark Gerster for $36.99. Thank you. Queensryche Promised Land, $34.99 on Queensryche Promised Land. REM Out of Time, $34 on REM. And then 3 Days Grace Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. I've got Primus Pork Soda at $39. Beck Mellow Gold is $36. Cake Fashion Nugget. This was sold to Randy Klein for $29.99. Thank you, Randy. That's sold to you. And we have Michael Jackson Dangerous $39.99 for Michael Jackson Dangerous. So quick update, going twice, going 3 times on all these, including Van Morrison, which we're looking for a minimum bid of $25. Coltrane's at $25, Them's at $30, and Kiss is at $20. $20 on that, okay? All right, and okay. Sarah Weiberdink gets 3 days grace. That's sold to Sarah Weiberdink for $29.99. I am currently hunting tonight's auctions. Okay, I found one more crate. I was getting concerned. I was like, dang, where's the rest of these records at? All right, and let's go ahead and close these other ones. All right, so Van Morrison's a buy it now for $25. Van Morrison's a buy it now for $25. Let's put this right here. Coltrane is sold to Today D. Lowe for $25, and Them is sold to Tom Moran for $30. Thank you on that one, all right? Let's go over here and figure out what's going on. And then, please, details on the pumpkin box. So this is Smashing Pumpkins. It's a 4 LP. It's called Melancholy and Infinite Sadness. It's actually 4 LPs and I think 2 different books in there. And that's $114.99. $114.99 on that one, okay? That's everything from this morning's video. There was only a few comments. We got those taken care of. That was some older vinyl that's been around for a while. But we needed something to show this morning, and we sold a few out of there and a few live. So that's great. Douglas Phelan gets Van Morrison. That's sold to Douglas for $20. Thank you on that one. Kiss does have a new bid for $26 with Kathy Hodges, and that is going once, and that is going to go twice, okay? Here comes our next auction, and this is Buzzcocks, and it's a U.S. This is a RCA Indianapolis press. It is a repressing of the 1982 album, A Different Kind of Tension, and Buzzcocks is going to go up in slot A. This is near mint, a $25 start. $25 start. No, everything in here right now is sticker price. Everything in here right now is sticker price. All right. And then Jared Inks has the Buzzcocks for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is AC/DC Powerage. It's a 78 U.S. specialty press. This is in VG condition. That's going to go up for a $20 start. AC/DC Powerage, that's up for bid for a $20 start. And then over here, I have the following. Let's get back into some of our cassettes. I'm going to go ahead and put up Gwar, and that's going to go over here in slot number C. This should be a pretty good one. Hello, and Gwar Hello, spell HELL-O. Gwar is a $10 start. Gwar is a $10 start in C. Kathy Hodges gets Kiss, and this sold to Kathy Hodges for $26. $26 on that one. And then over here I have in C or D, I've got, somebody just said Brian Eno. I've got one right here, Ambient 3 Days of Radiance. And this is a 1980 US VG Plus condition, a $60 start on that one. And that's going to go up in slot number D, okay? $60 start, that's in slot number D. All right, let's get started with tonight's new stuff then, all right? All right. Get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Do-do-do-do. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Buzzcocks sold to Jared Inc. for $25. That was easy. Thank you, Jared Inc. That sold to you for $25. That's gone. AC/DC Powerage, and that's at $20 with Jimmy LaCroix. Gore is a $10 start. Gore is a $10 start. And Ambient 3, Lucas Hanoft has that for $65, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction in A. And that next auction in A is going to be this right here. And this is called The Litter Emerge. It's a psych rock album from 69. Psych prog heavy rock from 1969. The Litter Emerge. It's a gatefold jacket. And that is on the ABC Pulse label. A solid VG Plus, ABC Probe, not Pulse. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. Over here in B is AC/DC Powerage. And this one's a 78 US specialty press. Jimmy LaCroix has that for $20. Jimmy LaCroix has that for $20. Gore is a $10 start. It's for this cassette of Hello. $10 start on that. It is up for bid in C, final chance. And then Days of Radiance, Ambient 3. And this is 1980 US VG Plus, $60 start. John has marked 5 new vintage crates. Yes, we're going to do that in 1 second. 5 new vintage crates. And let's open up this. And this is a new release that comes out Friday. And we've already sold a cassette by this band tonight. And that would be the wonderful Judas Priest. This is a new best of. Includes the hit singles Breaking the Law, You've Got Another Thing Coming, The Electric Eye, Turbo Lover, and Painkiller. That comes out this Friday, and these are $29.99. And we have pre-sold quite a few of them, but if you definitely want one, let me know. We've got one for Tony Riddle and Scott Smith. These are $29.99 each. $29.99 for Tony and Scott. Also, Michael Fairchild and Caller Brecky. Thank you. Those are sold to them as well, $29.99 each. Nico Capellanos and Jamie Diaz, they also got those for $29.99 each. Same thing for Bill Samus and Clifford Umstead. There's 2 more sold, also $29.99 each. David Howard and Rob Fordham. There's 2 more sold. Scott Markheim and Kelly O'Shea. Scott Markheim and Kelly O'Shea. Darren Wortman and Kelly Cook. Darren Wortman and Kelly Cook. Levi Hilton and Stephen Parton. Levi Hilton and Stephen Parton. Also, John Mincemoyer and Matt Lawson. John Mincemoyer and Matt Lawson. Jerry Stone and Levi Hilton. Jerry Stone and Levi Hilton. Ron Duffield and Mike Pierce. Ron Duffield and Mike Pierce. And then we had Matt Algram, Vince Lano, Scott Beebe, Kevin Voitosh, Danae DeLao, and Sean Miller. And there's 2 extras left to sell for tonight. 2 extras left to sell tonight. And one goes to Lee 3455. And there's 1 left if anybody wants one for tonight. Lucas Hanoft gets the Ambient 3. That's one that doesn't come through often. That is sold to Lucas for $70. Gary Samuels also gets a Judas Priest for $29.99. Gore is sold for $10 to Daniel Atkins. AC/DC Powerage is sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $27. Thank you. That's sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $27. And The Litter Emerge. And that's a buy now for $30. VG Plus condition, The Litter Emerge. VG Plus, $30 on that one, okay? We'll put that right there. And that is done. Okay, first thing we have, next thing we have is Soul Asylum. Let's grab that. Iggy Pop and James Williamson. Let's do that. Kill City. Soul Asylum is a 1984 US alternative rock, garage rock. I don't see this one too often. Say What You Will. Soul Asylum is going to go up in slot number A for a $40 start. We have Iggy Pop and James Williamson. Kill City. That's on green vinyl, 1977. And that is a $35 start. Very cool. Green vinyl on that one. It's up for B for a $35 start. And will you be ordering more Judas? Yes, we're going to start a waiting list right now. Yeah, because that comes out Friday. We sold out tonight. I'll definitely be getting more. And Luna said they'll do the Emerge for $25, all right? Go ahead and sell that, the Luna Deluxe, for $25. Thank you on that. And then over here we have Ozzy, and this is the Ultimate Sin. Could be doing this on Thursday night, but we're going to do it right now. Ultimate Sin Ozzy. This is near mint. It is in beautiful condition, and this is going to go up for an $80 start. Ozzy Ultimate Sin. And that is now up. And look, it has the merch insert. And it has the original inner sleeve. How cool is that? It's got the merch insert and the original sleeve. Out of print, Ozzy Ultimate Sin. This is all new stuff that I bought from a collection And everything tonight so far, even the cassettes, that's all new from a collection in Minnesota. So I guess it was, what night would that have been? That would have been Saturday night after the sale. I went home and got ready. I did not get to go to bed. I flew to Minnesota. I went and bought 2 different collections up there. I flew into Minneapolis, then I flew over to Duluth, and I flew back to Minneapolis to meet another guy, and then I flew back to Nashville. So, man, I was all over the place, and it was quite the adventure. And there was some really good records in these collections. I was able to get 3 boxes on the plane, or we wouldn't have anything new, because Tyler just unloaded the U-Haul. So we had Tyler up there already in Minnesota when I arrived. We put everything, he was following me around, so I was like up in the air, and then he was on the ground. It was quite the logistics. I mean, I think we literally could have documented it into a small little TV show or something. I mean, it was quite the journey we all took. Hoodoo Gurus is a $10 start. So that's our next cassette, the Hoodoo Gurus. So like he was up there, and then when I flew from Minneapolis to Duluth, he was on the ground, and then he followed me on the ground while I was in the air back to Minneapolis. I met a guy in the parking lot, a longtime customer that was standing out his collection, and we bought stuff there. And then I flew back to Nashville last night, and he was on the ground, and he just got back about 30 minutes ago. So how incredible is that, right? I mean, that's like we had 3 people up there. I had Caden helping me fly here and there, Tyler on the ground, all this. And it was just remarkable. We was able to pull all this off. And I did all that in one day. I came home and slept for a few hours, and then finally went back to sleep early this morning or this afternoon, whatever. I haven't had that much sleep, even though I was exhausted. So all that just to bring back these records so we could have a really good sale tonight. So thank you if you're bidding. The journey these things have been on the last 24 hours has been remarkable. So I was able to get 3 boxes in the plane. You know, you can only haul so much weight in a plane, right? Even a big jet. That's why sometimes they're like, whoa, we're full, buddy. We can't put anything else on here. We got 40, 36, 95, and then the Hoodoo Gurus cassette is a $10 start. So all that, and now we can sell them tonight. Whew. So that was quite the journey, because we needed some really good new auction records, and that's why we thought the trip was worthwhile to go get this stuff right now. And if I had more time, there was like a couple things I didn't get to get up there, so we might be having to go back soon or go track down other collections. Okay, this has been long out of print. I think y'all know this. And before I show it, I want y'all to know how expensive that is, the current pressings. But let's go ahead and end these other 2 auctions. Thank you, Bill Samus. Soul Asylum is sold to you for $40. That is sold to you for $40. And Iggy Pop is sold to Chris Bryant for $36. Let's look at Ozzy one more time. Ozzy, the Ultimate Sin, has the original inner sleeve. It has the merch insert, and this is OG 86 near mint, and Stephen Reeves has it for $95, okay? That is a final call. The Hoodoo Gurus cassette is kinky, and that's a $10 start. No bid on that yet. Before I get into the AFI, let's go ahead and get 2 more running. Let's put up a Husker Du and a Sex Pistols, okay? Husker Du's Flip Your Wig is an 85 US, and this is near mint on SST, and Husker Du is going to go up in slot A, and that's going to go in slot A for a $65 start. Nice. And then the Sex Pistols over here. The Sex Pistols is a US Jacksonville press. It is a reissue label. It's still a very nice vintage copy at near mint minus, and the Sex Pistols is a $45 start. Ozzy's at $100 right now. And then AFI, let's figure out who gets these. The first person is Matt Shiker and then Derek Cesaro. Matt Shiker and Derek Cesaro, this is a 20th anniversary. These are typically $200-300 any of the other current pressings. Josh Tanner also gets $138.99. Cody Gray and Autumn Betts. Cody Gray and Autumn Betts, those are also sold. And then John LeBeatty and Sarah Wyberdink. John LeBeatty and Sarah Wyberdink. And then Daryl Johnson, Tom Harris, and Keelan Lee. We got 2 extra copies of AFI, and it looks like they're already spoken for. The first one over here is sold to Chris Bryant for $38.99, and the other one is sold to Mark Gerster for $38.99. Now my crate is full, and we got 2 waiting lists. The Best of Judas Priest that comes out this Friday. We are sold out. Does anybody want on the waiting list? And then AFI, I'm going to try my best right now to get these ordered tonight so they're here by Wednesday or maybe even by Wednesday or Thursday. $38.99, a Record Store Day essential. So let's get a wait list going for those. I think I had ordered extras, but there was about 3 or 4 new pre-orders in the last 2 weeks that I had posted it. So I was expecting like 5 extras and only had 2. And this is what? Who is this and what is it? It's a 7-inch single. I don't remember ordering this. I'll figure out what that is in just a second. All right, so do you have a wait list for Mike D? What is Mike D? What is Mike D? All right, and let's go ahead and do this right here. So that crate's empty. First thing I have is Husker Du is in slot number A on the SST label. Flip Your Wig. That's an 85 US near mint, $65. Sex Pistol, $45. We're about to sell Ozzy for $100. And the Hoodoo Gurus is a $10 buy it now. The Hoodoo Gurus is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that, okay? The Hoodoo Gurus Kinky, $10 buy it now on that. There's only 2 no-bid cassettes. Everything else tonight is sold. Striper and Hoodoo Gurus. Those are only 2 buy it nows, okay? All right? And first thing we need to do is this. What do we need to do? I need this other crate right here. Oh, yeah, that was a good knee pop. Beastie Boys' new album, okay? I will look into that for sure. Let me see what this 7-inch single was. I don't see it on my invoice either. I don't know where that came from or what it is, but we'll figure it out later, okay? All right. There's that and there's that. And let's jump right over here. I need to swap out crates. All right, I need to swap out crates. Another thing that was a logistical miracle was the guy that I met back at the airport to get the majority of the quantity we bought, because the first collection was only 600 or 700 records, but it was really good stuff. The second leg was a guy left from South Dakota and met us. Well, I thought he was leaving from South Dakota. He actually ended up leaving from somewhere else. But he drove over and met us, and it was like perfect timing, and met us at the airport. So, yeah, there was people all over the road. We were coordinating to make sure we get all this stuff done. Okay? All right. And so all this week will be this newest stuff. All right, all these are no bids. So Husker Du is near mint, a $65 buy it now. That's for Flip Your Wig. Usually these are pretty trashed, okay? Usually these are pretty trash copies. So there's that. New Sublime came out last week. We have a waiting list going for that. And Sex Pistols is a $45 buy it now. And then Ozzy is sold for $100 on the button to William Meadows, okay? That way we can go ahead and clear these out and put up some new ones so we can get started here. Hey, I heard that a couple times up there. I was up there close to that Canadian border, man. A couple of those people I was talking to at the airport and stuff, they was like, hey, vinyl, eh? They was probably like, dang, who's this hillbilly up here from Tennessee? They was like, did y'all hear his accent? Next thing over here is this. We got Fleetwood Mac, Echo and the Bunnymen, and we got another ambient. So let's run these 3 right here, okay? We have Fleetwood Mac, English Rose. Don't get that one too often. It's a 73, and that's a U.S. reissue on this CSP label, which is kind of bizarre to see. That's in VG, and that is a $20 star. Fleetwood Mac, English Rose. We have Echo and the Bunnymen, and that's a VG Plus EX copy, an 87 SRC pressing. Echo and the Bunnymen's a $45 start. And then Ambient 2, the Plateau of Mirror, and Ambient 2 is near mint. There's no near mint copies currently for sale. There is currently no near mint listed for sale. This one's beautiful, and Ambient is an $85 start. $85 start on that one, okay? Next thing here is this, which I need my laptop for, Third Eye Blind Unplugged, which we have a waiting list for. So let's leave those right there. And if anybody's looking to thin out your collection, I mean, what y'all got to know is we buy a lot of stuff from customers where they've bought stuff and then they've upgraded and, you know, or they've bought stuff and realized they didn't want it or didn't need it. So, I mean, a big chunk of this stuff we bought was from a longtime customer. He had to thin out some of his collection. And, you know, and it was like some of the best stuff we bought on the trip. So, you know, just stay in touch with us. And if we're ever up on the road, if you know we're going to if we're going to New Mexico or Florida or something like that, and you can hook up with Tyler, Tanner, whoever's out on the trip, me, we can stop by and buy some stuff, or you can meet us at an airport or meet us in a parking lot. Flotsam and Jetsam, no place for disgrace. Flotsam and Jetsam cassette, a $10 start on that. $10 start on Flotsam and Jetsam. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Usually I spend Sunday decompressing, but I was mostly in a plane on Sunday. It's a lot of fun, though. I hadn't done that in a long time. Let me step up here and get my computer. And I need a hydration packet. Computer and hydration packet. Doing that right now. Computer and hydration packet. And that also means I need a bottle of water. Excuse me. Had some... All right. Husker Du is still available. $65 buy it now. Husker Du. I got some cool KISS stuff too, kind of scattered around tonight. So here we go. Let me get my bottle of water open and fix. Thank you, Scott Leach. We bought Scott Leach's collection before. Thank you, Scott Leach. Yep, the Leach collection, man. I mean, we pay fair prices. I think most people know we have to make money on stuff. And it depends on how clean everything is and how nice and how easy it's going to sell. I mean, I've told people before, if you watch our half-off crates, I mean, there's some records that get down to, you know, as low as $5, and like literally I've had them for months and nobody wants them for $5, and then sometimes we put them out for $2 and nobody wants them. And of course that's not the titles that you see here every night typically. Usually the titles you see here every night are the ones that are going up for auction and they're getting bids like these are, and everybody's all hunky-go-lucky and everybody's happy. All right, so first thing we have is this. We have Husker Du. And Husker Du is 65. Mike, let's do it for 60. It is a near mint copy on that one. I got to get this right here. I got to get my laptop open so we can check out this Third Eye Blind. Let's do that right there. I'm not flying the plane. No, that's Caden. He has been flying us around on most of these trips. He's very good, man. It was windy. I tell you what, being in a plane like that with 35-mile-an-hour gust, holy moly, a couple times I had that, you know, that feeling you get when you are on a roller coaster and your stomach drops a little bit. It was so windy up there. I mean, we landed a couple times in 35-mile-an-hour gusts, but this guy is a professional. I felt very safe, or I wouldn't have been up there. So Third Eye Blind is $29.99. And this is for unplugged. I'm looking for the waiting list right now. Finally, my computer's on and unplugged here. And this is not STP. And there might not be a waiting list for this. Boy, I could have swore there was, though. Third Eye Blind. I'm not seeing anything on here, though. Clutch, DMX, Pink Floyd, Miles Davis, KISS, Judas Priest, no, Crowbar, CLC, Van Halen, Megadeth, Social. Maybe not. Either I didn't write it down or something. So that's $29.99. $29.99. All right, we got to close all these auctions. First thing is this. I've got my computer open. Pace is about to pick back up. Mike Kennedy gets Husker Du for $60. Check. Can you check the KISS customized live falling apart? I can, or I'll just sell you another one. Fleetwood Mac. Michael, I'll give you first dibs on it. Fleetwood Mac is a 1973 reissue of English Rose. VG, $20. VG, $20 on that one. Michael Hamburger, if you want it. Sorry I didn't answer your question before I ended it, but I'll give you first dibs. Echo and the Bunnyman is sold to Jason Fornerat for $45. Thank you. This is sold to Jason for $45. And Ambient 2 is near mint for $85. That's the Plateau of Mirror. That's Ambient 2, and that is Brian Eno. And let's put that away. That's a beautiful copy. And there's not many listed, or there's none listed in that grade, actually. Third Eye Blind is sold to Gary Samuels for $29.99. And Flotsam and Jetsam is sold to Ed Riviera for $8. Thank you on that. $8 on Edwin Riviera. All right, that's done and done. Now, I found this in the media collection. I don't know if this is going to be any use to a Kiss fan or not, but this is a whole packet of Kiss Obies for, it looks like CDs. So let me get this open, and somebody might need this. You might can use them for something. I don't know, but they're brand new. It looks like Kiss Obies that go to a box set. But we've went through almost all the CDs from this collection, and we don't need them. They're brand new unfolded Obies, like old stock or something. So Kiss Obies for CDs, and there's the really cool one for originals. $10 start, okay? $10 start. I keep dropping them. $10 start on the Kiss Obies, okay? I wish I had that many for vinyl. Can you imagine? Those for vinyl would be worth a fortune. People need those for their Japanese pressings. $10 start on that. What was the start? I'm asking 20 on Fleetwood Mac. Lucas said 70 on Ambient 2. Lucas, let's do this for $75 and it's yours. 75 on that. I got Fleetwood Mac at 20, English Rose. That's one we don't get too often, okay? And then over here we have, hey Chad, those belong to the CD box set that I bought. They should have been included. I sold a Kiss Japanese CD box set, and then Michael Hamburger gets Fleetwood Mac. That sold to Michael Hamburger for 20, and Lucas Hanoff gets Eno for $75. Thank you on that one. There's one Third Eye Blind left. Next auction is going to be Kiss Alive 2, and this is the 1977 USOG 2LP PRC Compton press with the original inner sleeve, no inserts. It's a VG copy. And Kiss Alive is a $20 start. Ralph says these go to a box set he bought, okay? This happened the other day when we had a 45 that we were selling individually, and Hiram Aponte was like, hey, that goes to a box set we had. All right, I'll set these on Ed's desk and have him say these are possibly going to Ralph Venturino for a Kiss box set he bought earlier tonight, or he bought earlier in the past. That is going to go Kiss Alive 2. And that is a $20 start, okay? All right, $20 start on that. Next thing is the Traveling Wilburys. This is an 88 U.S. Columbia House Carrollton press. That is the legendary supergroup. It has the original inner sleeve. That is a $30 start on that one. $30 start on that. And then next over here is this, The Cure. And this is a highly sought after one here. This is the 1986 ARC pressing of The Cure, the single Standing on the Beach, and this is an $85 start. $85 start on The Cure. That is now for bid. Next record in here was Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas, 87 broadcast. $36.99. $36.99. And this is new and sealed. First crate of the night of various other than the pre-order crate we had. Third Eye Blind is still available. And what do we have here? Pink Floyd, Live, London, 1970, and unofficial Pink Floyd is $29.99. I've never had that before. The Cure is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition on The Cure. VG Plus on that one. All right, let's get some more cassettes out. Next thing we have is this one. Got some good ones, and then we'll do some buy it nows later. But I definitely have some worthy of getting auctioned, like Ace Frehley's Comic Live. I've got The Gods. What is going on with Mammoth here? And then Giant. Very cool cassettes over here. Prince, self-titled. Crumbsuckers Bomb. We'll try that right now for a $10 start. Crumbsuckers Bomb. That's B-O-M-B. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Pink Floyd is still available. $29.99. At Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a music on vinyl press. That is $38.99. The Sky is Crying. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $38.99. Music on vinyl. And then Audio Slave, Out of Exile. And this is the 2LP, $46.99. Now, this is the one that was recently just reissued. And we sold out that day. I don't know if we end up having a wait list or not. We don't. So this is back in print. It's usually out of print. Audio Slave is $46.99. Right now, we got final calls to bid on the Traveling Wilburys, which is $30. Final call to get a bid in on Kiss Alive 2, which is a strong VG for $20, Clip Corner. And The Cure is at $110. The Crumbsuckers is a $10 start. Pink Floyd is a single LP. Single LP on Pink Floyd. Kiss Now, this was a waiting list, Night of the Living, which is an unofficial. I think we sold 10 that night, and then I had about I went ahead and ordered 10 more. Sorry, I was looking for the waiting list. Marion Corbetti was on the waiting list. Marion Corbetti. This is sold to Marion for $29.99. Also, I have Yes, Open Your Eyes, which is a double LP colored vinyl. This was also a waiting list. T.C. Connor and Jerry Stone. T.C. Connor and Jerry Stone. There's 2 more sold. One to T.C. Connor, one for Jerry Stone. Those are sold and sold. And I've got 3 copies here of LA Guns Cocked and Reloaded. And that's on double pink and black splatter. And these were a wait list for Sean Holford and Hoopy 31. Sean Holford and Hoopy 31. So there's 1 extra LA Guns. If anybody wants it, that's Cocked and Reloaded. Let's go ahead and make A and B's buy it nows. The Traveling Wilburys is near mint for $30. And then Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2. And that is a VG copy. And that's a $20 buy it now on Kiss Alive 2. The Cure is at $120 with Jason Fornerat. The Crumbsuckers does have a bid for 10. Mark Gerster on LA Guns. And that is sold to Mark Gerster for $34.99. And he says whatever's behind LA Guns. Audio Slave. Audio Slave is sold to Mark Gerster as well. Both of those are sold. Audio Slave was $46.99. LA Guns was $34.99. The Cure is still getting bids. Traveling Wilburys 23. Traveling Wilburys 25. I'll do it for 25, Tom Moran, because that was somebody else's offer. 25 on Traveling Wilburys. Next auction's happening right now. This is Legend, the Best of Bob Marley. Legend, the Best of Bob Marley is the 86 Club Edition, and that is near mint. Very nice copy. $25 start on Bob Marley. The Crumbsuckers cassettes at 11. That's going once, going twice. And then over here we have this. I have Midnight Oil, and this is an 88 USOG Carrollton press. This is near mint, Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. The original inner sleeve is included. It's a gatefold jacket, and Midnight Oil is going to go up for a $30 start. Next is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Music City, USA. Music City, USA, that is $36.99. I'll take all the Husker Du. One already got an offer. We sold it. There's currently no Husker Du left so far, but I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure what's still coming up. The Cure is a final call to amenities for $130. Tom Moran gets the Traveling Wilburys for $25. Thank you on that one. Then we got 2 copies here of Third Eye Blind, Ursa Major, and these are $24.99. Third Eye Blind, Ursa Major, and then Slayer Christ Illusion is $33. Should be a waiting list for Slayer here. Red Cave Collections, yep. Red Cave Collections on Slayer Christ Illusion, and that is $33.99. That is available, and that means there's 1 extra copy there, okay? And then there is a bit on Midnight Oil on the Bob Marley is a $25 start. As you can see, little George Costanza down there in the corner was thirsty. The Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan, $33.99, double LP. And then we have the new Down, Over the Under. And these are $44.99. This is the new Down, Over the Under. And let's go ahead and get these tagged on red and black marble vinyl. There's more on the way, okay? This isn't all of them. They're already sold out tonight, but I went ahead and ordered more. One distributor said they were out, and I went ahead and secured the rest and extras. So these are $44.99. This one's even more tough to get than that NOLA that you see us sell quite often. And this is on red and black marble vinyl. So Hiram Aponte and Chris Gornsey. Hiram Aponte and Chris Gornsey. John Howard and Cameron Porter. John Howard and Cameron Porter. These are all $44.99. Darren Johnson and Tony Riddle. Those are all sold. Darren Johnson and Tony Riddle. Tim Floyd and Ryan Eaton. Those are sold to Tim Floyd and Ryan Eaton, also $44.99 each. Glenn Kesey, Scott Markheim, Red Cave Collections. Glenn Kesey, Scott Markheim, Red Cave Collections. Those are all $44.99. And Hessen Session. And Hessen Session. So thank you on that. Now, those are all sold. Here's everybody still on the pre-order. Bob Reiger, Joshua Cross, John Grace, James Davidson, Jen Cast, Jason Brian Lee, Steve Jowack, Kenny Cates, Matt Lawson, and John Nola Patano. So those 10 people are still going to be getting one. and there's more on the way. There's more on the way. So if anybody wants a down over the under whenever they come in, if you want one right now and you don't want to risk not missing out whenever they show up, here's your chance. All the auctions are closed. So Bob Marley is a buy now for $25. We have Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust, sold to Mac Daddy, and that's sold to Mac Addy. That's sold to Macataddy, and that is sold for $30. Thank you on that one, okay? Amenities gets the Cure for $130. That is sold to Amenities for $130. And the Crumbsuckers Bomb cassette is sold to Daniel Atkins for $15. Now, there is one more Hoodoo Gurus cassette, Kinky. I've got Hoodoo Gurus cassette. That is $10. Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'm assuming Arms Gorilla Tribe, you wanted this one. That's sold to Arms Gorilla Tribe for $33.99. Kiss, $14, Tim Knapp. And then how much is Stevie Ray Vaughan? The one we just sold, if you want on the wait list, is $33.99. I will do Kiss Alive 2 right here for $18. $18 on Kiss Alive 2. All right, let's get back over here and put up some more. Let's do Poison and Bon Jovi. Let's do some 80s here. First is Poison, Open Up and Say All with a censored cover. This is VG Plus, a $35 star, an 88 US Club Edition. An 88 US Club Edition on Poison, Open Up and Say All. It does have the original on her sleeve, and Poison is a $35 star. Bon Jovi New Jersey is an 88 US. This is a VG copy. It also has the original on her sleeve. It's also a $25 start on Bon Jovi. And then coming out of the Kiss crate over here is going to be Paul Stanley. And this is the Paul Stanley solo album. This is the 78 OG Keel Press. It has the original on her sleeve, and that's EX edition. Paul Stanley is a $20 start. And then we have a waiting list for this Stevie Ray Vaughan live at Carnegie Hall. $49.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Stan McNessie was on that waiting list. So a Stevie Ray Vaughan Carnegie Hall is sold for $49.99, okay? All righty, let me sort 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 cassettes here. And we're going to do some of these as a buy it now tonight. I've got Warlock True as Steel, and that's going to be our next auction for D. Warlock is a $10 start. That's up for bid over here in D. Warlock True as Steel, $10 start on that one, okay? And then over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan, I've already said that's so to Stan McNessie, and there's one left, okay? All right, and then B has a bid, Kiss 15. Kiss, I will do Kiss Alive 2 for $18. And here's what's left in here. I have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas, 1987. That is $36.99. Third Eye Blind Unplugged. Third Eye Blind is $29.99. And then Pink Floyd, Live in London, 1970 on pink vinyl. 1970 Pink Floyd bootleg, $29.99 on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Music City, USA, $36.99. Third Eye Blind, Yersa Major, $24 on that one. Slayer, Christ Illusion is $33. And David Doman wants the Stevie Ray Vaughan Carnegie Hall double LP music on vinyl, $49.99. So over here, Poison, $25 start, no bid yet. Bon Jovi's up to $28. Paul Stanley is a $20 start. That's in C. And then Warlock is a $10 start on the cassette. No bid yet. These cassettes are $9.99 each. These are buy it nows, okay? We have Boss, Step on It. We have Right Said Fred, Sex and Travel. Giant, Last of the Runaways. Flesh and Blood, Dead White and Blue. And then The Gods with a Z. And that's self-titled. Those cassettes are $9.99, okay? That's Boss, Right Said Fred, Giant, Flesh and Blood, and The Gods. All those are $9.99 each, okay? All right, there's that and there's that. And the next thing I'm going to do is set this crate behind me, and we're going to get into some new vintage buy it now best offer, okay? Everybody cool? Everybody calm? Everybody relaxed? All right, there's that there. Because you wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. All right. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-boom, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Talking about those mind games forever. Talking about those mind. No poster in Paul, just the inner sleeve. Paul just has the inner sleeve. Final chance at 20. We're about to clear the board, okay? These are all new vintage records. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. I have Shotgun, and this is Shotgun 3, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. George Jones Anniversary. That's a double LP, 10 years of hits. He stopped loving her today. $16.99. Sandy Nelson, The Beat Goes On. Sandy Nelson's $9.99. And Yellow Jackets, $14.99 for Yellow Jackets. Eno, Another Green World. There's the Eno in the crate, and that one is really clean and really nice. $39.99. All right, all 4 auctions are done. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah is sold for $25 to Arms Zarilla Tribe. That is sold for $25 to Arms Zarilla Tribe there. All right. And then we have Bon Jovi sold to Killer T, $69. That is sold for $28. Bon Jovi is done. Let's put that way. Paul Stanley's a $20 buy it now, and that's for the 78 USOG Kill Press with the original inner sleeve. Paul Stanley is a $20 buy it now, and the Warlock cassette is sold to Red Cave Collections for $10. Do you have the B-52s? Are you talking about the new MoFi copy? I could locate that pretty easy, yes. All the new vinyl was condensed and stacked up here next to me the other night, yes. Stacy Metternich gets George Jones. That is sold to Stacy Metternich for $16.99. Paul Stanley, $15. Paul Stanley, $18, Ralph, and it's yours. And I think I know where those other cutouts you're at. Those cutouts you were talking about, I know where those are at. That's missing from your box set. I know exactly where those are at because I found them the other day and I didn't know what they were. All right, let's go ahead and grab 2 more auctions here. And the next one I have is, let's do Grateful Dead and Poison, okay? I have Grateful Dead, and this is Oxamoxa Oxa, and it does have, no, we can take it out of that, actually. There's no sticker on the cover. What's going on here? Oh, we need to just tear this off then. Hold on 1 second. Someone has, let's see, we can fix this. Hold on 1 second. Fred Goodwin used to do this. He used to tape the inner sleeves inside of the jackets. And, of course, it protected a lot of records for a long time. But, man, a nuisance if you're trying to get them off. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. All right. Okay, got that fixed, right? So this is Grateful Dead. It's the White Warner Brothers label, EX, $25 star. Nice jacket now that we got that old sleeve off of it. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. Poison is near mint. That is an 86 US Allied pressing. And Poison is a $50 start. It's now up for bid in slot number B. And the first thing we had was Ralph Venturino got Sandy Nelson for $8. That sold to Ralph Venturino for $8. He also got Paul Stanley, also sold to Ralph Venturino for $18. Those are sold and sold. And then Grateful Dead has a bid for $25. There's Poison. Slot number C is Kiss Double Platinum. And this is actually a 78 OG, and it has both inserts. This is really cool. So this is an OG copy of Double Platinum, $25 start. It's a gatefold jacket. And it has the Kiss Platinum Award, no writing on it. It does have a little bit of a ding in the corner, though, so not a perfect flat insert. And then there is the Double Platinum merch insert. So that does have the extra tchotchkes with it, and that's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? $25 start. Yes, this is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Absolutely, yes. Buy It Now Best Offer crate right here. You betcha. Well, we've also already started doing some cassettes for auction and buy it now. I've already started doing that. A couple over there hadn't sold. I'm actually going to go ahead right now and get into the second box and tray because there's a lot I want to auction. And then there's some that will be buy it nows throughout the night. So here's Helmet, and that's one I don't get too often. That's Meantime, and that's going to go up in D for a $10 start, an original cassette there. Helmet Meantime. Let me just lay it down kind of flat right there for a second. Okay, Donald Fagen, the Nightfly, $34.99. This has the original inner sleeve. $34.99 for Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. Also, we have Sade Diamond Life. Sade is $49.99. Very nice looking copy there of Sade Diamond Life. And Neil Young Harvest. Oh man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. Original inner sleeve and gatefold. $34.99 for Neil Young. And Straub's Ghost. Straub's is $9.99. And Jesse Colin Young, Love on the Wing. Jesse Colin Young is $9.99. And Frank Marino Mahogany Rush, $14.99. So first, Grateful Dead's a final call for $25. Poison is a final call for $50. OG, Look What the Cat Dragged In. Double Platinum's at $30 for Frank. And then Helmet, final chance to get a bid in on that for $10, okay? Over here, I have the Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, original cover, $64.99. No inserts. It does have the MCA inner sleeve, and there's no condition notes. VG Plus cover. So $64.99 on that one. Jesse Colin Young for $7. We'll go ahead and roll that one to Douglas Phelan for $7. And Douglas, sorry again about you not getting your invoice. I have got a note over here. I will figure out what's up with that. They might have to just like recreate your whole profile or something. We'll figure that out though. T-Rex the Slider, $39.99. T-Rex the Slider, very nice, very clean, $39.99. Peter Gabriel, So, In Your Eyes, the light, the heat, your eyes. That's a very nice copy with the original inner sleeve. And the Doors, the Soft Parade, $34.99 for the Doors Soft Parade. And that is on this Butterfly Electra label. Very nice on that at $34.99. All right, so let's go ahead and close all the auctions, actually. Let's do it. Grateful Dead is EX, a $25. EX is a $25 buy it now. Or excuse me, Grateful Dead is, I'm sorry, this is sold to Mark Diskin for $25. I'm totally wrong. That's sold to Mark Diskin. Poison is a buy it now. So Mark Diskin got Grateful Dead for $25. Poison is OG Near Mint. That's $50 on Poison. And then Frank Vigaletti gets the double platinum for $30, okay? Thank you on that one, and that is now done. Let's put that one away. And then Helmet over here is sold to Red Cave Collections for $10. Appreciate that. Looks like we need some new auctions, eh? Here we go. Let's see what we got over here. We got Black Sabbath. I've got a Kiss Dynasty to put up. And then let's see what's over here in this crate that Kyle got ready. And I see a Johnny Cash. So let's go ahead and get these going, all right? So first thing I have is this. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. Nice. The second of the Dio albums. And this is a beautiful near mint copy, an 81 OG. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. Let's put that right over here. $45 start. Kiss Dynasty. And Dynasty's a 79 US. VG Plus condition on Kiss Dynasty. VG Plus condition. Kiss Dynasty. And that is a $15 start. That's up for bid in B. And Johnny Cash is a 66 US Club Edition near mint. So this album originally came out in 58. They actually released these in the club back in the 60s. And this is a near mint copy. Beautiful. Sings the songs that made him famous. $20 start on that one. Poison for $40. D-Kong, I will meet you in the middle on that one at $45. It is a very nice copy. Near mint on Poison, $45, and it's yours. And then we have DFNF for $20. And DFNF was for Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. Pesh, I will do that one. Let's do it for $25, and I'll go ahead and sell it to you. $25, and I'll sell it to you. And then Poison is sold to D-Kong 52 for $45, okay? Appreciate that. All right, let me send this message right quick. Okay, and then Johnny Cash, the phonics, the mastering, the sound on this one is DT 90668. I don't know if that'll help you out or not. The new Dave Brubeck Quartet, a cut above, $34.99 for Dave Brubeck. And we have the Alan Parsons Project Eve. That is $19.99. All right, let's jump over here to the cassettes and see what I have over here to run. Ooh, and do we love cassettes. Here's an artist I don't think I've ever seen on cassette before. And this is Nickelback, Silver Side Up. And Nickelback is going to go up for a $10 start. I don't know if I've ever seen that before on a cassette. Nickelback, Silver Side Up, $10 start on that one. We have Sandy Nelson, Beat That Blanking Drum. Sandy Nelson is $9.99. Also, we have Sade again, Stronger Than Pride. Sade is $49.99. And Glass Harp, $19.99. MCA Records, $19.99 on Glass Harp. Mob Rules is an OG copy. Black Sabbath, that's a final chance at $45. Kiss is at $15. Final chance on Dynasty there. And that was for the 79 USOG. And of course, there's no poster. Let me check for inner sleeve. It does have the inner sleeve. No poster though. Not bad at VG Plus at $15. And then the 66 Club Johnny Cash is at $20. That's a nice copy from $66 to be at $20. And then Nickelback is a $10 start, okay? So there's your chance on those. That's your final chance. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. Frank Zappa's $36.99. Glass Harp, Dwayne Caldwell. I'll do that for $15, Dwayne, on Glass Harp. $15 on Glass Harp, and it's yours. I hadn't seen that title in a while. And then Beck, and this is Sea Change. Beck is the 2016, $34.99 on Beck Sea Change, $34.99. Red Eye, I will put you on a waiting list. I actually have them already ordered. They're what we call back ordered. So I know one was just delivered. Those are back ordered, meaning we don't know when they'll come in, but when they do, whoever's on the list will get one. So I will add your name, and that means whenever they come in, you're going to be tagged. I think I've got like 9 now left on back order, okay? And Dwayne, if you pass on Glass Harp, TC Connor says he'll take it. So that's going to be sold to somebody. Cannonball Adderley Quintet, Mercy, Mercy, $24.99 on Cannonball Adderley. And then Diana Ross, Greatest Hits. Diana Ross is $9.99. 10 Years After, Stonehenge. 10 Years After is $14.99. It does have some cover damage. And Emmett Rhodes is $9.99. TC Connor gets Glass Harp for $15. That is sold to Tennessee Connor for $15. And then the Beatles White Album. Let's see what kind of version this is. It's on the Black Rainbow label, and it's a Winchester press. It does have the poster and 4 photos. A little bit of cover wear. You know, it's hard to find those jackets mint, the White Album. So that's a little bit later pressing from the late 80s. Or, let me see. That label, yeah, I think that's actually non-barcoded like sometime in the 80s. $64.99 on that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close A and D. Black Sabbath Mob Rules is near mint. $45 on Black Sabbath Mob Rules. $45 on that one. And then the Nickelback cassette is a $10 buy it now, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and say Killer T has Kiss at 18, and then Johnny Cash is at 21. Next is Humble Pie Eat It. There is an old sticker there on the cover. No condition notes on Humble Pie. That one is $34.99. Sabbath, $35. I will sell you Black Sabbath for $40, and you can thank me later. Okay, you can thank me whenever it comes in the mail. You can be like, dang, Chad, thank you. All right, next auction over here is this. We have Ambient One, Music for Airports. There's the third of the Brian Eno auctions we've had tonight. Ambient One is a $35 start. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Music for Airports, okay? Black Sabbath is sold for $40 to Heavy Metal. For those that didn't bid, you could have been like, man, for $5 more, I could have went ahead and had that in my box. Now it's going to Heavy Metal 65 for $40. Nickelback is sold to Tom Kelly for $7, the Nickelback cassette. That is sold to Tom Kelly on that one, okay? Let's jump back over here, and let's put up another cassette. And this is Grim Reaper, See You in Hell. And this is going to go up over here in D for a $10 start. Grim Reaper, See You in Hell, $10 start on that one. Next is Mofungo, and this is Frederick Douglass, and that is $14.99. Mofungo, I guess the name of the album is Frederick Douglass, $14.99 for Mofungo. George Jones, Tender Year. This is some kind of UK What's going on here? Definitely nothing I've seen in the United States, or maybe it is. I'm not for sure. I've never seen that particular one. Tender Year, some kind of compilation there. $9.99. Nona Hendrix, Nona Hendrix is $9.99. And the last two is another George Jones, Golden Hits Volume 3. It's $14.99. And then Hunger. And Hunger is a 1998 Psych album, or it was pressed in 1998. This group looks like they're from the 60s. Yeah. This album was mastered from a test pressing made in the 1960s and was found in Los Angeles in 1995. So there you have it. So that's a 60s Psych album found in the 90s. That was pressed in 98, $44.99. Ralph gets the Johnny Cash here for $21. That's sold to Ralph Venturino. Johnny Cash songs that made him famous. Kiss Dynasty has a new bid for $20. Over here, Ambient is a final chance to get a bid in for $35. Dynasty's at $20. We're about to put a new auction in C, and final chance to bid on Grim Reaper, See You in Hell there for $10. Let's see what's up with this Early Willie here. This Early Willie is Willie Nelson Country Favorites, Willie Nelson style. And look at Willie there. I don't think he had been experienced to much ganja at this point in his life. This is a 66 U.S. stereo Indianapolis press. Two things. One, a very difficult title to get. I might can actually give you 3 selling points on this one. One, the jacket's really nice. It has the original correct RCA inner sleeve, and probably the most impressive thing, 1966, and it's EX. It's got one scuff on it I can see, and I think that's why the only reason they're calling it EX. But that one is not easy to get. $70 start on Willie. That's pre-long hair, pre-braided hair, pre-beard Willie, pre-outlaw Willie, or Billy, whichever you prefer to call them. $70 start on that one. I'm going to read through this first crate of vintage titles that's still available. If anybody else would like anything in here, let me know. Mongo Mofungo for $10. That is sold to Colin Butler. Thank you on that one. Thank you on that one. Let me go ahead and take the first stack of sold cassettes around the corner. Several have already went up to the auction block and done. So thank you all on that. Stack that next to the Motley Crue light we sold. And let me get my neck and back adjusted. And I think somewhere around here, let me leave y'all on that screen for 1 second. I'm still trying to track down possible one more batch of auctions that's around here. Let me see if I can locate those. Not lucky yet. I don't see anything over here. No luck yet. Right. Cleaned records. It's all clean stuff. Okay. Guess it's those 2 crates. All right, then I got Japanese here. All right, just making sure I was all on the same page. And let's go over here. Mungo 10, and then it's Kiss Dynasty. 10 years, $8. Have I read through these again? I haven't. This is sold to Douglas Phelan for $8. That one did take note of cover damage. And let's go ahead and close A, C, and D. So Ambient is a $35 buy now. Brian Eno. Dynasty still getting some bids. It's at $22 with Chuck Orotano. 22 on that one. Willie's a $70 buy now. And then Grim Reaper is a $10 buy now. Okay, let's put those right there. And let's put those right there. What's the starting bid in number A? $35. It's a $35 buy now. Now there's Willie for $70. And then 007 Platinum gets Grim Reaper for $7. All right? That's sold to 007 Platinum for $7. Here's what's left in here if you need a price. Hunger, George Jones. Nona Hendrix, George Jones. Humble Pie, The Beatles White Album. Emmett Rhodes, Diana Ross. Cannonball Adderley, Beck, which was the 2016 Sea Change. Let me tilt down my camera just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Frank Zappa, Nona Hendrix, Sandy Nelson, Alan Parsons, Dave Brubeck, Donald Fagen, The Doors, Peter Gabriel, T-Rex. Somebody made an offer on Nightfly. I countered. I'm assuming they're not taking it. T-Rex, Leonard Skinner, the Doobie Brothers, Frank Marino, Straubs, Neil Young, Sade, Eno and the Crate, Yellow Jackets, and Shotgun. Beck is Sea Change, a 2016 double LP, $34.99. Okay, Chuck Ortano gets Dynasty, and Killer T just placed a bid on it. Holy crap. Chuck Orlatano, $22 on that one. Chuck Orlatano, $22 on the Kiss Dynasty. That is now sold. Okay, let's put that one away. And info and counter price on Fagan. Well, I had it stickered at $34.99, and it has the original inner sleeve, and it's very nice and clean. $34.99 on that one. TC Connor on Beck, and TC Connor on Beck for $25. I will take $30 on Beck. Willie Nelson is $70. It is the 1966 US EX, $70 on that one. Hunger is $44.99. 1988 Psych album, $44 on that one, okay? And the grade on Diana Ross. The Diana Ross that's in this crate is Diana Ross Greatest Hits. No condition notes on the vinyl. Lanny, somebody wrote their name on the cover, but it's pretty clean at $9.99, okay? All right, let's do that. And sorry about the two late bids. So I think two late bids came in on Kiss, and the board is cleared. The board is cleared, okay? Who was the first to ask about Beck? The first person who asked about Beck was Tony Ortego. Tony, this is yours for $30. If you pass, then it's sold to TC Connor, okay? Brent Robley gets Willie Nelson for $55, and they're still trying to bid on Kiss Dynasty. Kiss Dynasty is unfortunately already sold. It is gone, but I do have these going up right now. I have the first one here is two that I don't really recognize too well, so let's see what's going on with these. First thing is this, Summer Self-Titled, and this is, wow. So this is Summer Self-Titled, Baby Grand Original. That might be the label. Yeah. And so this is called Summer by Summer. It is self-titled. It's near mint, and it's a $175 start. Summer self-titled, $175 start on that. Very interesting. And then this is Crash Tops 8 rock compilation, The Beatles, The Doors, Van Morrison, Buffalo, a 71 US unofficial. It's got Day Tripper by the Beatles, Buckingham's, Van Morrison, Brown Eyed Girl. Very unique compilation here. Red Eyes on here, Spirit, Brooklyn Bridge, $30 start on that one. Tony Ortego did have first dibs on Beck. That is sold to Tony Ortego for $30. Mark Weiss gets the Diana Ross for $9.99. So those are all done. My crate's almost full. So we did not strike a deal on Donald Fagen. I did tell somebody $25. So McEwen Photo, if you want it for that, it's yours. That was my counter offer. And then Hunger is still available, okay? So there's two I don't know a lot about, but they were in this collection we got up in Duluth, Minnesota. And we might be going up there to look at other collections soon. And I think there's some stuff I didn't even get to look at while I was up there. A big 45 collection, some CDs, some stuff I didn't really get a chance to look at. So if we have anybody that's up there in the Minnesota area that wants to sell some records, you might want to go ahead and let us know, because we could actually take back off up there pretty soon and get some other stuff. And so if you or know of anybody remotely close to that area, pretty good stuff or a large collection, we'll take a look at it, okay? HM is Hunger. Hunger price, and then over here, B, and then George Jones info, 30 for Stronger Than Pride, and then HM is Hunger. Stronger Than Pride, where was that at over here? Here's a new crate. Let's go through this one. Let's go through this one. I'm going to take a sneak peek and see if there's anything from the 3 boxes that I delivered today or that came in last night that I wanted to auction. I don't think so, not yet. Okay, there's all that. So we have, Danae, I don't know if I understand your question, and then 30 Stronger Than Pride. That is a Sade album. I know what he's talking about now. That is a Sade album over here. And then somebody wanted to see the 2 George Jones, okay? So there's the 2 George Jones. And then here is Sade, Stronger Than Pride. I will do Sade for 45. 45 on Sade, okay? 45 on Sade. The 2 George Jones was called Golden Hits Volume 3 on this United Artists label. Very clean at $14.99. Original inner sleeve as well. This United Artists, very colorful inner sleeve. The next one was a bizarre label. It almost looks like it's a UK import or something. Tender Years. And that one was $9.99. And then Sade Stronger Than Pride. Very nice copy on that one, okay? Very nice copy on that one. Let's go over here and put up Funkadelic for slot number C. And Funkadelic is a 73 USOG Pitman. It has been play tested. Visually, it looks like maybe it has some heat damage. It has some of these like bubbles on it. It's kind of weird looking, has like this wavy look to the vinyl. But Kyle did play test it, and he says it plays very fine. So that's not an easy record to get. He went ahead and put a starting bid, but because of, you know, just the visual heat damage, I'll start it a little bit lesser. But man, this is in very good condition for what this is. Funkadelic is an $85 start. $85 start on that. And then let's go ahead and sell, let's go right over here and sell the 2 George Jones for $20 to Cody Wright, okay? All right, so put those into Cody. Just sell one for the sticker and sell the other one for 10. All right, there's that and there's that. And that's up for bid, an $85 start. And here we go. Let's grab another cassette over here to auction. And let's do Firehouse, Hold Your Fire. Firehouse, Hold Your Fire is going to go up right now in slot number D for a $10 start, okay? That's Firehouse, Hold Your Fire. Ambient info. Ambient 1, Music for Airports, is an 82 US. That's near mint. $35 start. What's the starting bid on Crash? $30 start on Crash. And then Summer is a $175 start. Summer self-titled on the Baby Grand Originals label. $175 on that. Funkadelic's $85. Okay. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer crate. Actually, I probably should go ahead and start a new empty one before we get too caught up in that one. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. How much was the Hunger album? $44.99. Oh, that's what you meant by HM. How much? HM was how much? $44.99, okay? Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volumes 1 and 2. Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio. That's a double LP. Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Charles Mingus, Charles 1, $14.99 on Charles Mingus. And the Three Sounds Moods, a 1975 press. The Three Sounds is $29.99. Dark Star, Into the Heartland. Dark Star is a 78 Canadian sealed, $39.99. Donna Summer on sold to Luna Deluxe, and that one was sold for $14.99. Ralph, You Were Second. Wild in the Street soundtrack. Wild in the Street soundtrack, $14.99. All right. And then Frank Vigilante on DS for $19. And that was for which one here? Okay, let's close all 4 of these auctions. So Summertime is a buy now for $175. Let's go ahead and put that away. Summertime is a buy now for $175. And then Crash Tops over here. This is that unofficial comp, $30 buy now on that. Let's put that right over here. Very unusual. And then Funkadelic was $85. Cosmic Slop. And like I said, for the grade, essentially playback is EX. Gatefold jacket, but it does have this kind of wavy looking look to the vinyl. Sometimes what we call heat damage. Sometimes those play perfectly fine. And then Firehouse is a $10 buy now. It was Donna Summer. Okay, so 3 people on Donna Summer. Luna was first. It's Funkadelic original. Not only is it an original, but it's a first press, and it's in beautiful condition, and it is an $85 start on that one, okay? Let's go ahead and put up Waylon and JD, and let's see what else I got over here next in the Kiss batch. I think next is going to be Peter Criss. So let's go ahead and grab these. I've got the Ramones, and this is a 1980 Portugal press. Very unusual here. 1980 Portugal press. Very nice, though. It's VG Plus, and the vinyl is near mint. little bit different kind of style jacket here. And the Ramones is going to go up for a $70 start. We have Waylon Jennings, JD's. Now, this is a very unique album here. This is the repress. So Waylon Jennings' first record was something that was sold kind of exclusively at a place called JD's. And it was a live recording from a place called Waylon Jennings at JD's. And this is the repress. And I think this one they only had made 500 of. I think the first run was even smaller quantities. There is cover damage at the bottom. These start on Discogs right now at like $230-something. This one's VG Plus, $175 start on Waylon Jennings. $175 on that one. And here comes Peter Criss, a 78 OG. And this one has only the original inner sleeve, EX condition. It does have a clip corner, which is common for these. And that is a $20 start. We have Marion Siegel with Silver Jade, Fly On, Strange Wings. That is a white label promo. Very interesting there. It's on the DJM label, $29.99. And the sensational Alex Harvey band, Next. And this one is on the Vertigo Spaceship label, $19.99 on that. So $70 on the Ramones, $175 on the Waylon Jennings, and $20 start on Peter Criss. Next auction is going to be, we've already sold one Extreme cassette. Here comes the other Extreme cassette, Extreme 3. And Extreme 3 is going to go up for a $10 start righty there. We have Sensational Alex Harvey. That is sold to Mr. MFTF for $15. Thank you on that one. And I'm putting Sade back, Stronger Than Life. It was $49.99. I told somebody $45. I think they had offered $36. And then Hunger over here is sold, and that is sold to Danae De La O for $36. Waylon's $175 start, $175 on Waylon. Next is Widowmaker. Widowmaker is $19.99, and Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, another one of his more desirable LPs, some of the first in the Outlaw series. This one has probably a VG jacket, pretty big clip corner, $29.99 on Willie. Julie London, Feeling Good. Julie London is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Another Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry, $14.99 on that one. And Lincoln Magoya and Distinguished Colleagues, Volume 3, $34.99. The Flying Lizards, Money. The Flying Lizards does have some cover damage right here, $9.99. And Kingdom Come, Shotgun. The name of the band is Shotgun. We had one earlier called Shotgun 3. This one's called Kingdom Come, $14.99. What do we have here? 1976 German. Esser o non esser. Trying to figure out what we have here. What do we have here? Let's go look at the disc. It is Esser a non esser. Esser, esser, esser. Interesting. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. And Lynyrd Skynyrd, pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is on the first MCA label. Very nice, solid copy there, $34.99. Topographic gets the Julie London from back here. I don't see that one as often. That's sold to Topographic for $14.99. All the auctions are no bid, starting with the Ramones, a 1980 Portugal copy. And that one is near mint at $70. Near mint at $70 on the Ramones. Oh, let me get this sheet back in there. The Waylon Jennings is $175 for Waylon Jennings at JD's. Does have some water damage down there at the bottom, but I think, as I've told y'all before, that's a very cool album. His very first record. Looking for a fair offer on that, and it's yours. Let's put those over here in the no bids. And then Tim Knapp did get The Kiss for $20, okay? That is sold to Tim Knapp for $20. And then the Extreme cassette was a no bid. The Extreme cassette here is going in the no bid pile for $10. All right, moving on. I'm going to show one more record in here, which is Country Joe McDonald, Rock and Roll Music from Planet Earth, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Let's get a few more auctions going. The next one I have here is Def Leppard and Roxanne. And Def Leppard is Hysteria. And this is an 87. This is on possibly brown translucent vinyl. It is. This is on the brown translucent vinyl as well. It is the 49/brown translucent vinyl variant. Now, brown translucent vinyl simply means it's been pressed on really high quality virgin vinyl, aka great stuff. So that's going to go up for a $45 start. Roxanne, and this is a 1988 US, and Roxanne is let me see here, original inner sleeve. No, so Roxanne is self-titled, and this is going to go up VG Plus, a $25 start on Roxanne. $25 start on Roxanne. And then over here, we had Violence. No, we didn't. Hold on one second. Over here, I have this. I have another Eno record. And Eno is Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy. Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy. This is an 82 US, and this is near mint. $30 on that Eno record. And then let me grab next one in the little batch of Kiss stuff here. And this is another chance at a Kiss Alive 2. Now this one is OG. It has the merch, the tattoos, and it does not have the booklet, okay? But the booklet's much more common than what you would see here in the tattoos and the merch form. Let's take a look at those. $25 start. So there's the tattoos. And then here is the Alive 2 merch insert. Hold on one second. If I can figure out how to unfold it. Looks like this adhesive might have got, there we go. A little bit, the adhesive stuck a little bit there, but no damage. And there's the merch insert for that. So there's that. VG Plus, and the jacket has no clip corner, and it does have the inner sleeve. So there you go. That's up for bid in slot number D. What was the details on Leonard Skinner? This is not the first Sounds of the South label, but it is the MCA first label. Very clean copy, $34.99. $34.99 on that one. And then a $10 offer on the Es Sur. Colin, I will do that one for $15. $15 on that one. I have, whoops, I've already sold Country Joe. I have Colin Blunstone. You may know him from the band The Zombies. This is his album, Never Even Thought. Colin Blunstone, $9.99. And Bob Dylan and the band, that's called Before the Flood. And Bob Dylan and the band is a double LP, $39.99. John Prine, this feels very heavy. That's because it's a 2020 press. John Prine, and this is $19.99. Colin Butler does get the Es Sur. That is sold to Colin Butler for $15. And Captain Beefheart, and this is Clear Spot, a 2022 Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band. It's on clear vinyl, a double LP, $29.99. So over here, Mike Kennedy does have Def Leppard at $45. That's a final call. Roxanne's a $25 start. Eno's a $30 start. And Kiss Alive 2 is with Chad Snyder at $31. That's where we're at right now on these. Next is Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Jimmy Smith is $24.99. The Yellow Jackets, Mirage a Troy. The Yellow Jackets is $14.99. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Shrink and Hop Sticker on this one. Cat Stevens, very clean copy in shrink with the hop sticker. $14.99 on that one. And then Santana Festival. Santana Festival, $14.99. Mitch T getting the John Prine. That's sold to Mitch T for $19.99. Thank you on that one. And then Santana here, early 80s pressing. There's a barcode on the back, $26.99 on John Prine. So there is some new bids, but that means everything's moving to final calls except B. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now. Roxanne is $25. Roxanne is $25 on that one, okay? There's that. Let's go back over here. Let's put up a, let's see what's up with this Steve Tibbetts. And I feel like it's not pronounced Tibbetts, but that's going to be my best attempt right now. It's called Northern Song, Steve Tibbetts. And you would think there's damage to the cover, but there's not. That's just actually how it's made. Steve Tibbetts is a folk rock, fusion, jazz rock album. The vinyl is near mint, and that's a $20 start. Which John Prine? It's already sold. And then Santana for $10 for Al. I'm assuming you mean that Santana right there, right? If so, that is sold to Al 408 for $10. Thank you, Al. That's sold to you for $10. Pat Lucero gets Roxanne for $20. That is sold to Pat Lucero for $20. And we have Herb Albert in the Tijuana Brass. What Now, My Love? $14.99 for Herb Albert. Don McLean is in Shrink, his self-titled album. That is $9.99. And MFSB is $9.99. All right. Also, we had the Kiki D Band. I've got the Music and Me. Kiki D is $9.99 on Kiki D. Let's go ahead and sell A and C. I'm going to give B and D a few more moments. Mike Kennedy gets the Def Leppard for $45. Thank you on that one. And then Eno over here is sold to Zumo, 70886. Eno is sold for $30. Steve Tibbetts is a final call to today. Kiss Alive 2, which is OG. No booklet, but it does have the tattoos and the merch insert and the original inner sleeves. Red Eye has that for $35. Next is Mark Disk and John Prine had already been claimed. MFSB is sold to DTE $19.99. And then Don Henley, The End of Innocence. Don Henley is $49.99. Also, we have Sade Promise. Sade is $49.99. And nice, Led Zeppelin Presence in the crates. Original inner sleeve is included. And OG copy, $44.99. Folks, we're talking about Achilles' Last Stand. Now, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for this, but here's your chance. Just quietly over here on a Monday night, here's your chance for a real OG Danzig. Just sitting over here. Nobody's requested it. I had it in the back of the crate. I was waiting for somebody to get on and be like, Chad, when's Danzig going up for bid? Chad, when's Danzig going up for bid? But the crowd has been quiet. Here it is, a huge grail. And this is the 88 USOG specialty pressing, and it is a top copy. It is near mint. It is beautiful. It is Danzig self-titled, an 88 US original. It's going to go up in slot number C. Tim Knapp, you were late bidding on Eno, if that's what you're trying to bid on. You were late. If you're trying to bid on Kiss, it's in slot number D. It has a crisp original inner sleeve and a jacket with virtually no signs of wear. Very, very cool. Danzig is a $300 start in C. Danae DeLeo gets the Steve Tibbetts. That's sold to Danae for $20. $20 on that one. And we have Lou Reed in the crate is $29.99 for Lou Reed Rock and Roll. Lou Reed is $29.99. I have Danzig 1 and 2 in stock. Yes, they're $33.99. And then I'm surprised more people hadn't went, hey, Chad, when are you going to put up that Jazz Grail that was in the hot picture? Almost nobody has spoken of this. And this is a 1956 U.S. Chet Baker Sings. And this is a Grail among the jazz community, Pacific Jazz 122. And this is a real 1956 U.S. It is a reissue, but man, those are tough to get. That is going to go up for a $175 start. Chet Baker Sings. That is not easy to get at all. And then I'm going to add one more item over here in A. And that next item over here in A is going to be this. That is going to be AC/DC Fleek of the Switch. It's an 83 OG specialty pressing. 83 OG specialty pressing. VG Plus condition. And AC/DC is a $25 start. $25 start on that one, okay? So, first question I have is, what is the Kiss and info on Kiss? And then over here, we have Mark V says he'll take a new Danzig. Mitch T, let me know because I'm about to go grab some from up front. Kiss Alive 2 is an OG copy. It does have the stickers and the merch insert. It's a solid VG Plus condition. Chad Snyder has it. Chad Snyder has it, and that is at $38 right now, okay? All right, so let me go grab some Danzig 1s. And evidently up front, there's also some auction crates. I've been trying to get a hold of, I keep getting texts that say, like, more auctions are where Seth's desk is. And I'm like, are we talking about Seth Hackett that I fired? Why does he have a desk, and where are these records y'all speak of? So somewhere up here are some Seth Hackett auction crates. I'm trying to figure out where those are at, and I guess they're up here, and I guess that's what they want me to go get, and I need to get some Danzig. So I guess this is what they're talking about up here. I guess this is what they are referring to. So let me grab these, and let me grab a few Danzigs then. Let me grab at least 3 here off the table. And these are white vinyl, $33.99. Now, up for bid in C right now is the OG Danzig, which is an unbelievably nice copy, something we don't get into often. We've sold literally a loose disc before, I think for like $75. I can't remember what the final price was, but pretty incredible to see that. Okay. So let's go over here and see what happened. We have Kiss is at $42. Waylon Jennings is $175. It does have some water damage down here at the bottom, but I think they start right now on Discogs at like 230 something. Okay. And then we have this, and we have this, and we have this. All right, so AC/DC is VG Plus OG, a $25 start. Chet Baker is a $175 start. There's only one listed for sale right now. I think it's $195, and ours is in better condition. This is a 56 US, and I think that's the first time it was on a 12-inch. This is a real 56 on Pacific Jazz, and we've graded it VG. Danzig is a real OG copy as well. That's why it's at $300, and that's why it's a final call. Kiss Alive 2's at $44 with Jimmy LaCroix, and that's going once, and that's going twice. Okay. If anybody wants a new sealed Danzig, white vinyl, I have just sold 2. They're $33.99 each. I've got one sold for $33, and that was sold over here to Mitch T for $33.99, and one for Mark Weiss. So these are sold for $33.99 each. Mark Weiss and Mitch T. Okay. All right on that. Chet Baker's a 56 repress, I think is how it calls that. Waylon Jennings is $175. VG Plus on the vinyl, VG Minus on the jacket. Tim Rory said, Chad, can you please find that B52s for me? I will. Okay. I will gladly find that. Let me see. I'll have to move just a couple things around, but not much. It should be in this crate right here. Yep. Should be in this crate right here. I have located it. We might read through the whole thing because this was a crate that came in on Friday, and by that point, a lot of people are tapped out on their invoices, and they're like, man, I wish Chad would show that first thing on Monday. So this is sold to Tim Rory. I have one more left if anybody wants it. It's MoFi, brand new and sealed, $34.99. Danzig is sold to Jim Davis for $300. Thank you on that, Jim Davis. $300 on Danzig. That is done. This is only the second crate of new vintage stuff for tonight. There's 3 more after this, and then discounts. Any ELO, I just reordered some. They should be in this week if you want on the waiting list. 1 or 2 people's already on that waiting list. Okay. Here's what's left in here. Lou Reed, Led Zeppelin, Sade, Don Henley, Kiki D, Don McLean, Herb Albert, Santana, Cat Stevens, Yellow Jackets, Jimmy Smith, Captain Beefheart, Bob Dylan, Colin Blunstone, Country Joe McDonald, Leonard Skinner, Shotgun, Flying Lizards, Lincoln Magoya, Widowmaker, Willie Nelson, Widowmaker, Marion Segal, Dark Star, Wild in the Streets, The Three Sounds, and Charles Mingus. And Charles Mingus was $14.99. Chris Collins on the ELO Light List waiting list. Light List waiting list, okay? AC/DC, no bid, $25. Chet Baker, no bid, $175. And Kiss is sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $44. All right, time for 4 new auctions. 4 new auctions, okay? Let's put that right over there. Thank you, Jimmy LaCroix, $44. AC/DC is VG Plus 25 OBO on that one now. Let's look at Waylon again. Waylon was the 64 repress. They made 500 of the repress. It does have some stains down here at the bottom. These start on Discogs right now at $232.56. That particular version, that's what's starting right now. The starting prices on those. And then over here, Chet Baker. And Chet Baker, I had it at VG $175. Mike Kennedy has offered $150. You give me $160 and it's yours, and then I'll hold my stomach and regret it, okay? But $160, Mike, and that's yours. Jimmy Smith price, let's go take a look at that. very quickly. Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and that is $24.99. $24.99. Somebody just said, Chad, when's the next auctions going up? How about right now? And I just grabbed some over here from, quote, Seth's bonus crate. But before I do that, I've got Dark Star, and this is David Bowie, Dark Star. Now, this was one that we had mistagged a couple weeks ago. So this is the RTI reissue, but it's still from 2016, and this is sealed, just a hair cheaper than actually the originals. I mean, they're all about the same price, but this is the RTI reissue, and that is sealed for $125 start. $125 start on David Bowie Black Star. Chet Baker over here, this is sold to Mike Kennedy for $160. That's sold. AC/DC is sold for $20 to Wayne Davis. And the Leonard Skinner is the first on the MCA label. So not a true first pressing, but not on the Sounds of the South, but on this MCA here. Super clean vinyl, $34.99. To be a simple kind of man. Dun, dun, dun. You can know to be a simple kind of man. Yep. All right. There's that. There's that. Bump, bump, bump. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, bump, bump. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bump. Da 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 da. I'm gonna pick out the next crate. Let me do that right now. Shoobity op bop bop. Shooping ba da da. And then we're gonna go ahead and put up some new auctions. I'm waiting for offers to come in on no bids. I know people are thinking, they're looking, they're searching, they're tagging, they're looking through their shelves. They can't remember if they bought it from me or not. They're nervous. All right, let's see. Red Lorry, Bond, IVR, another Chet Baker. All right, so let's do these right here. Here's two I really don't know what I'm getting into, especially on one of them. So David Bowie, that's now up for bid. Here's red, let me check this. Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry, Goth Rock from 1985. It's a UK copy. Near Mint, Talk About the Weather. $70 start on that one. And then check this one out. Chet Baker Big Band. That is a 1957 US Mono VG Plus condition. Chet Baker Big Band, a $35 start. $35 start. That's up for bid now. And let's grab one more cassette. I'm about to do a big another handful of buy it nows. But the next cassette over here, let's see. They're all, most of these are probably going to be $9.99 here in just a second. But here's a popular one here. Great White Once Bitten. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Great White Once Bitten, $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? All right, here we go. We're going to begin right now on this. Chicka-dump, dump, dump. Buy it now, best offer. Let me send this lead to Tanner that just came in. Okay. All right. Sorry, getting reset for a new crate. Water, hydration. All right. Here we go. Wes Montgomery bumping. That's on the Verve Jazz label here. Black label, no condition notes, $19.99. New arrivals here, so these are best offer. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. Zappa is $39.99. King Crimson, In the Court of the Crimson King. Presswell Press. King Crimson is $49.99. That is a really clean-looking copy for that. The Poppers, Ellis Island, $34.99 for the Poppers. And Pais Tropical, Sergio Mendes, that guy's got a cult following in South America, $14.99. Let's go over here. we have the David Bowie, a final call for Black Star here. This is sealed, $125 start. That's the RTI reissue. This Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry is an 85 goth rock album. Near Mint at 70. Chet Baker does have a bid. And then over here, Great White Once Bitten is a $10 start on that cassette, final call. Flotsam and Jetsam already sold. That was a no bid, and then somebody grabbed it. Sorry, it's already sold. And then next over here is the Beatles Rubber Soul. It is a little bit later pressing. It's on the Purple Capital label. Rubber Soul is $39.99. And then David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust. And this is an early 80s press, or I should say an 80s pressing. It's on this black RCA. I don't have an exact year, but that definitely dates it up to some point, but it's just not a new copy, if you get what I'm saying. And then George Jones and Tammy Wynette is in shrink wrap, $14.99. So this is a 1957 mono Pacific Jazz VG Plus condition. VG jacket, just a little bit of a ding right there, a little bit of wear on the bottom, and it's at $35 on that one. Neil Diamond, Love at the Greek Theater, that's a double LP, $14.99. Derek Clark just dropped us a note, and he said poppers are a great Canadian sock from this Toronto area, where pretty close to where Derek Clark lives, and that one is $34.99. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, the Grand Wazoo, $39.99 on that one, and then Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $34.99 on Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Also, I have Wings Over America. That's a triple LP, $34.99, okay? No bid, no bid. We'll give Chet Baker a few more seconds, and then the Great White's also a no bid. So the sealed David Bowie Dark Star over here, $125. I'm going to put that over here in the no bid pile. Sealed $125 on that one. And maybe one day we'll get a repressing of that. This Red Lowry, Yellow Lowry, this goth rock album, Near Mint, $70 on that one. Let's put it away. Don't forget, Great White is a buy it now over here, which was $10. $10 on the Great White buy it now. And Wolverine's about to bid on Chet Baker. Make sure you put an exclamation mark instead of an I there, and then your bid will show up. So it looks like we are going to be getting a new bid on the Chet Baker at 37. All right, let me grab a couple more auctions over here. Let's grab this Cheap Trick. This is called Authorized Greatest Hits. And Cheap Trick is a double LP. It's a Walmart exclusive on clear vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. It's called Authorized Greatest Hits. There is a new bid on the Chet Baker, so Chris Collins, just so you know, you were outbid on that one. Let's try Kiss Destroyer here. This would be the second copy of the night. This one is a 76 US second label, but it's a nice Terre Haute press. EX Plus condition. Kiss Destroyer, rich on her sleeve, $20 start. Not a bad copy whatsoever for a nice vintage copy. Those are also $20 start. Let Me See Dark Star, Rich T. Duke or Ron Denner. Dark Star. That was over here in the last crate. So I don't know if Rich T. Duke is watching live right now or not. I'm not for sure, because that record was shown about 20 minutes ago, but I've still got it over here. This is called Dark Star Into the Heartland. Dark Star Into the Heartland is a 78 Canadian. That is sealed, $39.99. All right. Speaking of Terre Haute, that's where we landed. Well, actually, we landed right outside of Terre Haute last night for fuel. So we had to fly from Minneapolis, kind of like their municipal airport, and then we landed right outside of Terre Haute at an airport. And it's very interesting. I've never in my life had to stop for fuel in an airplane. So that was an interesting experience. And Caden, the guy that was piloting it, he's been to like fuel school and everything, so he knew what he was doing. But literally, it's like a self-service gas pump you pull into. You pull your plane in there. It's like, I had to video it. I was like, okay, this is a first for my lifetime. I've never had to stop and fill up a plane before. So what did hurt, though, was watching the meter roll over, because fuel for a plane, not cheap. Chet Baker is sold to Wolverine for $37. That is sold to Wolverine for $37, okay? Let's go right over here on this. And Cheap Trick final call at 20. Kiss is at 22. And then I have over here, this is Iggy Pop TVI. TVI 1977 Live. And this is near mint and shrink wrap. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. Very nice Iggy Pop here. Top copy and shrink. And that's a $30 start. $30 start on that one, okay? There's a new bid on B. Another new bid on B. And what was the rondin for that album? Rich T. Duke says, what was the rondin for that album? And then let me see, Dark Star. I've answered all that. Chad, was there a Blackstone Cherry vinyl on the previous crate? There was not. And then over here, review Parliament Funkadelic, please, okay? And then B has a new bid, and B has another bid. Okay, so the Parliament over here is the no bid. So this is called Cosmic Slop. It's a 73 USOG Pittman press. Now over here, you got, I don't know if you can see that. It kind of has what we call this wavy looking heat damage to it. And that sometimes was done second, like by the maybe original owner, or it could have been, we've seen them like that. People say they've bought them and that's how they look from the pressing plant. Either way though, Kyle test played it and he says it plays fine and it's only EX minus because of just the way it looks visually, but it plays back a really high grade record. Now it was tagged $100 start. I went ahead and said I would do it for $85 because of just the visual heat damage to it, but it plays back with no issues. $85 on that one. Both Zappas for $60. Sell these to Mark V's for $30 and $30. Yes, those are gone. Thank you and thank you. The band, Northern Light Southern Cross. The band is VG Plus $24.99. And Don McLean, Homeless Brother, $9.99. And we have Lenny Bruce, Carnegie Hall. Lenny Bruce, Carnegie Hall is $29.99. Okay? We're about to go ahead and make Cheap Trick a buy it now for $20. This is authorized greatest hits. Near mint on clear vinyl, $20 on that. Ralph Venturino has Kiss Destroyer at $26. And then Iggy Pop, TVI. Iggy Pop is near mint, $30 in shrink, final chance. I'm going to go ahead and put up two more LPs. And the next one is Bon Iver. I know Craig. Bon IVR for Emma Forever Ago. And this is a 2008 US EX condition, a $30 start on Bon IVR. Cheap Trick is sold to Chad Snyder. And that's sold to Chad Snyder for $15. Thank you on that one. Next is going to happen right now. And this is called Cecil McBee Sextet and Chico Freeman. And this is called Compassion. And this is a contemporary jazz avant-garde post-bop album, near mint, and that is going to go up for a $60 start. $60 start on Cecil McBee. Also, the Ascenders. The Ascenders is $9.99. Full House, Wes Montgomery, recorded live at Subo, Berkeley, California. This feels like 180 gram. It's a very heavy LP. $19.99 on Wes Montgomery. That's available. There's a new bid on A, a new bid on B. Cecil McBee's up for bid in D. And then David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. David Bowie, that is the original label, orange label, Indianapolis Press, $44.99. This also has the original inner sleeve, and it is a gatefold jacket. So that's a very clean. Now, I think what distinguishes the first Aladdin Sane than the second was this right up here. They used a multicolor scheme that involved very different, evidently very pricey shades of blue and red that Bowie wanted, and they ended up not using them or something. And so actually that first go-around on color shades are not too easy to find. And I'm not for sure if that's that exact one, but man, that's a very nice copy at $44.99. That's the first label, gatefold, original inner sleeve. It checks a lot of boxes there. Mark Diskin gets Wes Montgomery for $15. And Cecil McBee is in slot number D. This is Compassion. Cecil McBee Sextet and Chico Freeman. US near mint, $60 start on that one. Iggy Pop did not get a bid. This is the TVI 77 Live. Near mint and shrink, $35 on that one. Near mint, $35 on that one. Let's go ahead and put up another one over here. And this is Frank Zappa. All You Need Is Glove. And this is a vintage Frank Zappa bootleg, actually. And this is Zappa. Aspects of the '84 tour. All You Need Is Glove. Holy moly. And this is a double LP. It's in shrink. There's a little bit of wear down here on the bottom of the jacket, but that's one I don't see too often. $45 start on that one. I don't know if I've ever seen it, honestly. All you need is glove, Zappa there. A and B are about to close, like seconds, and I got to go ahead and sell them. We have Deep Purple Machine Head. This is a UK copy. Nice. $49.99. Beautiful. Beautiful Machine Head there for $49.99. And Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life with booklet and EP. Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life, $34.99. $34.99. Songs in the Key of Life. It has the booklet and the bonus 45 with it. And then Lon John Silver, Jefferson Airplane. And this is with that original humidor kind of fold-out box cover. A and B are sold, which are right here to T.C. Connor. That is sold to T.C. Connor for $35, buying AVR. And then Kiss Destroyer is sold to Tim Knapp for $28. That's sold to Tim Knapp for $28, okay? A and B is about to get new auctions. Next is Lady Gaga Chromatica. That's on the clear disc. That's how it was shipped. Just in that clear plastic sleeve on clear vinyl, $19.99. And Ruben and the Jets is $39.99. Ruben and the Jets. This record here, why is this tagged as... Okay, this is a 12-inch single. This is definitely something for a Thursday night, but maybe somebody's paying attention. It was tagged. I was like, this isn't Violence, Eternal Nightmare, but it's a 12-inch single. I've never seen this before. This is Violence, and it's Phobophobia, and of course the A-side is Eternal Nightmare. I've never seen this before. It's on a white label from Mechanic. Now that's the company sleeve, okay? And that is near mint, and that's going to go up for a $30 start. There's only one for sale right now at $50. So that's a $30 start on that. C and D are no bids. The Zappa bootleg is $45. $45 on the Zappa bootleg. All you need is glove. And then Cecil McBee is a $60 buy it now. Cecil McBee is a $60 buy it now. There's those. First thing is Lady Gaga. I sold to Mark Diskin for $15. And Colin, that was Lady Gaga. I've actually already ended it, or I just sold it to him for $15. And Brian C. said he would do $40 on the Zappa bootleg. This is sold to Brian C. for $40, okay? Thank you on that. Now we need two more to pick out. That crate is empty. And let me shut that right over here. Awesome new vintage stuff tonight. I think there's still 2 or 3 more crates to go through. At least 2 or 3 more crates to go to. Let's go ahead and put up... no, I'm still not done with this crate. Hold on a second. But, wait, there's more. I have Kiss Lick It Up to put up here in B. Kiss Lick It Up is a 1983 USOG. This is an EX Plus condition. Lick It Up, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. $25 start on that one. Next over here will be, let me pull one from this crate that Seth has brought me. This is Fleetwood Mac Madison Blues. And this is an official, it's a UK 3LP. It's called Madison Blues, early live and studio recordings. And these were not cheap whatsoever new. Actually, at this record store where he bought it at, it was $52.89. It's a 3LP. It's numbered 144 of 2000. Fleetwood Mac's also a $25 start. And then one more, I'm going to run another cassette auction before I do another handful of buy it nows and show the no bids. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2 cassette, a $10 start. I'm going to put that up very quickly over here in D. This is Use Your Illusion 2, $10 start on that, okay? All right, and then we had an offer on 45 for Cecil McBee. I'm going to go ahead and let that one roll. That's what they start at right now on Discogs, so nice pickup for that. And ours was near mint. Thank you on that. Ray Red, that sold to you for $45. The Zappa bootleg sold. This Ruben and the Jets was $39.99. $39.99 on that, Ruben and the Jets. I tell you what, I'm going to read these one more time. If anybody else wants a price or information, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and grab the next crate. Okay? All right, so the first thing I have is this. Kiss Lick It Up have the poster. I don't know if Lick It Up came with a poster. I don't think so, but this one has the inner sleeve. This one has the inner sleeve, okay? Mark Weiss gets Ruben and the Jets for $35. I actually had 2 more records in here. And OG Stones, Some Girls, $34.99, original cover, $34.99 on that one. And then George Jones, and this one's called With Love, $9.99. George Jones, With Love. Mark Weiss gets the Rolling Stones. Thank you on that one. Rolling Stones, $34.99, okay? All right, there's that. And then what is the Fleetwood Mac? Fleetwood Mac is called Madison Blues. Fleetwood Mac is a 3 LP blue vinyl. It includes 4 Christine Perfect Band songs, early live and studio recordings. That's at $28. Violence is at $40 with Cindy Yarborough. We're about to sell Violence for $40. Lick It Up as a $25 start. Okay? All right, I might have to throw my KISS challenge flag. All right, let's poll all the KISS customers. Did Lick It Up originally come with a poster? Yes or no? We're about to find out in the chat right now as the votes come in. We have final call on anything. Well, actually, this is a Buy It Now Best Offer Crate. I'm going to read through them one more time. Wes Montgomery, King Crimson, Payas Tropical, Sergio Mendes, Rubber Soul, David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, George Jones and Tammy Wynette, Neil Diamond, The Poppers, Ellis Island. We have Janis Joplin. We have Wings Over America, The Band, Don McLean, Lenny Bruce, The Ascenders, David Bowie, Deep Purple, Stevie Wonder, Jefferson Airplane, and George Jones. No poster. Sorry, Red Eye. You've maybe had a little bit too much to drink tonight. No poster with Lick It Up. All right, there's a look at the current auctions. Let me go ahead and swap out over here and see what's in the next crate. All right, Red Eye's had a little bit too much to drink. He says, yes, I have the OG release with poster. You may think it came with a poster, or you may have a poster in your copy, but I can promise you the original Lick It Up album was never issued with a poster. You may have some sort of poster with it. You may have a poster that was put down in it by somebody at some point. But no, I hate to inform you, no poster with Lick It Up. All right, let me take a peek in this crate. All right, so here we go. And Violence is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $40. Thank you on that. We're about to sell Lick It Up for $25. We're about to sell it for $25 with Lick It Up. And then Fleetwood Mac's at $31. And then Guns N' Roses is a Buy It Now for $10, okay? $10 Buy It Now on Guns N' Roses. The other thing, conditional Fleetwood Mac, this is Near Mint Minus. Near Mint Minus on Fleetwood Mac. Triple LP blue vinyl. Triple LP blue vinyl, all right? And then over here, and we have Lick It Up. And let me go ahead and grab another one over here. GNR 5. I will sell you GNR for $8. Okay, let me grab this right here. Okay, so next thing I have is this. I have this. Journey's Greatest Hits, which is a 2019 US 180 gram EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Those are never been cheap new. $25 start on Journey's Greatest Hits. Let's go ahead and sell Tim Knapp Lick It Up. This is sold to Tim Knapp for $25. Thank you, Tim Knapp. Lick It Up is sold to him for $25. And then over here, Guns N' Roses is sold to Al for $7. $7. Fleetwood Mac. Red Eye's been hit with what we call the Mandela effect. Remembering something, had something, or remembering something one way that's not been perceived by other members of society. You're probably thinking of when you went and bought your original copy of Dynasty. That's probably the poster you're thinking of. Over here, we have a 1977 US OG Terre Haute. Here's another copy of Alive 2, and check this out. Another one, and this time, OG, book, merch, and tattoos. This one's complete and nice, a $35 start. So even nicer than the one we had earlier. Fleetwood Mac's about to sell for $32. Fleetwood Mac's about to sell for $32. And the next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is actually a box set from Trans-Siberian Orchestra. This is a pretty pricey release. And this is going to go up in slot D. It's called Night Castle. and that's going to go up in D for a $95 start. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Night Castle, $95 start on that, okay? And just seconds left on the Fleetwood Mac. That Alive should get quite a bit of activity there. Okay, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. This is Styx 2, original die-cut jacket, $24.99. $24.99. Fleetwood Mac is numbered. This is a 2022 UK limited edition numbered 3LP blue vinyl. Yes, it's at $32. Sammy Hagar Standing Hampton. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. Ron Wood, Gimme Some Neck. Ron Wood is $19.99. The Birds, Fifth Dimension. The Birds is $24.99. And Richard Betts, Highway Call. Richard Betts is $26.99. Vicky Sue Robinson, Never Gonna Let You Go. Vicky Sue Robinson is $9.99. And Rick Wakeman's Criminal Record. Rick Wakeman is $14.99. Lee 3455 on the Sammy Hagar. Thank you on that one. We have a no bid on Journey's Greatest Hits. Great price on that at $25. Essentially a near mint copy. A double LP gatefold. Kiss Alive is at $50 with Michael Ruttman. Now it's at $55. There's been a lot of questions on Fleetwood Mac. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, final chance at $95 on that one. Let me go ahead and throw up another auction right quick. Let me move this over. And let's go ahead and put up something else over here in A. We just sold the cassette, and now here's the vinyl. This is Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. It's a 2022 remaster in shrink with hype. That's going to go up for a $35 start in A. $35 start on A. Douglas Phelan on the Birds. Douglas Phelan gets the Birds for $20. Thank you on that. Is TSO 2 LPs or what? Yeah, TSO, this is a 4 LP. 1, 2, 3, 4 LP box. 2 double gatefold jackets. Does have a little corner ding. And I'll go ahead and let you know, this is something that we found that was priced almost 2 years ago for $170. And so what we thought is we would just put it back up for auction, okay? So it's just been laying around. It got put over here on a shelf with eBay stuff, actually. So $95 start. It's a 4 LP box that was originally marked $170. Next thing over here is this. I'm selling the Fleetwood Mac to BMK for $32. Okay, that's sold. And then Journey 20, Journey 18, Journey 25, Journey 25, Journey 20, Journey 15, and Journey 20. There was 7 people trying to snipe the Journey. And if somebody would have bid, it could have been yours, and all those people would have been jealous for you actually bidding. People get very jealous of people who place bids. They're like, dang it, he's bidding. He's bidding on that. I'm kind of jealous of him being able to do that. Mike Torrance, you have first dibs. Yes or no, sold or pass at $25. Danae is second. Danae, sold or pass at $25. We'll figure out what happens. What is the condition on Kiss? Condition of Kiss, Kiss, condition of Kiss, condition of Kiss. What is Kiss? Condition of Kiss. Journey is sold to Mike Torrance for $25. And just think, if somebody would have bid, you would have had a lot of jealous people. They've been like, dang, I'm kind of jealous of him for bidding. I wish I could have had have the privilege of bidding. For some reason, I don't bid. I evidently don't have that privilege to bid live on stuff. We have final call on Guns N' Roses for a $35 start. This is OG Kiss, Alive 2. EX or better. VG Plus or better jacket. Both inner sleeves, the book, the tattoos, and the merch insert. That's why it's still getting bids. TSO Houston has the Trans-Siberian Orchestra at $125. That's going once, going twice. Next is Dwayne Eddy, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99, and it's a big, bad, beautiful day, $9.99 on It's a Big, Bad, Beautiful Day. Next auction is going to happen right now, and this is Farm. Very interesting one here. Farm is a album, a top guitar heavy jammer blues rock private press album from Southern Illinois. Originally released in 1971. This is a 2022 180 gram remaster. Near mint on that one for a $30 start. Mark Diskin on Dwayne Eddy. That is sold to Mark Diskin. Next over here is Daz Band Hotspot. Daz Band is $14.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh is $19.99. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks. Also, Quicksilver, this one's called Shady Grove. Quicksilver is $19.99. And Satin Chickens Rhinoceros. Satin Chickens is $29.99. Let's go ahead and sell this Trans-Siberian Orchestra box to TSO Houston for $125. Thank you on that. That is done. $125 on that. The Cure is already sold. Yep. The Cure is already sold. Next is going to go up for bid when? Let me pull one over here from Kyle's Crate. And Kyle Crate has over here, this is Stevie Ray Vaughan with his brother Jimmy Vaughan, and it's called Family Style. And Family Style, the Vaughan brothers, is a 1990 USOG, a strong near mint minus copy with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start on that one. Okay, and then over here, I'm going to show this stack of cassettes very quickly. These are $9.99 each because I got to get them off the table. That way we can start doing some more. So all these are $9.99 each. Great White Once Bitten, Extreme 3, that is 3 sides to every story, Firehouse Hold Your Fire, The Gods with a Z, Flesh and Blood, Dead White and Blue, Giant, Last of the Runaways, Right Said Fred, Sex and Travel, Boss, Step on It, Hoodoo Gurus, Kinky, and Striper, and that's In God We Trust. And those are all $9.99 each. And I'm about to stack these over here and do another handful if there's no claims on those, okay? So the first thing we have is this, this, and this, that, and that. I see green on everything except A, and Lee 3455 gets the Guns N' Roses for $35. He fended off probably a lot of snipers. There's probably a lot of people like, man, I wish I could have got that for $35. There's a lot of people right now, Lee, that's like, dang gummit, I wish I could have got that for $35. Next thing over here is this. This is Poison, the second copy of the night of Look What the Cat Dragged In. And this is another 86 OG specialty press. It does have a little bit of a doodle here. Somebody like wrote a kind of colored in the eyes over there. That is EX Plus on the vinyl with the original inner sleeve. $40 start on that one. What year is the Farm? Farm, this pressing is 2022. It originally came out in 1971. Kiss is at $90 with Michael Ruckman. Foghat, In the Mood for Something Rude. Foghat is $14.99 for Foghat. Foghat again, Tight Shoes. That time in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Eric Carmen, $9.99. All by myself. Eric Carmen, and then Foghat, Zigzag Walk. Foghat is $14.99, and the best of Eddie Raven, that is sealed for $19.99. The best of Eddie Raven. Sticks, and this is Sticks Pieces of 8, $19.99 on Sticks Pieces of 8. Sticks Pieces of 8. All right, let me stack these cassettes over here. There's about 3 or 4 people that buy 90% of all the cassettes I've ever sold here. I don't think they're watching right now, or those would probably all be gone. 80 Rabbits number 1s. 80 Rabbit is sealed, $14.99. Buck Owens 20 Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. And Stories is $19.99. Farm is still getting bids, but we're about to sell Kiss and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Douglas Phelan on Quicksilver for $10. He's probably talking about Shady Grove, right? Douglas Phelan, I will sell that to you for $10. Thank you. And we have Willie Nelson and Family Live. That's a double LP, $24.99 on Willie and Family Live. And this is Montrose, and this one's called Mean. Montrose is $19.99. Matt Feakin says he'll take the Buck Owens. That's sold to Matt Feakin for $9.99. Sammy Hagar VOA, $24.99. And Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win. Dr. Hook is sealed, $19.99. All right. No bid sold, still going, and sold. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In, 86 OG Specialty Press, $40 with the original inner sleeve. Kiss Alive 2 is sold to Michael Ruttman for $90. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. All right, there's that. And then Farm, Final Call to Denise, or actually New Bids, excuse me. And then Tom Kelly gets the Stevie Ray Vaughan Family Style for $35. $35 on that one. Javi just getting here today, here cassettes. You got here at the worst time possible for cassettes, but hang around, there's about to be new ones. All right, first thing we have is the 3 Foghats for $27. I like the sound of that. Let me count them out there. 1, 2, 3. These are all sold to Chris Collins for $27. Lee 3455 on Hagar. That is sold to him for $24.99. Mark Gerster, I will sell you Poison for $35. $35 on Poison. And I sold one already like that tonight, I think, for $50. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Grateful Dead, the best of Grateful Dead. This is a late 70s press. This originally came out in 75. It's called Skeletons from the Closet, the very best of the Grateful Dead. This is with the original company Warner Brothers sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. A $33 offer on Poison. How about a $35 price on Poison? And then Farm is a final chance to Denise for $50. She has it. And then Tangerine Dream is going to go up in B. And Tangerine Dream is an 81 US. This is near mint for a $20 start. Rubicon Tangerine Dream. And this is a gatefold jacket. Does have a little bit of a saw mark here. And that is going to go up for a $20 start. Tangerine Dream Rubicon. Rubicon is what that one is. And we'll do a quick cassette auction right quick. Let's see what I got over here. Any that's over here still auction worthy in this tray, perhaps. There's one more tray I'm about to open and see what else we got over here. A lot of great buy nows that should be coming up. I think somebody wanted to see the David Bowie from the last crate again. And I'm going to go grab it right now while I'm over here. And the first thing I have is this. I have the Colt Electric. That's a cassette, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on the Colt Electric. David Bowie is on the Orange Capital label, Indianapolis Press, super clean and nice, $44.99. Denise gets Farm for $50. That is sold to Dino Vinyl Vixen. That is on the Gurrison label, Guerssen. That's sold to Denise for $50. That is sold. Next comment, 34 on Poison. If they pass on Poison, 35. Mark Gerster, it's going to take 35 to buy it. Just think, that's already like 15% off on an OG Poison record. Why is that happening, okay? There's usually people every night, especially on Thursday Night Chat, I'm looking for OG Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. Here it is, and you're going to get it for a steal at $35. And then you're going to be sending me a message later. Dang, Chad, thank you for selling this to me for $35. This is sold to Mark Gerster for $35. And there's a lot of people right now very jealous. They're like, man, I wish I would have had and bid. I should have went ahead and bid while Chad had it up there. That would be going in my box right now instead of Mark Gerster's. Now I'm angry. Now I'm a little sad. Now I wish I would have had and just bid. Next is Blink-182 Dude Ranch. And this was open to verify the color because this is one of those deals where the color means a lot on this one. So we literally opened this one to verify the color. It's on clear and brown and yellow splatter, which was a Hot Topic exclusive. $35 start on that one, okay? Next thing over here is this. John Smetzer, all three of the fog hats have already sold. Wayne Davis, you're second on Poison. And then William Meadows got Dr. Hook. And there's that, and that's sold to him sealed for $19.99. Let's keep going through this crate. Sammy Hagar again, 3-lock box. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. David Lindley, El Rayo X, David Lindley, $12.99. We have the Young Lions, Quiet Night. The Young Lions is an 84 alternate rock album, $19.99. Lee says he'll take Sammy Hagar. Lee 3455 gets the third Sammy Hagar of the night. What is the Eddie Raven? Eddie Rabbit number ones is sealed, $14.99. The best of Eddie Raven is sealed $19.99 with hop sticker unopened. Danae DeLeo has the Tangerine Dream at $20. That's a final call. Grateful Dead's at $25. Blink-182 is a $35 start. Nobody bid on the Colt cassette. That's a $10 buy now on the Colt. That is now right over here. We have Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Styx Crystal Ball, $19.99 for Styx Crystal Ball. Very clean copy of that. Sammy Hagars are all sold. My name is Jermaine Jackson, a 1976 sealed copy, $34.99. Danae DeLeo gets the Tangerine Dream for $20. That is sold to Danae DeLeo for $20. Let's go ahead and close out B then. And let's go ahead and grab this right here. Miles Davis is going up, and this one's called Decoy. And this is an 84 OG Carrollton Press near mint. Very clean, very nice copy. Vinyl's near mint. It's a top loader gatefold on Miles. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Next one is going to happen right now in D. And this one is going to be, stand by, I'm about to tell you. Hold up, don't go anywhere, everybody. I'm about to put another auction up in D. And this is Joan Jett. Golly, we've had a lot of questions about Joan Jett lately. I mean, the other night, there was like 3 new people, and they're like, I'm looking for Joan Jett. I've went to every record store within a 50-mile radius of my house. Nobody has Joan Jett. I'm looking for Joan Jett, Chad. I'm like, holy cow, bring out all the Joe Jetts. This is Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. This is a yellow vinyl up your alley, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. William Drugovich gets the Cult, and that is sold to William Drugovich for $10. Thank you on that one. Next thing over here is this. Douglas Phelan gets Uriah Heep for $15. Thank you, Douglas Phelan. Next is info on Styx. This is called Styx Crystal Ball. It has the original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl, very little signs of cover wear, $19.99, okay? And now the Joan Jett, they're already rolling in. Whoa, what do we have here? From 1968, $39.99, The Red Bird Call. What do we have here? It's definitely some kind of jazz album, giving off some really cool vibes here. Let's take a look at the label, because I'm having trouble reading the jacket. It's The Red or They Red Bird Call, which is obviously, it says instrumental, which I'm assuming is a jazz album. It has the original inner sleeve here from Liberty, which I think could be possibly tied to this label, but it does have a little bit of cover damage right up here. Okay, a little bit of a crease there in the jacket. And this one's $39.99. $39.99 on that one, okay? Let's put that one right in there. Next comment is T.C. Connor on Styx for $15. That is sold to T.C. Connor for $15. New bid on D, new bid on C, new bid on D, new bid on D. And T.C. Connor, you did get 6, and then Bird Call. So, Danae, this is yours for $39.99. If not, then it's sold to Mark Diskin. Let's figure out who gets that one. Someone's about to get it. We can go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead to Mark Weiss for $34. Thank you on that. That was a cool comp. I've always thought that was a cool cover, too. That is sold to Mark Weiss. We'll give Mark Gerster has the high bid on Miles Davis. We'll give that one more second. And then there's Blink-182, and then Joan Jett's already at $35. Danae said she will take the Bird Call album. That is sold to Danae Dela O. Let's go ahead and put up another auction for A. And this is happening right now. And this is called Kiss Animalize. And Kiss Animalize is an 84 OG Allied pressing with the original inner sleeve. This is Kiss Animalize. Allied pressing, original inner sleeve, $25 start. That's now up for bid. Next record is Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. $14.99 on Bryan Adams. Mike and the Mechanics, Living Years. Shrink and Hop Sticker on that one. $14.99 for Mike and the Mechanics. And Red Fox, A Whole Lot of Soul. Red Fox, $14.99. A Dirty Red Fox album. Miles Davis did get a new bid for $22. Blink-182's at $47. And Mark Gerster, you have the high bid on Joan Jett. You were outbid on Miles Davis. Next over here is Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, in Shrink with the Rocky 3 hop sticker. That's cool. Rising Up, Back on the Streets, $24.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue is $24.99. And Javi Soto gets Mike and Mechanics. Thank you on that, Javi Soto. Next is the Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. Judds is $24.99, and Queen's Greatest Hits. That will be an actual OG copy. We do see a lot of new pressings. This is actually one of the best-selling albums of all time. Queen Greatest Hits is $34.99. And Bob Dylan, I like this. It has the Lay Lady Lay hop sticker. It is on the reissue label, like a 70s pressing, but it very cool. Has the Lay Lady Lay hop sticker at $39.99. We have Killer T getting Survivor. That's sold to Killer T for $24.99. And Nick Serenjenko, I will sell you the Red Fox record for $10. $10 on that one. When I come back, I'm going to sell Blink-182, Miles Davis, and Kiss Animalize if there's not a new bid. But I've got to swap out crates first. I'm going to go ahead and say that crate number 3 is full. We got another crate of new arrivals to go through, and this actually might be the check condition stuff. And then And then, hold on a minute. Oh, yeah, that was good. That was an awesome neck adjustment there I just did. I'm sure y'all get tired of hearing me say that every night. Red Fox, that's sold to Nick Serenjenko for 10. Mark Weiss was first on the Queen at 30, and Mike Torrance, you were second. And now A through C are closed. So Kiss Animalize is EX, and this is a $25 buy it now on that one. Miles Davis is sold to Al Cox for $22. Bill Tauchen, you were third on the Queen, by the way. Blink-182 is sold to Jason Thomas for $47. And then Mark Gerster was outbid on the Joan Jett, and we're about to sell that again, probably as I introduce these next few auctions, okay? Which is going to be the following. Another Tangerine Dream. How about Ozzy? How about Ozzy? And what about the Colt? Oh, yeah, still got some cool stuff over here. Hadn't even got into, like, the bonus stuff for tonight. And we are going to do this. Tangerine Dream in slot number A is an 81 US Herb Serval near mint force majeure. $20 start on Tangerine Dream. Flying High again. Ozzy's an 81 US OG Pittman. Strong EX condition with the original on her sleeve. That is a pretty solid OG copy of Ozzy there. $35 start. And then the Colt Love. The Colt is an 85 OG Allied, original on her sleeve. Very sought after here. $60 start on that. Joan Jett is still getting bids. Now, y'all are in luck on Animalize because Mike Torrance, I have one for you, and they made a note over here. There's almost an identical copy. Almost the same thing if you want this one, Tim Knapp. This is a 72 Richmond press. So, I mean, it's essentially the same thing, just pressed at a different factory. If you're good with that, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 20. Mike Torrance gets that one for 20. And if you want that one, let me know. Tim Knapp, you're next in line. We had basically identical copies there of Animalize, just different pressing plants. So there's that. There's a look at your current 3 auctions. Let me read what's left in this crate. Still some great titles. If you want to make any offers, let me know. And that was Dylan, Nashville Skyline. The Judds, Rocking with the Rhythm. The Stones, Black and Blue. Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. Jermaine Jackson, The Best of Eddie Raven. Eddie Rabbit's #1s. The Young Lions, Quiet Night. David Lindley, Montrose. Willie Nelson and Family Live. Story, Sticks, Pieces of 8. Eric Carmen, Satin Chickens, Rhinoceros. Joe Walsh, Daz Band, It's a Beautiful Day. Rick Wakeman, Vicky C. Robinson, Richard Betts, Ron Wood, and Sticks 2. Tim Knapp does get the other Kiss Animalize. That's sold to Tim Knapp as well. Another copy for $20. And I'm assuming now, Dennis Casares, you're done on Joan Jett. Mark Gerster came back in at 38. And it sounds like we're almost done with that one. Let me go ahead and condense these 2 crates of vintage, and then let's knock out the other one. Looks like before the end of the night, the 5 crates of vintage might be able to fit down into 2. That means we're selling a lot, and that means I owe y'all a big thank you to starting off Monday night right. Let me grab 5 new cassettes, and these are all going to be $9.99 buy it nows, okay? 5 really nice, clean cassettes, I should say. These are $9.99 each. First, let's go ahead and sell Joan Jett. That's sold to Mark Gerster for $38. Let me get that off the table, actually. Thank you, $38. And then here are some $9.99 cassettes. Def Leppard, Pyromania. Armored Saint, Delirious Nomad. Black and Blue, Nasty Nasty. Dokken, Tooth and Nail. And Loudness, Hurricane Eyes. A lot of 80s hard rock and metal cassettes tonight. Final chance to bid on these. I'm grabbing the next crate right now. Tangerine Dream is a $20 start. We had Ozzy at a $35 start. And then the Colt Love is a $60 start, okay? And that's what we're looking at right there on those 3. All right, and there's that, and there is this, okay? All right, Def Leppard 7. Def Leppard, $9.99. So what doesn't sell tonight for a buy now? I usually stack these up, and when we get a big batch together, I post them in the group, and they sell like hotcakes. So most of these I'm going to keep right now at $9.99. If there's a bunch left later and we can bundle them, that's okay with me. Here comes our next check condition crate right now. Or our next crate, which is check condition. First one of the night. So these are all graded as marked, okay? These are all graded as marked. First thing I have is Black and Blue, sold for $9.99 to Javi Soto. Javi Soto also got Dawkins for $9.99, and that leaves Def Leppard, Armored Saint, and Loudness. All right, let's go ahead and add another auction over here for D. And that next D auction is going to be this. This is called Fleetwood Mac Alternate Live. Fleetwood Mac Alternate Live is a 2021 Record Store Day, double LP. That's near mint, a $25 start on that. Al says he will take the Def Leppard for $9.99. Thank you. And that is sold to Al. Appreciate that, all right? Better grab these while you can. David Lindsley from the last crate. Let me go find that for him right quick. David Lindley from the last crate. Judge this, that, and dun, dun. El Rayo X was $12.99. $12.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Everything in here is graded. So if it's VG Plus, it's VG Plus. I'll usually make notes if there's something wrong with a cover, jacket, or et cetera, et cetera. We have Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steve Steele's Super Sessions. VG Plus $14.99. First Winter, Johnny Winter. That is VG for $9.99. And then what do we have here? Plan 9. Wow. Keep your cool and read the rules. Plan 9 is VG Plus $24.99. Quicksilver, what about me? Quicksilver is VG Plus $14.99. David Lindley is sold to Michael Ruttman for $12.99. Ramones is still available over here in the no bids. Yeah, the Ramones is a no bid. It is a 1980 Portugal press, near mint for $70. Near mint $70 on that one. All right, we got Plan 9, sold very quickly to William Drugovich, VG Plus $24.99. Mark Diskin got First Winter, thank you on that. And the Rolling Stones Flowers, a red label mono, nice, very sought after there. Red label mono, VG $29.99. And then, 10 years after. 10 years after is VG Plus $14.99. Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, EX $17.99. All right, we can go ahead and sell A. We're going to make C a buy it now, and D is sold to Topographic. So Tangerine Dream is sold to Douglas Phelan for $20. The Cult Love is a $60 buy it now. And this is OG with the original under sleeve. This is going right over here for $60. And then Fleetwood Mac Alternate Live is sold to Topographic for $25. Okay, Ozzy still getting bids. It's now at $38. Lenny Bruce, so far not in this crate. So far not in this crate. I don't know. I'll take a peek. If it was, maybe in the last one. I don't think so, though. No, I don't think I've said Lenny Bruce recently, to my knowledge. All right, Douglas Phelan gets Alan Parsons for $15. Thank you on that one. Let me go ahead and grab some from over here, the Allman Brothers and Sisters of Mercy. So here's a highly sought after pressing, the Allman Brothers, and this one's actually not bad. EX on this one, gatefold jacket, the Allman Brothers. Now the very first pressings of this huge album was on these pink Capricorn labels, and this is a 71 US Phillips press, okay? And it is pretty dang solid. EX, which makes it even more sought after because typically they're kind of trashed. $45 start. $45 start on Allman Brothers. And then the Sisters of Mercy, nice. A real 85 OG copy. Near mint minus, has the original on her sleeve. $50 on the Sisters of Mercy. The first, last, and always. $50 on that one. Okay, that's in C. It was a few crates ago, Lenny Bruce. All right, I just recapped that one. Must be in the one even further back. Aha, this one. Lenny Bruce at Carnegie Hall, which I think is a double or triple. Pretty heavy album. $29.99. $29.99 on that one. All right. Ted Nugent and 10 Seas and 10 Cities. VG Plus $9.99. And Styx Paradise Theater. VG $9.99 on Styx Paradise Theater. Next auction over here in D is going to be ZZ Top live from Texas. And ZZ Top is in slot number D. Let me get this old. The Sisters of Mercy is a full OG album. Yes, full OG album on that one. This is ZZ Top live from Texas. Double LP blue vinyl, a $35 start on that one. $35 start. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, VG Plus $9.99, and Merle Haggard and Willie Nelson, Poncho and Lefty, VG Plus $9.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, is sold to Danae De La O for $39. Danae, Ozzy is now yours. Allman Brothers is a $45 start. It should already have multiple bids. Sisters of Mercy is a $50 start. It should already have multiple bids. Lenny Bruce is sold to Nick Saranjenko for $23. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and sell it to you. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now in B. And this auction in B is going to be an OG Joshua Tree. This is an 87 USOG Gayfo jacket, and it does have the lyric poster that came with it. And that's going to go up in B for a $35 start. Al Cox says he'll take the Bruce Springsteen. Thank you on that. That was sold to Al Cox. Now, let me grab 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and we're going to do 5 cassettes here. And these are $9.99 each on these, okay? $9.99 on these. First thing I had was Soul Asylum, Runaway Train. Changes, David Bowie. Malice in the beginning. Grateful Dead in the dark. And Def Leppard, Adrenalize. Def Leppard, Grateful Dead, Malice, Bowie, and Soul Asylum. Those are $9.99 each. This is a $45 start. That's OG Pink Label EX VG Plus jacket. U2 already has a bid for $35. Final chance to bid on Sisters of Mercy. The snipers are in the nest. They're at their desk and in the nest, and they're like, okay, no one's willing to bid, so I'm going to go ahead and pick it up and beat somebody else, and then they're going to be jealous that I won their record. So you have a chance. There's your chance. This is your final chance. 10 years after is sold to Douglas Phelan for $10. Cindy Yarborough got the Malice cassette. That is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $9.99. Next is Van Morrison Wavelength. Van Morrison's in VG, $14.99. David Bowie Diamond Dogs, VG Plus, $29.99. Original label, no dog genitals, $29.99. Poncho and Lefty is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99 on Poncho and Lefty. Cheap Trick self-titled, VG, $9.99. And Led Zeppelin 2. This is a Presswell press. It is a 4-digit Rockefeller address on that one, and that is $39.99, okay? There is a new bid on D. A through C are closed. So Allman Brothers, unbelievably, a no bid at $45. Sisters of Mercy, unbelievable, a no bid at $50. And Chris Gardner does get the Joshua Tree, and that is sold to Chris Gardner for $35. Is the Soul Asylum a promo cassette or a single? Soul Asylum Runaway Train is a promotional. It is a single. It is, I'm assuming, is single. Yes, it's a cassette single, it looks like. All right, and then over here, Sisters of Mercy has an offer for $38. I will sell you this for $49. $49 on the Sisters of Mercy. And then the Allman Brothers is a $45 buy it now. Original 71 Pink Capricorn label. Let's put that right over there. ZZ Top's now at 41 with Steve Feakin. And Sisters of Mercy is $49. Let's put that right over here. A, B, and C are going to go up for bid right now. And that is going to be the following here. Of course, it wouldn't be a Coletco sale without at least one Black Sabbath tonight, right? Or at least one AC/DC, or at least one, what else do I have in here? Red Hot Chili Peppers, nice. So let's do all three of these right here, okay? First thing I have is this. I have Black Sabbath, and this is the 2010 Rhino. 2010 Rhino. The cover up here has a little bit of a tear, and that's going to go up for a $20 star. Don't forget, we have booked legendary Black Sabbath drummer Bill Ward for a Coletco private autograph signing. And that should be 100% finalized in the next 48 hours. I talked to somebody on the phone again this morning. We're already setting up plans for logistics and stuff. So it's definitely pretty much a done deal. The official announcement will come when we have all the pre-orders available. Just so everybody knows, we're going to be doing customer submissions You can send in items to have signed by Bill Ward. He will be doing personalizations, and we're going to be offering signed drum heads, signed album jackets, and other memorabilia. Probably original OG albums signed, and then we'll auction them at later dates, etc., etc. So huge for Colecco. I'm already working on the next 5 people we're going to try to book for private autograph signings, where we're going to offer pre-signed album jackets. So imagine this right here, signed by Bill Ward. So we got him booked. I've got to go out to LA in October for a few days and get that done. And that's going to be awesome, because I think doing such a high caliber name, the first one we're doing, is going to open the doors for a lot of other opportunities. So that is going to be sweet Ola. And I think we're one of the few people that's actually doing where you can submit something, where you can submit, you know, like your own personal copy, or if you have something already signed by Ozzy and you want to get Bill Ward's signature on there, whether it's a Black Sabbath photo or anything. So yeah, we're going to be doing submissions. All the details will be posted later, but I'm letting everybody know that so you can go ahead and be preparing for October and for the pre-order when it comes alive. So here is Black Sabbath, a $20 start. That's up for slot number A, okay? AC/DC at the Old Woodruff, 1977. AC/DC is a 2018 unofficial, and that is live, 1977. That's also a $20 start. And take a look at this, Red Hot Chili Peppers, purple vinyl. Red Hot Chili Peppers is near mint. They start on Discogs right now, I think after tax and shipping, at $150. We got ours half of that. Purple vinyl, a $75 start. That one's a low production one from Walmart. And then Steve Feakin, ZZ Top, 41. That is sold. All right, and then jumping up here, sorry, there was a lot of activity over here. Mark Gerster gets the Sisters of Mercy for $45. Thank you, Mark Gerster. That's sold to you for $45. Jorge Reynosa gets Diamond Dogs out of the crate. That is sold to Jorge Reynosa for VG Plus $29.99. Alex Miller does get the Allman Brothers. That is sold to Alex Miller for $45. Alex Miller, that is sold to you for $45. Got any Counting Crows for us tonight? No, but I have an autographed symbol. Are you interested in an autographed symbol from the Counting Crows? Poncho and Lefty for $7. Gabe Baez gets the Poncho and Lefty for $7 on that, okay? All right, of course, this will be, he won't actually be here at Colecco. It's going to be a private deal where, you know, he's doing this basically at his convenience near home. So we're just fortunate to be able to do it. Maybe someday we can actually have somebody here. But as you'll know, most of our customers are well out of state. I mean, I bet most people watching this right now aren't even remotely close to this building, nor would you be able to travel here anyway, even if we brought Bill Ward here. So I think we're just fortunate to be able to do this. And the sign-ins, you can trust us, obviously, with your items. I think a lot of people are sketchy about signing in their items. I think y'all know how well our shipping department works and how great they are. So we'll be able to get it in, open it, receive it, sort it, get it to LA to sign it in October, bring it back here. And of course, you'll have to pay for return postage, all that. But we'll have all that set up when it's all live for pre-order. So very, very cool. And some things we're going to offer limited edition. Like I've been told he doesn't really like signing drumsticks. Drumsticks are weird, but a lot of people like them because they collect them. But it's really narrow, and it's not a, you know, he has a very unique signature. His signature goes really more up and down than this way. And so it's kind of awkward. But, you know, I might only offer like 25 drumsticks where you get on there, and when they sold out, they're sold out, because it'd be like, you know, we can only do 25. Or it'll be like, we can only do 25 of this album, or only 25 of this album. So pay close attention when that goes live. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. This is a 2015 US. Here's another Joan Jett. It's called Flashback, blue vinyl, a $55 start on that one. Okay, back to the best offer crate. We got Abbey Road VG $24.99. VG, definitely a vintage copy. It has an uncropped Cinco there, $24.99. Any members of KISS? Maybe soon. KISS people don't have any trouble getting booked. You know, there's a lot of people trying to get them, so that's a tough business. But maybe one day, maybe soon. Of course, any three of them would be great. We have Rainbow, Long Live, Rock and Roll. That's a VG copy for $14.99. Abbey Road is sold to Lee, 3455. Thank you on that, Lee. John Entwistle, Smash Your Head Against the Wall. VG Plus, $9.99. And one more look at these because I got distracted talking about Bill Ward. We got Final Call and Sabbath for $25. That's a Rhino 2010, I believe. Live Unofficial on DC, AC, AC/DC for $20. Purple Vinyl, Red Hot Chili Pepper, $75 on that. And then Joan Jett, Blue Vinyl, it's called Flashback, $55 on that one. Let me sneeze right quick. Never mind, it went away. Jesse Colin Young, The Soul of a City Boy. That's definitely one I don't see as often. EX $9.99 on Jesse Colin Young. We have Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, VG Plus $9.99. And Chris and Rita Full Moon, EX $12.99. Neil Young After the Gold Rush, EX $32.99. And Santana 3, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sell B and C. AC/DC sold to Nick Saranjenko for $20. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers is a $75 buy now. And then Rainbow Textured Cover. Rainbow Textured Cover is, yes, it is. And that is VG $14.99. Long Live Rock and Roll. And then over here, we got Red Hot Chili Peppers sold to Mark Gerster for $65. Mortgage Guy Rob was second. Al was third. And Jim B is back. And he's offered $60, and you were fourth. Oh, that sucks for Jim B. He was fourth place. That's got to suck. We got Blue Vinyl, $55 start on that one, Pam. $55 on that one. Let's close out those two slots. And Jesse Colin Young is sold to Douglas Phelan for $7. Okay, they're still bidding on Black Sabbath. Looks like we need two more quick auctions here. Let's do two more quick auctions. And we have the Runaways. And then let's go ahead and put up Rod Stewart here. So first thing is the Runaways, live in New York, 1978. 2017 unofficial. And this is going to go up for a $25. That's a live Runaways album. Never had that particular one. And then Rod Stewart Ultimate Hits is on green vinyl from Rhino. That's a double LP, a $25 start on that one. We have The Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East. That's a VG copy for $19.99. Also, 10 Years After, Rock and Roll Music, VG Plus $14.99. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, VG $9.99 on Uriah Heep. Eric Clapton, Backless, VG $12.99. And look at this one. Is this Horse Lips? I think that's who this is. Who is this? It's an octagon die-cut shaped cover. Yeah, Horse Lips, Happy to Meet, Sorry to Part. It's a VG copy, but really cool die-cut and die-cut cover and octagon shaped. Die-cut, VG $24.99. Over here, Joan Jett is a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. Thomas Sujar is going to Cambodia, and he's going to be watching me from Cambodia. Wow. I got a Grateful Dead item over here for maybe a Grateful Dead fan. It's pretty cool. We really couldn't find it on Discogs, but they did do some AI research on it. And let me show it here. So really cool item we have here. A very rare collector's edition of Fall of '89, The Long Island Sound. This is a 6 CD box set issued in this literally wood box with a Stanley Mouse signed poster. And I'll show you the inside of it in just a second. It is complete. It includes the hand-built solid wood frame with plexiglass with a screen print signed and numbered by Stanley Mouse, a legendary artist who did a lot of Grateful Dead artwork. It comes with a t-shirt, a book, and 6 CDs. And this is a $500 start. Really cool Grateful Dead. So I think it's called The Fall of '89, The Long Island Sound. And so here's a look at it. Plexiglass, it comes in this wooden box, and when you open it up, it has a t-shirt, and there is the book, and underneath that are the CDs. And this is signed by Stanley Mouse, and let me show you that print. And they actually have it where it's like a frame, and if you wanted to pop that out and just frame the print, that'd be pretty cool to have that. And it's signed by Stanley Mouse and numbered to 750. I don't know how many of these they actually made, but definitely the print is numbered to 750. $500 start on the Grateful Dead item, and or it's actually it's already wired. You could just frame the whole box, or you could hang the whole box if you wanted to. So $500 start on that. I'm going to try to prop it up over here on the corner. Please don't fall. Grateful Dead is a $500 start. Okay. Robert says he thinks it's actually Jerry Garcia. Oh, so it's billed under Jerry Garcia. Okay, it may be. Yeah, but this actually doesn't say Grateful Dead at the top, does it? Fairy Collector, let's see here. Garcia and Captain of Trips. Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia. So, mouse. Yeah, I guess not. It doesn't actually say, but yeah, let me try to look at the CDs here in just a second. Okay, sorry. What happened? Joan Jett was a $55 buy it now. Mark Gerster offered $45. Danae offered $46. Chris offered $40. Excuse me. This was $55. Mark Gerster offered $45. Danae offered $46. Chris Redding took it at $55. Pam Murray offered $45. Mark Gerster sold or passed at $55. Danae sold or passed at $55. If y'all both pass, it's sold to Chris Reddings for $55. Pam, you're going to be fourth in line on that one. And then next is Rainbow for 10. Let's go ahead and pull that for Dirty Pirate Hooker. Rainbow sold for 10. Mr. MFTF on Uriah Heep for 7. This is sold to Mr. MFTF for 7. And we can sell all three of these auctions, okay? So Armzarilla Tribe gets the Black Sabbath for $27. That's sold to Armzarilla Tribe for $27. The Runaways is sold to Pam Murray for $35. And then Rod Stewart, green vinyl is a buy it now, and that's a green vinyl for $25, okay? $25 on the Rod Stewart. There's already 3 offers on the table. Horse already has an offer. And then Joan Jett here, that is sold to Mark Gerster for $55. That is sold to Mark Gerster for $55. All right, let me open this up again. I might have to get down to the layers here and find out what's going on. So there's the t-shirt. This came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I told y'all we found a box with more of his stuff back there. There's a big book. It is Jerry Garcia Band. Okay, wow. So yeah, there's a big book that comes with it. And you're absolutely right, Robert. Jerry Garcia Band, Bob Weir and Rob Wasserman, Fall of '89, Long Island. Wow, that's awesome. So yeah, 6 CDs. 6 CDs. It's in this big kind of folder style book. Let's leave that out, so the tassel, so you can see it. So yeah, there's the Jerry Garcia Band. This looks like almost like a tour book. Big, huge, like tour book. And then the t-shirt, and then the art print, and this is a $500 start, okay? The art print signed by Stanley Mouse. I'll leave that right there. That's up for bid and D. Rod Stewart has, so $20 buys it. Heavy Metal, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Travis Woods. And Horse Lips, Chris, whoa, Rod, don't fall down in there, Rod. Chris Reddings, I will do this for $20. Somebody else just asked about it. It's called Horse Lips. It's called Horse Lips. Pardon the interruption. No, what's it called? It's called Sorry We've Showed Up, but we have to leave. What's it called? Happy to Meet, Sorry to Part. Okay. That's sold to Chris Reddings for $20. Rod Stewart, Heavy Metal, sold for $20. And 3 new auction slots are being cleared. These are, let's go ahead and put those up right now. So over here, I've got Tangerine Dream, and I have Laz Rocket. Laz Rocket is a metal album. That should be going up on Thursday. But first, here's this. Tangerine Dream, Tangram. Tangerine Dream is a 1980 USOG Herb Serval press. Near Mint, another Tangerine Dream for a $20 start. Laz Rocket, CD's Gonna Burn. Laz Rocket's an 84 OG, now out of print. Strong Near Mint minus with the insert. $45 start on Laz Rocket. What is the Grateful Dead? And then someone said, Chad, could you show the Grateful Dead item again? Somebody was on the toilet. And then we have AC/DC, Melbourne, Australia, the 88 hometown broadcast. This is a 2 LP live AC/DC unofficial, 2 LP, $30 start. Did I hear earlier about a Dark Star LP, Dog Duty? Sorry, I was doing Dog Duty and then I had to go duty. Okay, we have Dark Star Into the Heartland, 1978 Canadian sealed, $39.99. Right. And then over there, there's the current 3 auctions. Let me go ahead and move over the No Bid crate, and we're about to go through those right now, okay? This is the Grateful Dead item. It's actually Jerry Garcia Band. It's Jerry Garcia Band. It includes a Stanley Mouse. It's in this huge wooden box, and this is called Fall of '89, The Long Island Sound. And when you open it up here, underneath that tour book, underneath the t-shirt's a tour book, and underneath the tour book is like a book that opens up that has 6 CDs in it. And it comes with a Stanley Mouse signed poster print. That's a $500 start. Okay, and of course that does include a lot of extra postage that I'm including into the price. And then amenities commented DF, and DF for amenities was, I'm not for sure. What was DF? Here's what's left in here. Eric Clapton, 10 Years After, Mothers of Invention, Santana, Neil Young, Chris Christopherson, John Entwistle, Led Zeppelin, Cheap Trick, Van Morrison, Styx, Ted Nugent, Rolling Stones was a Red Label mono, by the way, VG $29.99, Quicksilver, and Super Session. And we still got David Bowie and Dark Star keeps, I hadn't even put these away because I know there's a lot of people right now that want these, and they're literally biting their fingernails. They're so nervous to make a purchase. Don't be nervous. Do it. Listen to my words. Just say, Chad, comment this, Chad, I'll take Dark Star. Chad, I'll take the David Bowie, and hit send, and then they'll end up on your invoice, and then you'll have them. And then you can breathe a sigh of relief and go, whew, okay, I got those. I mean, that's all. And then you can like relax after that. Then you can relax and buy more. But I guarantee right now, there are some people worked up over those 2 records right now. They are nervous, and they are probably, I mean, they're nervous. That's as easy as I can put it. They're like, oh my gosh, there it is. I've been looking for that David Bowie album forever, and it's right here in front of me. All I've got to do is just put, Chad, I'll take the David Bowie. I mean, just boom, and it's like in my box, and I can go, whew. Okay, that's a relief. 1 down. I've got 34 more Bowie albums to go. Whew. Oh, what a relief. All right. Chris Reddings has almost done it. He's off for 30. I will say Dark Star for $35. Okay? And then Diesel 65 gets David Bowie. Soda Diesel for $44.99. All these auctions are closed. A and B are sold. Tangerine Dream is sold to Joe Salamo for $20. Laz Rocket is sold to Tom Kelly for $45. AC/DC is a no bid, and AC/DC is $30. And then the Jerry Garcia box poster thing, it is $500 or best offer. Please don't hesitate. It's right over here behind me. I would love to sell it to somebody that would enjoy it as much as I would enjoy selling it. So let me know what you're thinking, okay? Over here, I'm going to add 4 new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and show you so far tonight what has went up and has not sold, aka the no bids. I'm about to run through the no bids right now. First thing I have, though, is Europe, a classic rock compilation, and a country classics compilation. So here we go. Do you have any Sheryl Crow or plush? Yes, we did. Yeah, we actually did. We had an album earlier Sheryl Crow was on. We have Europe, The Final Countdown. And this is a 2015 music on vinyl. It's VG because it has some scuffs. Nothing that affects playback, though. The music on vinyl press, $15 start on that. The Voices of Classic Rock, a Walmart exclusive near mint, 38 special free, Leonard Skinner, Head East, $15 start. Now that's what I call country classics, the 80s. And this one is blue and pink, a scuff that does not affect playback. So essentially a near mint album. That's also going to go up for a $15 start. And then in D over here, I got some kind of other thing. Magic Pie Collector's Box. Anybody interested in Magic Pie? I've actually got a couple things from them. But this is another like big wooden box that's over here currently in my way. So let me go ahead and try to show it to you. though this is called Magic Pie, 2017 Norway. It is in this box that slides open, and it has these 4 albums in it. I'll show you the Rolling Stones in 1 second. 4 albums: Magic Pie, Circus of Life, Magic Pie, Motions of Desire, Magic Pie, The Suffering Joy, and Magic Pie, King for a Day. Now, at this current moment, I don't know anything about Magic Pie, okay? I know my mom makes a mean chocolate pie, and one of the reasons that I'm as large as I am, because I've ate a lot of my mom's chocolate pie. But this is called Magic Pie, and it evidently is just the albums. It does not have a logo slip mat. It doesn't have the other items as well, just the albums. Right now, here is the status. Hold up. Here's the status. There are none for sale on Discogs. They only made 100 of these. Magic Pie is also a $500 start. Okay, so that's up for bid as well. Rolling Stones Flowers, Ralph. I know that one from memory. VG $29.99, red label mono. VG $29.99, red label monophonic on that one. Red label monophonic. Okay, so there's a look at everything. 15, 15, and 15, and 500. Okay, that's what's up for bid. Here is the no bids, which are now buy it now or best offer. First, Chris Riddings is going to go ahead and take Dark Star. So to Chris Riddings for $35. Dark Star, Into the Heartland. All right. Thank you, Chris Riddings. Here are tonight's no bids. Buy it now or best offer. Nina Hagen, Fearless. Nina Hagen's an 83 USOG Pittman. It is near mint and it has the original on her sleeve. Nina Hagen is $20. Eric Clapton, Japanese pressing of No Reason to Cry. Hello, Old Friend. $35 on that one. $35 on Eric Clapton. Hello, Old Friend. It's called No Reason to Cry. Mint Japanese pressing, $35. Sex Pistols, never mind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. A U.S. Jacksonville reissue. Near mint, Sex Pistols, a $45 start. $45 buy now. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. This is the 86 pressing. The 86 club copy of Bob Marley, $25. $25. Fred Cardinale gets Nina Hagen for $15. So to Fred Cardinale. Kiss Alive 2. Unbelievable this was in the no bid. It's a 77 OG. No inserts. No book. No tattoos. No merch. It's VG. $20 on Kiss Alive 2. It does have a clip corner. Roger Ramjet gets Eric Clapton for $35. Thank you, Roger Ramjet. So to him for $35. Fred Cardinale on the Sex Pistols for $35. Fred, I will sell this to you for $40. Somebody else just asked the information. It is on the kind of tan, whitish Warner Brothers. It's a beautiful near mint copy, and that is $45. $45 on that one. Ambient 1, Music for Airports, Brian Eno. And Brian Eno is near mint, an 82 reissue, near mint, $35. All right, we're about to sell A for 15, B for 15, and C for 20. Final chance to place a bid on Magic Pie before I make that a buy it now. This is a bizarre one here, Summer, self-titled. Now, when they have this sheet, this typically means that this was very difficult for them to locate on Discogs. So here is Summer, and this is, let me see if I can find it, because if they couldn't locate it on here, I'm going to try my best. Baby Grand is the label, but I'm just assuming there's no Discogs entry for it, which is bizarre. So this is an unofficial, it's a disco funk album called Summer, self-titled. $175 on that one, okay? $175. So first thing I have is Kiss. Tim Knapp. Me and him went back and forth for the last 3 hours over $1. This is sold to Tim Knapp for $17 on Kiss. Sold for $17. Eno. All right. Eno, there's an offer, and then Tennessee Connor said he would take it. So Joe Costello, this is yours for $35. Sold or pass. If not, it's sold to Tennessee Connor. Fred Cardinale gets the Sex Pistols for $40. So that is done. So that's a bizarre one there. Summer, self-titled. Very weird. This is a comp on Crash Records. It's called Crash Tops Volume 7. And this was $30. It's got Van Morrison, the Beatles, Day Tripper. You never see a comp with that, a song like that on it. Buffalo Springfield, Incense and Peppermints. That was $30 on that one. T.C. Connor gets the Eno for $35. That's sort of T.C. Connor, okay? A and B are sold. Tim Knapp gets the Europe for $15. Stephanie Hill gets the Classic Rock for $15. One more chance on Country Classics, and Magic Pie is a $500 buy it now, okay? $500 buy it now on Magic Pie. If anybody wants to make an offer on that or the Grateful Dead, my ears are open, and so are my eyes. So I'm listening and watching and listening, okay? And then let's jump over here and find some more auctions then while we're going through the no bid box. And let me put this right there, okay? I'm trying to pick out everything in here that's not metal, which is tough sometimes with Seth's crates because he tags a lot of metal or a lot of hard rock, one of the two, because typically that's great auction stuff. Here's two more. This is Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits 74 to 78. That's on blue vinyl, and that is a Walmart exclusive, near mint. $20 start. The Voices of Hip Hop, that's also a Walmart, purple marbled. That's near mint, a $15 start. We got Salt and Pepper, LA Cool J, Public Enemy, $15 start on that one. Next is Waylon Jennings, JD. So this is on this label here. It's a 64 US repress in mono. These start right now on Discogs at $232.56. VG Plus condition, I was asking $175. It does have some cover damage, but Waylon's first album, they were pressed pretty much to be sold at this place called JD's, and it was recorded. It's essentially a live album. Waylon Jennings, JD's, $175. I have a feeling it's going to sell tonight. Who to and what for, to be determined. We're going through the no bids right now. We've already thinned out a bunch. Let's go ahead and tag this to John Smetzer. He gets the now, that's what I call classic 80s country for $25. Hip hop already has a bid. Let me pick out a couple more over here. What else did Kyle get ready for over here? We got some sort of Elvis picture disc, and then we got a Van Morrison live. So first thing we have in C is To Elvis, Love Still Burning. And this is Elvis. It is a 1978 picture disc. And what exactly do we have here? Is it Elvis music? This album contains songs of tribute to Elvis Presley by 11 artists who loved him. Okay, so it's a tribute album, picture disc, but I figured somebody needed that. $10 start on the Elvis, and then Van Morrison live. We've auctioned off a few Van Morrison tonight. This is a 74 OG Los Angeles press. We've graded the vinyl near mint and the cover VG Plus, a little bit of a paper pull there. $15 start on Van Morrison. Next, this is David Bowie, Dark Star, and this is the 2016 RTI reissue, and that is sealed, $125 start, or excuse me, $125 buy now there, Black Star. Waylon is studio tracks with at JD's title. Okay, so it is studio recordings. It is studio recordings, okay. Thank you on that one. And I think with the original records were made and sold at JD's, from what I understand. This is the repress, which they only made 500 of. I don't know how many of the first ones were made. Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry. This is an 85 UK goth rock album. Near mint for $70. Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry. Near mint for $70. Funkadelic. Now, I think everybody's been passing because it has visible heat damage. And that's just right there, kind of on that one half of the record. They test played it, though, and it does not have any, playback issues. It was play tested. Now, it was tagged EX100. I've already said I would do 85 on it. So visually it looks atrocious just because of the wavy heat damage. Playback is EX Plus or better. So really a really quiet, really nice sounding record, which is tough to get, as y'all know, on Funkadelic. Visually, you're going to be like, ooh. Sound-wise, you're going to be like, ah. Red Lorry is sold to Fred Cardinale for $60. What is the Summer album? Summer. This is called Summer, self-titled. Summer. It's $175. I'm still trying to find it myself. Catalog number is SE 1040. Yeah, there's something similar, but not with the same jacket. Yeah, there's something similar, but not with the same jacket. So is there any other Discogs entry? I found an entry for, I did find an entry for something called Summertime, but it has a different jacket. This one has toes on the cover, okay? And it's on the right label, Baby Grand, Funk Disco. But this is Summer self-titled. Yeah, I don't think there's a Discogs entry for it. Yeah, there's not. So this one's called Various Summer. This could be a compilation too. This one's called Summertime. Or is this one called Summer as well? No, it's called Summer. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the only thing that's coming up if you click on that. Yeah, there's no master page for it. But the last one sold of these was $160. The one that has the cover is pictured as the second image of the listing with kites. The one has the cover as pictured as the second image with the one with kites. Okay, this one. So there's two. There it is. No, I don't know what they did. Somebody left a note on a sold copy. Down here in the notes, they left a note. It says, this one has the cover that is pictured in the second image on the listing with the kites, which is no longer on there. So very bizarre on this. Summer was a progressive British rock band in the early 70s. You are on the wrong thing, Rob. This has nothing to do with the progressive rock band from the early 70s. This is some kind of disco funk compilation is what they're calling it. Disco funk compilation. Different Summer. I'm sure there's a lot of things called Summer if you look that up on Discogs. There's probably a lot of artists called Summer. This is Iggy Pop TVI 1977 Live. That's in shrink. Iggy Pop, $30. Chris Messer, we already sold Red Yellow. The Ramones is a 1980 Portugal press, near mint for $70. The Cult Love, an 85 OG. This is $60 on the Cult. And AC/DC Live in Melbourne, Australia. AC/DC is $30, okay? All right, let's go ahead and sell A through C. A did not get a bid. That is the blue vinyl near mint Steve Miller Band. That is $20 on that one. Hip Hop is sold to Amenities for $23. Susie gets the Elvis picture disc for $10. And they're still bidding on Van Morrison Live. It's at $16 right now, okay? $16 right now. So it sounds like at one time, this Summer album did have the right cover on Discogs, but then they redacted it. Because I think this disc has the same track listings. Let me see here. Is the first song Ride the Mighty High? Yeah, Ride the Mighty High, Sing a Song, Summer of 42, You're Gonna Miss My Love, Don't Leave Me This Way. Yeah, so I think there's just different jackets maybe. Because somebody made the note that, so yeah, this is probably pretty dang fair for $175. There's none for sale, and the last one sold 3 years ago. So whatever that is, it's pretty desirable, and I think it's pretty close on price. Okay, let's go down the list here. Black Star for $80. Black Star is, I will do Black Star for $120. I think I know somebody that was a backup on the OG from last week that sold for like $150. They probably would very easily take this because they've been looking. They're just not watching right now. But Adam, I'll do $120 on it. Alex Miller on the Colt for $50. That's sold to Alex Miller. That was $10 off start. I'll do that for $50. And then Steve Miller has two offers, 15 and 17. Mitch T, give me 17, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Fred Carnell. So the only no bids are Steve Miller, David Bowie, Summer, AC/DC, Ramones, Iggy Pop, Funkadelic, Waylon Jennings, Crash, and Bob Marley. And also something else on this Summer album. One more thing to note. No copies for sale. It's been 3 years. 195 people have it in their want list. And it has high ratings. So pretty cool on that one. All right, so Mitch T on Steve Miller for 70. And we have Split the Difference. I guess a bird in a hand is worth two in the bush. We have David Bowie sold to Adam Bernardi for $100. And Bowie already sold for 100. I was begging somebody earlier to buy it for 125. I thought it would sell once again close to 200. Once again, I am very sad over the results of David Bowie Black Star. Usually those things get lots and lots of bids and people start crying and fighting and stabbing and shooting. Next is the Ramones. This is a 1980 Portugal reissue. 1980 Portugal reissue, but it is near mint. It is beautiful vinyl, $70, and a solid VG Plus jacket. It even has a made in Portugal sticker. So $70 on that one. And yeah, very, very nice, especially for what's graded in. What's in D? Van Morrison Live. Douglas Phelan has it for $18. It's a 74 OG near mint minus vinyl VG Plus jacket. And now we're ready for 3 new auctions. Now there's a new bid on Van Morrison for 20. I've got going up for bid Smashing Pumpkins. Let's go ahead and run Motley Crue. And let me take a look at what else is in here. I have, let's see here. We sold one of these earlier. Here's another chance. I should have sold one to a backup bidder. So I've got Smashing Pumpkins Sear, and this is a 2018 EX Plus condition. That's Smashing Pumpkins, a $20 start. Motley Crue, this is a 2016 remaster, EX remaster of Motley Crue, $20 start. And here's another ZZ Top live from Texas, red vinyl, EX Plus condition, and this is a $35 start. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and sell the Ramones for $50 to Brent Robley and Adam Bernardi. Please don't feel bad. But if you do want to feel good, I have Silver Eagle still available at just $85. If anybody wants a 1991 uncirculated, brilliant uncirculated 1991 Silver Eagle, $85. I've got them right there. I've got them right there. That's the bluest vinyl. That's the bluest red vinyl. Did I say red? Blue? Blue is what this is supposed to be. Sorry. Blue. All right. It is about to be 10 o'clock. Who's ready for some half-off crates? I guarantee if I polled everybody right now, they would be ready for a half-off crate, right? Let me know in the chat right now. Who's ready for a half-off crate? Now, if people aren't ready, I'll just go ahead and end the show. But I have a feeling there's going to be some people ready for a half-off crate. Susie, I need you to message Ed over that, okay? Because doing that's going to be nearly impossible with the way we tag records. So just whoever's watching, make sure that Elvis gets tagged to Susie. Susie, you need to send Ed a Facebook message right now. That is nearly impossible for us to start doing the gift giving in the chat. But if you send him a message, he'll take care of you, okay? I also have cassettes still to go through. I've got cassettes to go through as well. Let me grab my bottle of water over here. Da dun 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 da dun 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 bum 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 ba dun 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 ra dun 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 wow. That is Edgar Winter Group, Frankenstein. Here it is one more time. Ra dun 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 da dun 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 bum 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 ba dun 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 da dun 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 da 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 da. Wow! Wow! Ra dun 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 da dun 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 bum 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 bum. All right. Time for some more hydration. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's going on over here? We have any more Kiss auctions. I think I got some miscellaneous to sell. Got some miscellaneous to sell. Bob Marley 28. Steve, give me 30. 30 on Bob Marley and it's yours. Come on, Steve. USA. USA. I've got some $6.99 crates too. I've got some $6.99 crates too. Auction lot A is Smashing Pumpkins. What is this called? Osho. What did I call it? Yeah, this is Shiny and Oh So Bright. Yep. All right. Okay, let's get that half off crate. I'm in intermission getting my drink fixed here. Lemon lime hydration. Lemon lime hydration. And let's find that half off crate, shall we? Shall we? Now, I did a lot of sorting the other night so I could have these ready. Now, let me try to find those. Not June 13th. No, no, no. Hold on. A little bit tighter now, baby. I love you so much. June 1st. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. June 1st. Probably been shown once. Maybe pulled a few out of here for discount. And now these are half off. No more, no less. A and C are still getting bids. B's a no bid buy it now. And D's a no bid buy it now. So Motley Crue over here is a $20 buy it now. That's the 2016 remaster. And then Van Morrison is sold to Dan Moran for $22. Thank you on that one. There's ZZ Top. There's Smashing Pumpkins. And did I miss anything else? Any offers? Any counter offers? Anything like that? During this half off crate, I'm going to show some $9.99 cassettes. I'm going to go ahead and show some more right now. I've almost finished one whole box. But, man, there's some good titles in here, including some, like, new cassettes, too, like new and sealed stuff. So let me go ahead and be grabbing a few in here of these. And we'll do 5 at a time, 10 at a time, probably 5 at a time. And I'll show you what's left at the end of the show. So this is Journey's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Same price for Gin Blossoms. Congratulations, I'm sorry. Black Keys, Ohio Players. That is new and sealed, actually, on black cartridge. Mr. Big, Lean Into It. And Keel, Larger Than Life. Those are all $9.99, okay? All right, we can go ahead and sell Wayne Davis, the Motley Crue, for $20. And we can sell Steve Feakin, the Motley Crue, for $30. Black Keys cassette is sold to William Drugovich for $9.99. This right here, Mr. Al 408, you were second. All right. The other no bid was the Jerry Garcia box for $500 and the Magic Pie box for $500. So just saying, I've still got those. All right. And let me put this right here. Next thing I had was Javi Soto on Gin Blossoms for $9.99. And Keel is sold to Kevin Dews for $9.99. Let's put up 4 new auctions before the half-off crate starts. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Alex Miller for $37. ZZ Top is sold to Mike Quadrini for $63. And dang it, I think that other bonus crate's up front, but that's all right. I still got a few more in here I can run. Let's see here. Where did I get to? I've got the Elvis soundtrack, Crocus. All right. And then, let's see here. Yeah, so I've got, this is the Elvis movie soundtrack. That's on Gold Vinyl. That's the one Tom Hanks was in where he played the Colonel. That's on Gold Vinyl, a $30 start. This is Crocus, and it's called Dirty Dynamite. It's a music on vinyl, numbered, near mint, colored vinyl, $35 start on Crocus. No, Chad, I had Bob Marley for $30. I hope that's what I said. Yes, Steve Feakin got Bob Marley for $30. Wayne Davis got Motley Crue for $20. Yes, if that's not what I said, then I misspoke. But yes, you did get Bob Marley for $30. All right, crate number 4 is full. Starting crate number 5. And I had 3 more over here in this crate from Kyle. Yep, Neil Young, Johnny Cash. Here we go. Let me grab these. Put those right there. All right, here is the Fabulous Johnny Cash, which is a 73 US reissue on this kind of grayish Columbia label. That is a $15 start. And in D, in slot number D, is this right here. Black Sabbath, sealed. This is the 2012 remaster, $20 start on Black Sabbath. That is now up for bid, okay? All right. I'm really building up suspense for this half-off crate. These are half off, no more, no less. Argent, self-titled, $10 on Argent. Oh, these are June 10th. I thought they said June 1st. Oh, well. Well, these were just from 5 days ago, but take advantage, okay? You might even made offers on some for more, and now you get a chance to get them for less. $10 on Argent, no more, no less on this crate. The Romantics and Shrink Wrap, $12.50 on that. What I Like About You. Also, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $15. $15 on James Taylor's Greatest Hits. $15. Douglas Phelan gets Argent for $10. Thank you on that. And then Golden Earring Moontan. There is quite a bit of coverwear around the edges, but just $15 on that. $15. Danae DeLo gets James Taylor. Let's try to clear this thing out. Man, Saturday night we was on a roll. I think we did like 5 consecutive $6.99 crates in a row, and there was nothing left after bundling. And I was like, holy moly. Hall & Oates Live, live time. Hall & Oates Live is $10. We got Atlanta Rhythm Section, Are You Ready? That is $8.50 on ARS. And then Johnny Winter, and this is called Guitar Slinger. Johnny Winter is $10, Guitar Slinger. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws. Foghat is $7.50. And War's Greatest Hits. War is $17.50. Low rider. Nothing to do. So final chance on Elvis for 30. Crocus 35. Cash is at 15. And the Black Sabbath's at 20. And those are all final calls. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Winter is sold to Joe Sontag for $10. Thank you on that one. Wishbone Ash locked in. $10 on Wishbone Ash. Greg Gallier on Foghat, sold to Greg Gallier. And William Meadows on War. That is sold to William Meadows. Thank you on that. Let's grab a few more cassettes over here I'm willing to do for $9.99 buy it nows. Let's do that one. And let's do that one. Couple 80s in here too. There's 3. And let's do this one right here. There's 4. And we had one of these up for auction earlier. Here's a different title. All these cassettes right quick is $9.99. Chad Douglas Phelan claimed Argent. I've already pulled it. I've already pulled that for him. Yeah, Douglas Phelan got Argent. Already been pulled. Hoodoo Gurus, $9.99. Mars Needs Guitars. The Storm, self-titled. The Cars Greatest Hits. The Dream Academy. And Driving and Crying, Fly Me Courageous. Those are all $9.99 each on those cassettes. Back to the half-off LPs. ELO Time. ELO is $10. We have Lily and Maria, $22.50. I remember this one. I was like, I had never seen this before. It's a Columbia 2i, $22.50 for Lily and Malia. The Hoodoo Gurus cassette is sold for $9.99 to William Drugovich. And Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry is $10. Let's go ahead and end all 4 of these auctions. Elvis, the movie soundtrack, is a buy it now for $30. Crocus is a buy it now for $35. And C and D are sold. And C is Johnny Cash, the Fabulous Johnny Cash, and that is sold to Dan Moran for $15. And the sealed Black Sabbath over here sold to Chuck Oratano for $20. Kevin Dew's bid on Argent came in late. Yes, yours came in late on that one. Next is Lewis Kulik on ELO. This is sold to Lewis Kulik for $10. Half off crate, no more, no less. Dozing off. You can't Denise, we're getting into the busiest, fastest paced part of the show right now. You should be up on your toes, like just shaking at excitement. Let me go over here and get this other crate up front that has a lot of bonus auctions in it. Let me go do that right now. It has a lot of bonus auctions in it. I got to get this one right up here right now. It's got a lot of bonus auctions in it. Let me touch my toes. Oh, yeah. Wow. All right. Let me stack this one over here. Okay. All right. So the Lost Highway soundtrack, 2022, clear red, black, and yellow splatter with insert, Lost Highway, a $60 start. And then this is the 2023 Guardians of the Galaxy, and this is on the purple and blue. That's volume 3. That's a $20 start. $20 start. Danae on Lily and Maria. That's sold to Danae for $22.50. We got an offer on Crocus and an offer on Elvis. I will do Crocus, Al, Rocks You. I will do that one for $30. And Tom Moran, I will need $25 on Elvis. $30 and $25 gets those done. And Crocus was Big Dynamite, I think is what that one's called. Big Dynamite. Dirty Dynamite. Dirty Dynamite. Those are up for bid, $60 and $20. Next in the half off. This is a half off crate if you're just joining. No more, no less. Quicksilver coming through. Quicksilver, clean copy, $10. $10 on that one. Joe Walsh, Got Any Gum? Joe Walsh is $10. Wilderness Road, sold for preservation of disease only. Wilderness Road is $20. Rhinoceros, Better Times Are Coming. Rhinoceros is $15. Al Rocks You gets the Crocus for $30. Thank you. That's sold to Al Rocks You for $30. And then let me see what's in this crate here. I'm starting to see some titles here I don't think I've seen before. I see Bill Evans and I see Faith No More, the great hits. Wow. Faith No More's greatest hits. This is a clear vinyl, 2 LP German press. First time for US with alternate cover. Faith No More, a $45 start. And then Everybody Digs Bill Evans. A 2024 Record Store Day mono sealed from Kraft, RTI Kevin Gray. And that is $55. Joe Walsh for $8. How about $10? This is a half off crate, no more, no less. The prices I'm saying are the final prices with no additional discounting. Okay? We have Traffic Last Exit. Traffic is $10. Also, I have Paul Revere and the Raiders Greatest Hits, $7.50. That's in mono, $7.50 on that one. Angel City Dark Room. Angel City is $7.50. It has a clip corner. No condition notes unless I say. Elvis Blue Hawaii, $17.50. Elvis Blue Hawaii, $17.50. Lewis Kulik gets Traffic. Please make sure that one goes in for $10. And then Kevin Dews says he'll take Joe Walsh for $10. Douglas Phelan got Quicksilver, and that's Ho for $10. So quick update. Final call for $60. Final call for $20. This has already got multiple bids at $50, and Bill Evans is a $55 start. Next thing is Focus Dutch Masters. Focus is $10. Melanie Jennings gets Paul Revere. That's sold to Melanie Jennings with the photo inserts, $7.50. Foghat, Girls to Chat and Boys to Bounce. Foghat is $10. And the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, that is $12.50 on the Stones. And another Rhinoceros, this time Satin Chickens. $15 on Rhinoceros Satin Chickens. Nice. All right, let's jump right over here. And I've got Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. $10 on the Stray Cats. And the Beatles, an Abbey Road, this time a Scranton. That is an Apple label. Pretty dang clean copy. Has the uncropped drain circle there. I always look at that to see how early of a pressing it is. Not saying that it is 69. It could be 69 probably through 71, I think, pretty early. Of course, as y'all know, when that album came out, they was like, red alert, red alert. The Beatles have put out another album. All pressing plants, alert, alert. The Beatles have put out one of the greatest compositions of all time. All pressing plants to be set to Beatles Abbey Road. Alert, alert. We have the Young Girls of Rochefort. And this is, I don't know if I said that right. What does that say? Rochefort. Rochefort. Rockfort. Rochefort. $10 on that. And in the Purple Grotto, 1961. Al Jasbo Collins presents in the Purple Grotto, $10. Doodad got the Stray Cats. That is sold to Doodad for $10. The Beatles is $22.50. Half off of $44.99. Santana Festival is $10. And we have Burton Cummings, My Own Way to Rock, 5. The Beatles was $22.50. It was $44.99. All right, C's still getting bids. A's a no bid for 60, B's a no bid for 20, and D's a no bid for 55. So Lost Highway, the 2022 Deluxe Colored Vinyl, 60. Guardians of the Galaxy, 20. Faith No More is at 65, and everybody digs the Beatles. I mean, everybody digs Bill Evans. I guess everybody digs the Beatles, too. No, not everybody. There's some people go like, I can't stand the Beatles. Rah, rah, rah. I can't stand them. Get off my lawn. I can't stand the Beatles. All right, next thing over here is this. We have Al on Santana again. Is that another claim? And I'll take Elvis for 25. Well, I don't think the other person ever said sold or passed. So that is sold to Craig S. Honeycutt. Elvis is sold for $25. And then over here we have Guardians of the Galaxy, sold to Lewis Kulik for $17. Al takes Santana for $10. And Jason Fornerak gets Lost Highway for $50. That just leaves Bill Evans. They're still bidding on Faith No More. A few new auctions coming right after I show Walking the Line, Merle Haggard, George Jones, Willie Nelson. And this one is an 87 sealed for $17.50. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, $10 on Joni Mitchell. And Phantom Rocker and Slick, that is a gold stamp promo, $10. Condition of Faith No More, super nice, near mint minus and shrink. $68 on that one, okay? Let's go over here, and I've got Owen up for bid right now. I've got Thin Lizzy. I've got Donny Hathaway, and what looks like we need a third one, eh? And let's do the Pearl Jam here. Don't call me daughter, not fit to the picture. This is a 2 LP, live at Cynic Center in Pensacola, Florida. Pearl Jam, wow, really cool yellow vinyl. Near mint unofficial, a $35 start. The Donny Hathaway collection, Rhino. This is a 2021 2 LP purple vinyl. $35 start on that. And we have Thin Lizzy, the Black Rose. And Thin Lizzy is a Friday music pressing. $35 on that one. $35 on that one. Walking the Line, that is sold to 007 Platinum. Merle Haggard, George Jones, Willie Nelson, sealed for $17.50. In the Purple Grotto, details again, please. This is called In the Purple Grotto. Al Jasbo Collins, 1961. The half-off price is $10. It's on the Old Town label. Old Town label. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. If you're just joining us, that was fast. A lot of green just lit up back there on the board. I'm officially getting into a bonus crate right now that honestly has some pretty dang good stuff in it. Chris Reddings in the Purple Grotto for 10. And then we have Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. That is $5. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. Men at Work, a nice copy. Shrink and Hype, $12.50. Who Can It Be Now? This is Men at Work. It has the original on her sleeve, and that is $12.50. KC and the Sunshine Band, self-titled, $10 on KC and the Sunshine Band. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Oh, shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. I'm picking out 5 more cassettes. These cassettes are $9.99. $9.99. And here are your options. We have Queen Innuendo, Raven All for One, The Beatles Revolver, and Hoodoo Gurus Blow Your Cool. That's actually 4 cassettes. But they're $9.99 each, okay? We got KC, sold for $10 to Tom Kelly. Next is Al Cooper, Easy Does It. $13.50 on Al Cooper, Easy Does It. Half off crate here, no more, no less. HSAS, that's on the Quiax audiophile type vinyl. Gold stamp promo with hop sticker, $12.50, or with that audiophile sticker. Black Hawk Transitions. Black Hawk is $10, and the Birds Pre-Flight, $13.50 on the Birds, okay? We have Sold, No Bid, Sold, and Sold. Pearl Jam is sold to Mike Quadrini for $35. A Donny Hathaway Collection Purple Vinyl Sealed, $35. Faith No More is sold to JCB for $75. And Thin Lizzy is sold to Diesel for $65. Thank you on those. They're closed. And let's put up some new stuff. Kevin Dews gets the Raven cassette. Sold to Kevin Dews for $9.99. Okay? That's done. Appreciate that. One more record. We have Herman Brood and his Wild Romance. Herman Brood is $5. $5. Okay? First thing I have this is, what else do we got in here? I got the Lumineers. I see Marshall Crenshaw, Talking Heads. No, we've actually already ran a few metal cassettes. We've ran a few. Thin Lizzy for $35. I hope that's what I said. Thin Lizzy was $35. The Lumineers Cleopatra. This is sealed. It is either the OG 2016 or 2020. There's actually no way to confirm unless you opened it. So that is the Lumineers, a $25 start. Marshall Crenshaw is called Field Day, 40th anniversary, his legendary second album. It's a 2 LP with bonus tracks, $30 start, and Talking Heads on white vinyl, a Rocktober exclusive sealed, $30 start on that one. Mr. MFTF on the Birds, that's sold to Mr. MFTF for $13.50. And Al, you were second on Raven. You were second on Raven. But here's a metal cassette right here. This is Celtic Frost, Emperor's Return. And Celtic Frost is going to go up for a $10 start. Celtic Frost, that doesn't have the right cassette in it. I'm glad I caught that. That's why I always check them for that reason. I always check them for that reason. All right. Aha. U2, the Joshua Tree. U2, the Joshua Tree. $10 start. $10 start on U2, the Joshua Tree. Okay. I was going to grab another album, but I don't have one ready. And we got to keep going here. Daniel Atkins on CF. That was redacted. Okay. That is no longer available. The Black Hole. This is $12.50. Douglas Phelan on Al Cooper. That is sold to Douglas Phelan. Thank you on that one. We have Walking Tall Sheriff, Buford Pusser. That is 13 for old Walking Tall there. 1750 Buford Pusser. We have Savoy Brown Line Share. $10 on that. Mortgage Guy Rob on the Walt Disney Black Hole. Thank you. And we have Sweet Pain. Sweet Pain is now $20. That's the half off price. United Artist, and it's self-titled. Quick look here at the auctions. So $25 to start off on the Lumineers. We've got Marshall Crenshaw at $30. The Talking Heads Remaining Lights on white vinyl, $30 on that one. And then U2, the Joshua Tree, $10 start, okay? Next is Shakedown wants the Beatles Revolver cassette. I got it right here. Sold to Shakedown for $9.99. Thin Lizzy's already sold, but this is sold for $9.99. Did we pull Al Cooper already? We did, okay. Moving on. Rainbow Red Oxidizer, Recorded Lies. And this is $7.50. Top Gun, the OG soundtrack. Top Gun is $15. Mr. MFTF on Walking Tall, Buford Pusser. That is sold to Mr. MFTF. Thank you on that one. Next is Honeymoon Suite, Racing After Midnight. Just $10 on Honeymoon Suite. And Mike and the Mechanics, Living Years. Mike and the Mechanics, Living Years, $7.50 on that one. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits is $12.50. And Dixie Rock, Wet Willie, EX, $9. We have Bob Welch, Man Overboard. Bob Welch is $5. Tom Kelly getting the Top Gun soundtrack. So to Tom Kelly for $15. Matt Bushy gets Mike and the Mechanics. Oh, yeah. Matt Bushy getting the Mike and the Mechanics for $7.50. Mott the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen, $7.50 on that. Doug and the Slugs is $10. And Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $13.50. Seals and Croft's Greatest Hits, if it doesn't fly out of my hand, $5 on Seals and Croft. Diamond Girl. Also, Ted Nugent Penetrator, $7.50 on Ted Nugent. All right. We have no bid, no bid, no bid, no bid. So U2, the Joshua Tree, $10 buy it now. Talking Heads is sealed, white vinyl, $30. Marshall Crenshaw double LP, colored vinyl, sealed, $30. And the Lumineers Cleopatra, $25 on that one. All right, $25 on that one. Next over here was MH for Diesel. And MH was Mott the Hoople. That's sold to Diesel for $10. The Lumineers is sold a shakedown for $20. Chris Reddings gets Ted Nugent for 10, and Joe Sontag a close second on that one. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Let's do Ace Frehley. You know it is Kiss Night. So there's Ace Frehley. Let's see what's up over here with Waylon Jennings. And then let's go ahead and do Goo Goo Dolls here. Let's do those. And somebody said, Chad, do you have any Stoner Rock? Boy, I'm glad you asked. Actually, I don't know if this is Stoner Rock or not, but it looks pretty interesting. So here we go. The first thing we have is this. Chad, you just said $7.50. Do what now? Mott the Hoople. Mott the Hoople is sold a Diesel 65 for $7.50. Yes. Am I going crazy or are you going crazy? Because you've red flagged me on two different things and I haven't made a mistake yet. So either I'm psychotic or you're intoxicated. We have the birthday party. We have the birthday party junkyard. And the birthday party was a 2012 UK LP 7-inch CD, 180 gram. And this is remastered, near mint, the birthday party. And this is called Junkyard. $40 start on that one. The Goo Goo Dolls, Greatest Hits. This is on Coke Bottle Clear. That's a Walmart exclusive, a $20 start. Waylon Jennings, Original Outlaw, Gold Splatter, near mint, a $20 start. And we have Ace Frehley over here. Ace Frehley is Origins Volume 2 picture disc, and the Origins Volume 2 picture disc is a $15 start. All right, so let's go over here and review these. Here were the last claims, just for reclarification. Mike and the Mechanics was sold to Matt Bushy for $7.50, without a doubt. No question about that. Next was Mott the Hoople, MH. This was sold to Diesel 65 for $7.50, without a doubt. No doubt about that one. And then the Lumineers, that was sold to Shakedown for $20. And then Ted Nugent is sold to Chris Reddings for $7.50. This is sold to Chris Reddings for $7.50. Joe Sontag was second. Purple Grotto, Rich T. Duke, that's already sold. Purple Grotto has already sold. And then over here we have Sweet Pain price. Danae wants to know how much Sweet Pain was. Sweet Pain was right here. The half off, no more, no less price was $20. $20 on that one. Okay? And then there's a new bid on D, another bid on D, another bid on D, and another bid on D. But y'all can't bid because the slots aren't opened. Now y'all can officially bid, okay? And there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bids on Ace Frehley. It's at $28. And Waylon's at $20. Okay? That's where we're at right now. I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time. We're going to go right into either to another half off, or I did, you know, last Saturday night, I was like, man, I wish I had some more of these $6.99 crates. And sure enough, when I was cleaning up, I knew there'd be a couple more pop up, and there was. So we'll go ahead and knock those out. And those were insane because that was stuff like from the discount crates that was left over. But there was some stuff like Neil Young that was $34.99 that I marked down to $14.99. No one still bought it. And then they ended up being $6.99. And then, of course, 300 people wanted it. So I've got more like that coming up, okay? What is B start? $20 start. $20 start on that. Ow. Here we go. Very quickly here. Still some great stuff in here. I have the Romantics self-titled, no condition notes, $12.50. Golden Earring, $15. Hall & Notes Live, $10. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $8.50. Wishbone Ash Locked In, $10. Steve Perry Street Talk, $10. Wilderness Road was $20, sold for reservation of disease only. Rhinoceros, $15. Angel City was $7.50. Elvis Blue Hawaii was $17.50. Focus Dutch Masters, $10. Waylon Auction has most of the same tracks as JD's. There we go. Early Waylon stuff there. A lot of these are the same tracks that's on JD's. The birthday party's a Final Chance at 40, Goo Goo Dolls 20, Waylon 25, and Susie has Ace Frehley at 30. Next is Foghat Sealed for $10. We got Rolling Stones Black and Blue for $12.50. Satin Chickens Rhinoceros was $15. We have Scranton, PA, Abbey Road, $22.50. $22.50 on this one. $22.50 on this one. Also, we have the Young Girls of Rochester, that one was $10 after the half off, no more, no less. Burton Cummings was $5. Joni Mitchell's $10. Court and Spark. Phantom Rocker and Slick is $10. Linda Ronstadt is $5. Also, Men at Work Business as usual, $12.50. HSAS is $12.50. We have Blackhawk Transitions, $10 on Blackhawk. Herman Bruden's Wild Romance is $5. We have Savoy Brown's Lion Share, $10 on that. Lee 3455 on HSAS. That is sold to him, and that was right here. That's sold to him. $12.50 on that one. And then we have Rainbow Red Oxidizer. That is $7.50. Honeymoon Sweet is $10. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits $12.50. Wet Willie was EX9. Bob Welch was $5. Man Overboard. Doug and the Slugs was $10. Chuck Berry was $13.50. Seals and Croft was $5. And Sweet Pain was $20. Okay, we can go ahead and sell A, B, and C. There was just a question that came in on this. This is, I see Roth. Yeah, it says something Roth as the artist. Yes, the birthday party. Junkyard, $40 bot now on that. No bid. Goo Goo Dolls sold to Mitch T for $20. 007 Platinum got Waylon for $25. And Doodad wanted Phantom. Okay, and Phantom was for Phantom Rocker and Slick. Sold to Doodad for $10. And then Seals and Croft is sold to RST Street for $5. Susie has the high bid on Ace Picture Disc, which is at $35. Okay. No bids are always eligible for offer. I'll be listening if you want to submit something. I always offer at least a bundle deal on these, even though there's some pretty dang good stuff in here. That's one way to really expedite moving some of these. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll count these off and I'll offer them for a bundle deal. If not, there's some pretty good titles in here I could use for additional possibly discounting in the future. So, but we'll try it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. All right, so there's 31 LPs in there. 31 LPs in there. And this is $135. 135 divided by 31 is $435 each. Wow. Wow. Impesh, this was a half off crate, no more, no less. I've actually already priced out the bundle, but if you want this, it's $12.50. No more, no less on these. Okay. Time for 3 new auctions and time for another crate. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If somebody changed their mind, they're like, Chad, I have changed my mind. I didn't realize those were half off, no more, no less. I'll go ahead and take the whole crate at original sticker price. And then I'll say, no, you can't buy those at original sticker price. They're half off, and that means they're no more, no less. So even if you're trying to offer me more money, I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to say, no. No, but if you do want them, they're half off, no more, no less. Then you might be like, Chad, there's no way I'm going to be able to pay you the half off price. That would be way too psychotic. Please let me go ahead and just give you a full portion, okay? A full portion of that. And I'm going to be like, I really can't do that, but I appreciate the offer. Yeah. All right, everything in this crate, regardless of what it was originally stickered, is $6.99, okay? So this is going to be pretty intense. Hope everybody's ready. And this is these are always like slobber knockers, okay? But first, Susie Breelove gets Ace Frehley for $35. That is sold to Susie Breelove for $35. I'm going to take a quick drink of water. Denise said she's feeling frisky. Look out. Frisky Denise. Whoa. Hold up. Frisky Denise. Next auction is this. Blondie. Yeah, you heard me right. You heard me right. There's a Blondie in here. There's also a Mothers of Invention. And there's also a... What is that? There's also a... Cannonball Adderley. Sounds pretty cool. Chris Knapp said he would do 100 on the bundle. Sold! Chris Knapp, $100. Sold! Chris Knapp, $100. Sold! Chris Knapp, $100. And that right there might be the spark we needed. At this point, there's no telling what's about to happen. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy cow. Holy double stuffed Oreos dipped in milk till they're just right texture. Then you bite into them and they're not too mushy, but they're not too hard. And it's just right. And then you dump another one in some milk and then you dip another one. And then you go, oh my gosh, I've already ate one row. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and get into the second row. And then you peel back that top thing, you know, that thing on top of the Oreos. The next thing you know, you're dunking Oreo number 23 and you're going, oh my God, I'm sick to my stomach, but these are so good. And then you dunk another Oreo. They're like, holy crap, there's one row left. I might as well go ahead and eat the whole pack. And then you start row number 4 and then you're like, oh my gosh, I got to have more milk. And then you crawl to your fridge and you're just like sick to your stomach sloshing all around with Oreos and milk. And you're like, oh, I need some more milk. And then you pour more milk in there. And then you crawl back to your couch and you just start dunking Oreos. You're just dunking and you're just dunking. And then you're just dunking. And then next thing you know, you have ate a whole pack of Oreos and you're like, oh God, I feel terrible now. I feel absolutely terrible, but that was so good. And then you get in your car. And then you go to Walgreens, it's 1:22 a.m. And then you walk in, you're like, I'm here for more Oreos. And then you start screaming at the people working there because they're out of Oreos. And then you go home and go to bed. Okay. Not that I've ever done anything like that before, but just saying. Okay. Just saying. Not that that's any kind of experience. All right, so here we go. We got Blondie Heart of Glass, 2018 a remastered single. That's pretty cool. So they did this as like a remaster of the iconic Heart of Glass Blondie single. $20 start. That's up in slot number A. This is Burnt Winnie Sandwich, a Palace, 180-gram pressed at Palace in Germany, sealed. That's also a $20 start. And then we got Cannonball Adderley Poppin' at Paris. 2024 record store day. It does have a little bit of a corner bump up here. $35 start. That is sealed. That is sealed. And there's your current 3 auctions. Some cool stuff there. All 3 are sealed. And then, without further ado, I have this right here. And what is this? Welcome Interstate Managers. Fortune Fountains of Wayne. What is this? I don't know. We have Fountains of Wayne, Welcome Interstate Managers. This is a 2021 red 2LP sealed with hop sticker, and that's going to go up for a $55 start, okay? All right, everything in this crate, pretty simply, like I said, $6.99. Wow. First is a sealed Santana Walmart exclusive that was originally marked $35. Dang. So right off the bat, sealed Santana Walmart exclusive, $6.99. Holy cow. Get ready for the comments to come in on those. Shakedown was first at $6.99. Santana sold. All right. We've got Walt Disney's Bambi, the Magic Mirror series. No condition notes on Bambi, $6.99. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. A VG Plus copy of Bob Seger, $6.99. Hollywood Nights, Man for Man, The Roaring Silence, VG Plus, $6.99 on Man for Man. And Buffalo Springfield is a double LP, $16.99. Let's go over here and say final chance on Blondie, which is $20. Burnt Winnie Sandwich is at $20. Cannonballs at $35. And Fountains of Wayne is sealed a $55 start. Mellon and Jennings gets Bambi, and that's sold to Mellon and Jennings for $6.99. Thank you. Don't forget, Man for Man has Blinded by the Light, revved up like a... Also, we have, whoa, Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. VG Plus copy, just $6.99 for Meatloaf. Original label, too. Genesis Wind and Weathering. Genesis is $6.99. And what else is $6.99? Another Genesis. And then there were 3. That's a VG copy. And you know what else I have for $6.99? Sticks, pieces of 8. Sticks is a VG Plus copy, $6.99. Lewis Kulick gets Meatloaf. That's sold to Lewis Kulick for $6.99. This is a $6.99 crate, by the way. Gypsy in the Garden. EX condition, just $6.99 on Gypsy. I don't even want to tell you what that was originally marked. 10cc, How Dare You. 10cc is EX. That's also $6.99. And, 10 years after, that's a VG copy, $6.99. Dene De La O on Gypsy. That is sold to Dene for $6.99. This is a $6.99 crate, no more, no less. Cannonball Adderley is sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. And then Fountains of Wayne is sealed, a $55 buy now on that one, okay? Let's close those out. And we got final call on Blondie. And then also that has a new bid at 22, just saying. Just saying, just letting you know, just make sure everybody understands what's happening there, okay? And then, where's that crate at? Bum, 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 ba-dun, dun, dun, da-dun, dun, da-dun, bum, bum, bum. Here it is. All right. And I need to start going through some of these. All right, next auction is Black Sabbath Paranoid. And this is sealed, and this should be the 2016, which I think is the 2014 remaster. That is Black Sabbath Paranoid, sealed. A $20 start on that one, okay? Mellon Jennings gets 10 years after for $6.99. Thank you, Mellon Jennings. Back to the $6.99. Nice. Elton John in shrink wrap, original die cut cover, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. That's VG Plus. Al Stewart, $6.99. $6.99. Fountains of Wayne, Fred Cardinale's offered $40. Sold to Fred Cardinale for $40. Next is Eric Clapton, August, VG Plus, $6.99. And we have James Taylor and the Flying Machine. James Taylor is VG, $6.99, okay? Next thing I have over here is this. This is a Led Zeppelin 7-inch single of Rock and Roll and 4 Sticks. Been a long time since I rock and rolled. Ra-dum, ra-dum, and 4 Sticks. Dun, 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 dun. This one is a little bit lower grade than you would normally see from Japan. This is probably by Japanese standards, I would call like a VG, but that is not one I get too often. Look at that shot. Holy cow. Led Zeppelin, $25 start. That's now up for bid. Lewis Kulick got the Eric Clapton for $6.99. Awesome stuff in here for $6.99. This is like a closeout, leftover, discount crate, and now they're further reduced. Foreigner, VG Plus, $6.99 for Foreigner, and Boston even for $6.99. And check this out. No condition notes. A Terre Haute original, no condition notes for $6.99. Badfinger, no condition notes on Badfinger for $6.99. The Cars Candy O, no condition notes for $6.99. And another car, Shake It Up, no condition notes for $6.99. That is insane. Those albums were originally marked 34, 29, 26, and 26. And they're all $6.99 just because at some point somebody refused to make an offer. They refused to buy them half off. They refused to buy them at the discount crate. And now they're $6.99. And now you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I just go ahead and get that earlier when I had a chance? So the first thing is Dennis Casares was first on Boston. That sold to Dennis Casares for $6.99. Andy Rutherford was second. Al was third. Lewis Kulick was fourth. Rusty Schultz was fifth. Chris Knapp first on Badfinger. Sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99. Al was second. Chris Knapp was first on the Cars. And Chris Knapp, I'm going to tag you for both of the Cars. If you don't want both, let me know. But those are sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99 and $6.99. Lewis Kulick second on the Cars. Mike Quadrini third on the Cars. Rusty Schultz fourth on the Cars. Impesh fifth on the Cars. Dirty Pirate Hooker sixth on the Cars. Stephanie Hill seven on the Cars. Greg Gallier eighth on the Cars. Douglas Phelan second on Badfinger. Dirty Pirate Hooker ninth on the Cars. And James Hicks 10th on the Cars. The first three auctions are all buy it nows. Blondie is sold to Fred Cardinale for $20. Burnt Winnie Sandwich is sold to Charlie DeFrank for 25, and Black Sabbath Paranoid is sold to Chris Knapp for 21. Led Zeppelin Japanese single VG Condition is a final call for $25. We'll do some more auctions here in just a second. But first, these are $6.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion. No condition notes, $6.99. Count Basie, The Pablo Years. A double LP, no condition notes, $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Come On Over. No condition notes, $6.99. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $6.99. Greg Bendinger says he'll take Foreigner. That's sold to Greg Bendinger for $6.99. Danae DeLeo gets Count Basie for $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right here. I have the following. I have Japanese Monsters of Rock. I have Carly Simon. And I have Elvin Jones. And these three are going to go up for bid right now. Monsters of Rock. This is a 1980 Japanese OG. Near mint minus a $35 start. Rainbow Scorpions, April Wine Saxon, Ride and Touch. Carly Simon, No Secrets. Carly Simon is a Speaker's Corner. This is Palace Analog German. Sealed, $35 start. And then Elvin Jones, Revival. Look at Pookie's Pub, or Live at Pookie's Pub. I'm getting tongue twisted quite easily tonight. $40 start, probably because this crate's going so fast. It's a lot in here, and I'm trying to go as fast as possible. Next is Bart Fargo on Neil Young for $6.99. Louis Kulik was next. And then over here, we have The Who. This is Pete Townsend. Who Came First? That is $6.99. And then Shooting Star, Burning. Shooting Star is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Shooting Star again, that one's self-titled for $6.99. And Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Dang, this was originally stickered $34.99. Simple Minds for $6.99. Same price for U2, Live Under a Blood Red Sky. $6.99 for Boston, Don't Look Back. $6.99 for Rush, Grace Under Pressure. $6.99 on those. Now, let me tell y'all, this is a great opportunity. So these were left behind in a vintage discount bin. So I think the tab I'm going through right now, these records were marked down to $14.99. So if anybody needs a link to our group, that is a whole lot of records, let me know for two reasons. Because at 9 a.m., I know these are $6.99 right now, but at 9 a.m., probably about a month ago, some of these were marked down to $9 and $14.99. Now, I think a lot of people would have been happy buying these for $9 and $14, but they were left behind, and now they're closed out at $6.99. So that's kind of crazy, right? Very crazy. First thing is Chris Riddings put SS, and that's for Shooting Star. I'm going to sell both of them to Chris Riddings, $6.99, and the other one for $6.99. RST Stree first on Simple Minds. This is sold to RST Stree for $6.99. Chris Knapp was second. Louis Kulik third. Mortgage Guy Rob fourth. Mike Quadrini fifth. Chris Knapp got U2. That's sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99. Shakedown got Rush for $6.99. Beast Smoker Barbecue got Boston for $6.99. Louis Kulik second on Boston. Chris Knapp next on Rush. Mortgage Guy Rob next on Rush. Louis Kulik next on Rush. M. Pesh next on Rush. Eli and Paul next on Rush. Mr. MFTF next on Rush. Dennis Jackson next on Rush. And Fred Carnell wants to know what's an A. That is Japanese Monsters of Rock, $39. Rainbow Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Right Touch. Carly Simon is at $36. Elvin Jones, a final call for $40. And by the way, I'm not ending Led Zeppelin until somebody gets a bid. So it's been up there for, hold on, let me see how long Led Zeppelin's been up there. Led Zeppelin has been up there for 8 minutes, and it will remain up there until somebody places a live bid, okay? So when somebody places a live bid, I'll go ahead and say final call. Until then, it's a $25 start. There's probably some people like, dang. Next thing is Eric Clapton Backless. This is $6.99. Eric Clapton Backless. We have the Bob Seger System. That is $6.99. And The Who's Odds and Sods. The Who is $6.99. Still into great records for $6.99. Chris Riddings needs to put back the Shooting Stars. Lucky for you, put back fees in the $6.99 crate are only $9 a piece. Okay, so you'd be probably better off keeping them. So Chris Riddings, on $18 worth of putback fees. He said that won't be a problem for him. Lewis Kulik gets the Eric Clapton for $6.99. Chris Knapp gets the Who for $6.99. Stephanie next on Eric Clapton. Mr. MFTF next on the Who. What else is available for $6.99? Quarter Flash. Quarter Flash is $6.99. Dennis DeYoung is $6.99. And Dream with Dean Martin is $9.99. There were other SS ones, not on my feed. I'll look again, but I don't think anybody else wanted Shooting Stars. Next thing over here is Dennis Jackson gets Bob Seger for $6.99. Fred Carnell gets Carly Simon for $36. Elvin Jones Revival live at Pookie's Pub is sealed for $40, and Monsters of Rock is with Impesh, a final call for $39. Led Zeppelin is on its 9th final call. This is a final chance for $25 on the Led Zeppelin single. 9th time on a final call on that one. Also $6.99 is Spyro Gyra, Access All Areas. Spyro Gyra was $6.99. The Drifter, 16 Greatest Hits, $6.99 on the Drifters. Stories is EX, $6.99. And same price for Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink. That is VG Plus, $6.99. It's now time for some more auctions. And I'm going to start off with this one right here. I'm going to start off with this. Godsmack and this Fila Ransom Cootie in the Africa 70 with Ginger Baker. Fila Ransom Cootie in the Africa 70 with Ginger Baker. A 50th anniversary reissue, and that is sealed for a $35 start. Godsmack is on orange vinyl, the unofficial, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Eli and Paul want Spyro Gyra, sold to Eli and Paul for $6.99. Al 408 gets the Drifters for $6.99. What is indeed? Sure thing. This is Led Zeppelin. This is an original Japanese single of rock and roll and 4 sticks. It is in VG condition, and that is a $25 start. Monsters of Rock is sold to Impesh for $39. That is sold to Impesh for $39. $39 on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Jazz Dispensary Orange Sunset. Jazz Dispensary Orange Sunset is a Record Store Day Black Friday, and this is going to go up in Slot A for a $15 start. How much is Slot B? A $35 start. Godsmack's also a $35 start. And Bloistical, On Your Feet or On Your Knees, no condition notes for $6.99, clean on that one. Johnny Paycheck, Take This Job and Shove It. $6.99 for Johnny Paycheck. You know what else is $6.99? Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, $6.99. BOC is sold to Lewis Kulik for $6.99. Chris Messer gets Johnny Paycheck for $6.99. Jazz Dispensary is up for a $15 start. That record was originally marked $45, I think, $35, and this is the 11th chance to bid on Led Zeppelin for a $25 start. We have the Best of Jay Giles Band. That is $6.99. Earth, Wind & Fire, Electric Universe, $6.99 on that. Chris Knapp gets Cougar for $6.99. Thank you. And we have the Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour. The Doobie Brothers, $6.99 double LP. Live Cream, nice. No condition notes. Cream, speaking of Ginger Baker, who's on the Fela Kuti record there, $6.99 on that one. Al 408 on Earth, Wind & Fire. If you're just joining us, this is a no more, no less crate, but instead of half off, everything in here is the same price. They're all $6.99. $6.99. So we sold that. Steve Feakin, you were next on John Cougar Mellencamp. Bart Fargo gets the Doobie Brothers for $6.99. And then RST Street says Love Cream. I bet he meant Live Cream. So this is sold to Mr. MFT. No, excuse me. It's sold to RST Streve. He was first. Cream, and then Mr. MFTF, then Chris Messer, then Al, then Lewis Kulik. And there's a new bid on A for $16. The Human League Fascination is $6.99. Boys and Girls, Brian Ferry, that's $6.99. And I have the History of British Rock. This is a double LP, The Kinks, Donovan, Peter and Gordon, Wayne Fontana, $6.99 on that one. B and C are no bids. Godsmack is an orange vinyl unofficial, $35. And Fila Ransom Cootie in Africa 70, that is sealed for $35. HL Human League, that is sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99. Also $6.99 is ELO, a New World Record, $6.99 on that one. And Pure Prayer League busting out. VG Plus $6.99. Amy, what you? So right now, Jazz Dispensary is at $17. Final chance to bid on Led Zeppelin for $25. And we have Godsmack at $27, Godsmack at $28, Fila at $25. I will do $30 on the Fila, $30 on that one, and Godsmack, Mike Quadrini, and Dennis Casares. This was actually tagged for a lot higher start. I'll do $30 on Godsmack. Mike has first dibs, then Dennis Casares. Okay. Next is Bart Fargo on ELO for $6.99. Willie 67 put Jog. Is that for Jay Giles band? Maybe Willie. You got auto corrected there. Stephanie Hill got Pure Prayer League for $6.99, and Fred Carnell gets British Rock for $6.99. Al, if you want Fila for $30. If you want Fila for $30, it's yours. If not, it's so today. Mike says he will take the Godsmack for $30. That is so for $30. That is so for $30 to Al then. And then that means Fila is so for $30 to Mike Quadrini. Oh, wait a minute. I did that backwards. Mike Quadrini gets Godsmack for $30. Al gets the Fila for $30. And over here, we have Jazz Dispensary at $17, now $18. And then Danae De La O. Danae De La O is GG, and I don't think that's a claim. I think that's an abbreviation for good get. Next thing over here is Dexter Gordon, one flight up. This is a 2015. This is Dexter Gordon, one flight up. And this is going to go up, Dexter Gordon, a $15 start. That is sealed Dexter Gordon. Next auction is going to go up in C. And this is, hold on one second. Oh, I know what I need. I need to go right around here and grab this box over here. Wow. That is Frankenstein, in case you don't recognize that. If not, then you're not cultured enough in classic rock, okay? You need to get on some kind of list of Chad, sing me more classic rock instrumentals, and I'll go, okay. Well, I stand up next to a mountain. Wow. Wow. That was Led Zeppelin, Voodoo Child, or excuse me, Jimi Hendrix, Voodoo Child. Well, I stand up next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. YYZ. Da 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 boom da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 boom da da da. All right, so let's see what happened here. Sorry, I had to go get some new stuff. So okay, and then Willie, did I pull Jay Giles from him? This is sold to Willie G27, $6.99. And then over here we have Brian Ferry condition. No condition notes on Brian Ferry. We're doing a $6.99 deal here, okay? We got Don McLean American 5, VG Plus $6.99. $6.99. Don McLean American Pie. UB40 Labor of Love. That has their hit song Red Red Wine, the Neil Diamond cover. $6.99 on that one. Our next single is I Was Made for Loving You, Baby. You Were. This is a Japanese single. This one's Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And this is Kiss. The sleeve is probably VG Plus. It does have a little bit of that discoloration on it. Kiss is a $25 start. Final chance to get a bid on Zeppelin for $25. And we're about to sell A and B for $23 and $15. Okay, back to the $6.99. This is a crazy crate, and there's another one coming up after this one. We have Al on UB40 for $6.99. Eli and Paul is second. Mortgage Guy Rob third. Lewis Kulik fourth. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights, $6.99. David Gilmour on guitar. Blondie, Heart of Glass, $6.99. There's the original single. We sold the remaster earlier. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, no condition notes for $6.99. And we got Chicago. Chicago 3 was $6.99. Also $6.99 is Justin Hayward's Songwriter, $6.99 on that one. And then from the soundtrack of Record City, $6.99. Eli and Paul on the Paul McCartney for $6.99. Next is Eli and Paul on Blondie for $6.99. Chris Redding second on Blondie. James Hicks next on Blondie. Eli and Paul gets Justin Hayward for $6.99. Genesis Abacab is $6.99. Record City is $6.99. So do Chris Knapp. And Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reason, $6.99. Danae De La O gets the Jazz Dispensary for $23. The Dexter Gordon's now at $16. The Kiss Japanese single Vibe I Was Made for Loving You is a $25 start. That's going once, going twice. Next is Shakedown getting Genesis for $6.99. Chris Reddings gets Brian Ferry for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Midnight Oil, 10987654 That is $6.99. B-Sides gets Missing Persons for $6.99. Thank You. And this is the Moody Blues. That's a 2 LP comp for $6.99. And next is Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You Songs from the Wood. And that is $6.99. And then Chris Knapp was next on, no, he's first on Midnight Oil at $6.99. And then Eli and Paul. All right, Fred Carnell gets Dexter Gordon. Kiss is a no bid, a $25 buy it now. Kiss is a no bid for $25. Final chance to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin for $25. I called that a VG Plus sleeve and Near Mint Minus vinyl on Kiss, 7-inch single of I Was Made for Loving You. Some Japanese there. Okay. Next is Lewis Kulik on Jethro Tull. Eli Paul was next. Now, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put up 3 new auctions, which I'm going to do right now. And the first one is this. This is Tone Loc, Loc After Dark, and Wild Thing. And this is going to go up in C for a $7 start. That is Tone Loc, Loc After Dark, and Wild Thing. $7 start, slot number C. This is an amazing $6.99 crate, and great titles still left. Fast recap, then we're going to do another one. I have over here going up for bid. This is the Bobby Hamilton Quintet, Dream Queen. This is sealed. Spiritual Jazz meets Spiritual Yearning. Pianist songwriter Bobby Hamilton's magnum opus, his secret, his raw love letter to music didn't seem to set him back. Wow. Sounds interesting. Record Store Day, sealed Bobby Hamilton, $15 start. 15, you heard me correctly, 15. This isn't a joke. This isn't some kind of scam. Next over here is Led Zeppelin. I'm calling everything Led Zeppelin. This is Black Sabbath 13. It's a gatefold 2 LP black vinyl. That's a $20 start. And here's what's left in the $6.99 batch. We have Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, VG Plus, $6.99. Buffalo Springfield, $6.99, no condition notes. Manfred Mann, Roaring Silence, VG Plus, $6.99. Genesis, $6.99, no condition notes. Genesis, and then there were 3 VG for $6.99. Sticks, Pieces of 8, VG Plus, $6.99. 10cc, How Dare You. EX for $6.99. Elton John, VG Plus, $6.99. Al Stewart, VG Plus, $6.99. Dennis Jackson on Seeger. And Dennis Jackson on Seeger, which is Bob Seger right here, sold for $6.99. James Taylor and the Flying Machine, VG $6.99. Final call to get a bid on Dream Queen for $15, Black Sabbath for $20. Rebuild Mode does have the Tone Loc at $7, and final chance to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin for $25. Next is Douglas Phelan, got Buffalo Springfield for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Sticks to Grand Illusion. This is another one of those insane $6.99 crates like we were going through Saturday night. I've got one more, and then it'll be a while before I have enough accumulated probably to do more like this. Olivia Newton-John, Come On Over. That is $6.99. Pete Townsend, who came first? Pete Townsend, $6.99. Shooting Star, that's $6.99. Shooting Star Burning is $6.99. Quarter Flash, also $6.99. No condition notes. Dennis DeYoung Desert Moon, $6.99. Dream with Dean Martin, $6.99. The Stories is EX, $6.99. Joe Walsh was VG Plus, $6.99. Don McClain American Pie, VG Plus, $6.99. Bad Company, $6.99. No condition notes. Chicago 3, no condition notes, $6.99. And this is the Moody Blues, $6.99, a double LP. All right, so Dream Queen did get a bid with Danae. Now Zappa is at 27, and we're going to go ahead and sell Tone Loc, and that is sold to Rebuild Mode for $7. Thank you on that, sold to Rebuild Mode. Tone Loc is going all the way to Australia. All the way to Australia. I did make it back alive. I did. I've been busy, to say the least, the last 48 hours, but I'm here. I've got an awesome $6.99 crate in front of you. And we're about to bundle this. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to be sold to Chris Knapp if no one buys what you want right now. So I'm going to price these. Neil Reigler's asked the price. I'm going to price these. And the first one to say bundle sold or to get their offer in will have first dibs. So stand by. First, Elvis Presley. This is the 50th anniversary yellow gold vinyl reissue of You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. That is going to go up for a 7. And don't be cruel. $7 start on that one. Next over here is Henry's Choice. Wants to know about the posters in Chicago. Chicago is a double LP. It has the correct original inner sleeve. Nothing else in that pocket. Nothing inside of the gatefold. And this one has the second correct original inner sleeve. So 2 LPs and 2 inner sleeves is the contents of this. $6.99. And then Chris Reddings is going to get Stories. And that is sold to Chris Reddings for $6.99. Okay. Dream Queen has a new bid with Ray Red. I can go ahead and sell Black Sabbath for $27. Elvis just went up in C for a $7 start. And final chance to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin. And that is a $25 start on that VG Japanese single of Rock and Roll and 4 Sticks. I've already had 2 offers. It's still a live auction. I've already had 2 different offers on it. And I said, well, maybe, but right now it's still up for bid. A $25 start. Matt Bushy says he wants James Taylor. Oh, yeah. James Taylor sold to Matt Bushy for $6.99. And I'm going to go ahead and count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Henry's Choice wants Moody's and Chicago. Sold to Henry's Choice for $6.99 and Henry's Choice for $6.99. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Excellent bundle there. 18 records left. Here we go. Here's my price. And $85. $85. Let's go ahead and put up another auction in B. Danae's back in on that. How about another 7-inch? Fairies Wear Boots from Zach Sabbath. Fairies Wear Boots from Zach Sabbath. A Black Sabbath cover. Sealed 7-inch single. $10 start on that. $10 start on that one. Neil Reigler says he will take the bundle for $75. Sold to Neil Reigler for $75. Neil Reigler coming in on this one at $75. Who's ready for another one like that? I bet a lot of people are. Holy cow. Holy moly. Oh, my. All right, whoever's tagging, there's a little space left in crate number 6. I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to start crate number 7 with this bundle. All right? So crate number 7 is going to be started with this bundle. I'm going to go ahead and put it in crate number 7. And that's the one with Bad Company on the front. But right now, I'm going to try to finish up filling up crate number 6, okay? So thank you, Eli and Paul. Thank you, Neil Reigler at 75 on that one, okay? All right. Been a long time since I rock and rolled. Right on. Right out, right down. Been a long time since I had some Panda Express. Da-down. Da-down, da-down. Ooh, give me that honey sesame chicken. Da-down. Da-dum, da-dum. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I had some rice and lo mein. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. I ate In-N-Out Burger last night. They close at 1 a.m. on Sunday nights. In-N-Out Burger, 1 a.m. on Sunday nights. I pulled in at 12:43, which I thought was a reasonable time. And the line, there was like 9 cars ahead of me. And I was like, oh man, I hate to do this. But by the time I got my order, it was 1 a.m. and there were still 12 cars behind me. I tried to count them. They kind of wrapped around the building, but I know there was at least 12. And that was at a Monday morning, technically, at 1 a.m. here in Lebanon. And it was good. Because on that trip where I was flying all over Minnesota and stopping and buying records, I actually didn't really eat that entire day, and I was pretty famished. So I had 2 double-doubles. I didn't eat all the fries, though. I definitely ate the burgers. 2 double-double meals, and I ended up with 2 drinks that I didn't really need because I got a milkshake instead, which their milkshakes aren't the best, but man, that was good. Okay, and then Elvis is sold to Fred Cardinal for $9. Final chance to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin for $25. Zach Sabbath at $20 and Dream Queens at $21. Final chance on that one. All right, here we go. We're about to start another $6.99 crate. Here we go, and I have Liquid Leg Bone, 1994 Punk Split Green Marble Vinyl, okay? Here is some sort of Punk single. It's called Liquid Redbone. It's Ragu Calgon. I don't know really what's going on here. But this is going to go up. This is from a collection of customers we bought because that is something that we would have had for sale at one point. $7 start on that. All right, let's get started with the $6.99 stuff, okay? I have nice Fleetwood Mac Tusk, no condition notes, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, no more, no less. Nice. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. An original label, 360 sound label, $6.99 on Johnny Cash there. You know what else is $6.99? George Thorogood, Bad. Bad to the Bone. Frampton is $6.99. No condition notes on Comes Alive. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Rock and Roll Time. It's a Sun, 2014 for just $6.99. Bart Fargo got Fleetwood Mac for $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob gets Johnny Cash for $6.99. Eli and Paul was next on Johnny Cash. Stephanie, you were next on Fleetwood Mac. James Hicks gets George Thorogood. John Griffin was next on George Thorogood. And Greg Bendinger was next on George Thorogood. Quick look at these auctions. We're about to sell A for $23, B for $25. Liquid Smoke is a $7 start. Henry's Choice gets Frampton Comes Alive. That's sold to Henry's Choice for $6.99. And Joe Sontag gets Jerry Lee Lewis for $6.99. And now my crate's full. I got to do a little switcheroo. Okay, I knew that was about to happen. That's why I went ahead and put the bundle in the next crate. So that's done. Let me lay these 245s that's already sold over here. And now we're already going to start crate number 7. And we already got a head start on crate number 7 because the bundle's already in there. Very nice. And what is the Sun? Already sold. We can go ahead and sell B too. Zach Sabbath is sold to Stephen A. Young for $25. And I need to get these other cassettes off my table right quick. Final chance on Led Zeppelin for $25. Here in a minute, I'm going to make it a buy now, and I'm going to catch somebody off guard. I'm having a lot of fun with this Zeppelin single. I'm going to catch somebody off guard here in a minute. They're going to be like, oh, he finally ended it. Oh, man. And then they're going to be like, golly, all I had to do was bid. All right. Danae gets the Dream Queen for $26, okay? We're done there. Let's keep going with the $6.99 crate. I'm going to add 2 more auctions in one moment. First Footloose soundtrack, no condition notes for $6.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, $6.99. Brownsville Station, yeah, that one has Smoking in the Boys Room on it. Also, we have Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, $6.99. We need to change Johnny Cash from Mortgage Guy Rob to Eli and Paul instead, okay? We need to change those. So make sure they get that done. Hopefully they caught that. Next two auctions are going to go up for bid right now. And that is King Gizzard and the Doors. And these are both sealed or open. We're about to find out. This is the Doors. Strange Days Have Found Us. A 2009 reissue. 180 gram near mint Rhino. The Doors. Strange Days. People are strange when they're a strange. King Gizzard Lizard Wizard. Teenage Lizard on this yellow and red blob. King Gizzard is a $10 start. Lizard Eyes colored vinyl. Liquid Smoke is sold for $7. And that is sold to Greg Gallier for $7, okay? Final chance to get a bid in on Zeppelin for $25. And then first thing in here is this. I have Willie. I got Dennis Casares first on Footloose for $6.99. Willie G27 was second. Brownsville Station sold to Chris Readings for $6.99. Mike Wilt next on Footloose. The Doors is a $15 start. Another Frampton Comes Alive. VG Plus $6.99. And there is another Chicago 3, $6.99. And this one just has inserts too. Are we sure this one ever even came with posters? I don't think it did. $6.99 on Chicago. Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter, $6.99. Dennis Casares picking up Frampton for $6.99. Whiskey Todd was second. And Hall & Oates H2O Shrink and Hop sticker on that one, $6.99. All right. Next single I have over here is this. This is going up for bid right now. And this is, what do I have in here? I got... Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Will Smith. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth. This is a $7 start. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Brand new funk and Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble. Could be some truth to that. Could be some truth. We have Days of Future Past, VG Plus, $6.99. Days of Future Past, about a VG or VG Plus cover as well. $6.99. Steppenwolf 7. Steppenwolf 7's VG Plus $6.99. If you're just joining us, we're going through a $6.99 crate. And who knows, I may be doing a half-off crate next. Probably going right back into that, and you'll be like, holy cow, Chad, you're going crazy for a Monday night. First thing I have is Lewis Kulik on Moody Blues for $6.99. Also, I have ELO, a new world record, VG for $6.99. George Thorogood Maverick EX at $6.99. And we have over here, this is a one of those Warner Brothers comps. This one's called Supergroup. George Benson, I see Bootsy's Rubber Band, Todd Rundgren's on there. You know who else is on here? Pat Martino, Slade, Emmylou Harris, $6.99 on that one. If anybody wants Led Zeppelin, it's $25. This is the Japanese single for Rock and Roll and 4 Sticks. It was up for 36 minutes and 29 seconds. Dang. A new world record for the longest no bid. 25 on that one. And then over here, I've got Zach Sabbath. And Zach Sabbath over here is going to go up in slot number D. And Zach Sabbath is Fairies Wear Boots. This is sealed. And it is, that has nothing to do with it. Didn't we just sell one of those? Yeah. Well, there's another chance. Zach Sabbath, a $7 start. $7 start on that. Zeppelin has an offer for $15. How about $25? How about $25? Next is Jerry Lee Lewis Monsters. Jerry Lee Lewis is $6.99. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. This is $6.99. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. Glenn Fry, Soul Searching, $6.99. The Golden Roots of Jerry Lee Lewis, $6.99. And Bobby Whitlock, Raw Velvet. Bobby Whitlock, $6.99. Okay? A and C are done. The Doors is sold to Fred Cardinal for $17. People are strange. When there's X-Wing 81 gets the Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff for $7. Fred Cardinal has King Gizzard for $20. And there's another sealed Zach Sabbath Fairies Wear Boots on that one. Let's put up a couple more. But first, Eli and Paul gets Nancy and Lee for $6.99. Also, Deodato 2, that is $6.99. And Walt Disney's The Prince and the Pauper, that is also $6.99. Okay, first thing, next thing. Here we go. This is it. Stand by. And we have Do 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 do. Run da 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 da. Aretha Franklin, sealed. I never loved a man the way I love you. This is sealed mono 2013. $15 start on Aretha. Also for $6.99, here's Loretta singing Wings Upon Your Horns. $6.99 on that one. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. $6.99. Okay. Here's a cool old vintage EP from Frank Sinatra. Young at Heart. Young at Heart. This is a 4-track. Has an old tag on the back. Mallory's Music Shop, Canal Street down in New Orleans. That's probably the original price sticker that was on it. EAP, these really never did come sealed. And a lot of times people would write the price on the back. So if you ever see an old Elvis EP or something from this era, and there's probably like a pencil mark on the back that says $1.50 or 59 cents, that was actually the original shop. And they would keep the disc sometimes behind the counter. That is going to go up for a $7 star. So sometimes you'll see writing on the back of these, and it's actually the original writing, probably from where it was in the shop in the 50s. Elton John, $6.99. D's getting new bids. We're about to sell King Gizzard for $20. Daytime Friends, Kenny Rogers, $6.99. Also, we have Gina Lynn and Velotte, $6.99 for Gina Lynn and Velotte. Ray Charles invites you to listen. If you want some in here, I would grab it while you can. If not, these are going to be sold at a bundle price. I can almost guarantee it. So here's your chance. Gary Wright, Touch and Gone. Gary Wright is $6.99. And the King Bees, $6.99. The Best of Mark Almond, $6.99 on the Best of Mark Almond. And Mama Koss, Mama's Big Ones, her greatest hits, $6.99. Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart, $6.99 on that one. King Gizzard is sold to Fred Cardinale for $20. Aretha Franklin, Final Chance, that's sealed mono. Rhino for $15. Sinatra, a $7 start. Sabbath is at $18. Those are all going once, going twice. Next over here is Bay City Rollers. That's $6.99. Foghat Energized VG Plus, that is $6.99. Focus Moving Waves, VG $6.99. The Rascals Greatest Hits Timepiece, Good Lovin', VG $6.99. Next auction is AC/DC live in Sydney, Australia, 1977. This is a 2 LP yellow vinyl unofficial, a $35 start on that one. Lewis Kulick on FH for Foghat, so to Lewis Kulick for $6.99. You know what else is $6.99? Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card. So is Black Oak, Arkansas, Ain't Life Grand. That's VG Plus $6.99. Okay, now we're starting a new an old box, same crate, but the sticky note just popped up. That tells me, yep, this is a great price. Another Fleetwood Mac Tusk for just $6.99. That is a 2 LP, no condition notes. William Meadows on Lennon. I'm assuming that was for Gina Lynn and Velotte back here. I think that's still available. Gina Lynn and Velotte, so to William Meadows. Dennis Jackson gets Tusk for $6.99. Al was second. Stephen A. Young third. What was the King Bees? The King Bees that's in here is the King Bees self-titled. $6.99 on that one. Everett Wilson next on Fleetwood Mac. There is a new bid on Frank Sinatra and a new bid on Zach Sabbath. Danae De La O on Almond. Where y'all seeing these at? Y'all are either behind or seeing stuff a second time. Danae got Mark Almond for $6.99. And then we have ABBA, the album, $6.99 for that. What is the condition of Bobby Whitlock? Boy, that's way back here too. Bobby Whitlock is no condition notes. It's a VG, yeah, it's a VG. It was a radio station copy from the late WLAV's DJ Uncle Buck private collection. So there's radio station markings on the front, label, and back. $6.99 on that one. Four-wheel drive BTO was $6.99. Nobody bid on Aretha Franklin. That was sealed for a $15 start, which was half of the original sticker price. Wow. And then over here, I have Kansas Leftoverture, VG Plus, $6.99 on Kansas. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. And lay your Here's another interesting. Covers of Rodriguez. Sugar Man and the Pusher. This is, who is this artist though? Esteris, maybe? Interesting. This is going to go up for a $7 start in slot number A. If I can get to it here. Here we go. Covers of Rodriguez. So on the back it has Side 1 Sugar Man by Jesus Rodriguez, and then The Pusher by Hoyt Axton. Monkey Wrench. I think it's called Monkey Wrench. Sorry, y'all can't see what I'm seeing. Monkey Wrench is a $7 start. Sugar Man and The Pusher. Okay, 35, 7, 20. Next thing over here is Lewis Kulick got BTO. That's sold to Lewis Kulick for $6.99. Neil Rigler gets Aretha at an amazing price of $12. And then Retro Class was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot. I should have scrolled down a little further. Dang it. Sorry to myself and Retro Class. Chris Riddings gets Bobby Whitlock for $6.99. Led Zeppelin 15. How about 25? Beginnings. John Denver with the Mitchell Trio. $6.99. Dionne Warwick Golden Hits. Dionne Warwick is $6.99. This is Showtime Rycooter. $6.99 on Rycooter. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears Nuclear Blues. Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99. All right, all three of these are sold. AC/DC, Stephen A. Young, $35. Frank Sinatra sold to Nick Serengenko for $7. Zach Sabbath sold to Fred Cardinale for $20. Those are all done, and let me put those away. Done, done, done. And let's close out all this. Let's jump over here. And then we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears sold to Al for $6.99. Danae was next. Bobby Sherman is $6.99. And then there's Monkey Wrench, which is a $7 start. $7 start. All right, let's do these right here. This is 1, 2, and then, yeah, I got these right here. I got Jackie McLean. Okay, so this is a little bit different stuff here. This is New Dry Cleaning Long Leg. Dry Cleaning New Long Leg. Dry Cleaning is the name of the artist. It is on yellow vinyl. It is sealed for a $25 start. We had one of these the other night, and we ended up selling it. It is a Japanese, first vinyl release in North America, a lost Japanese psychedelic masterpiece. It's actually a Japanese psych album. Now, trying to get you the actual name was what the challenge was, because there's nothing on the spine. The obi covers up the first name, but there's Masaoshi Kabe and Shiniki Shin. But this is all Japanese, and this has some tracks, but it doesn't actually say what it is. $30 start. And then Jackie McLean Destination, that is sealed, a $15 start. Okay. All right, there's that. And then over here we have, moving on, info on Monkey Wrench. Monkey Wrench is a 7-inch single, black vinyl, Sugar Man and the Pusher, $7 start. Okay, let me tell you something. This inner sleeve in here serves no purpose but damage. All right. $7 start. Okay. Another Bobby Sherman, $6.99. Robert Palmer, some people can do what they like. $6.99 on Robert Palmer. Steve Kuhn Trance, 1975 sealed, $6.99 on that one. Stephen Steele's The Best of Stephen Steele, $6.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, VG Plus, $6.99. Kansas Point of No Return, VG, $6.99. And we have Cliff Richard, Silver. Cliff Richard is $6.99. It is called Speed Glue Shiniki. How much? Speed Glue Shiniki. It is right now at $30, now $32. And Elon Paul wants Rick, which is Rick Wakeman, for $6.99. So here's an update on the auctions. Monkey Wrench is a buy it now for $7. Dry Cleaning Yellow Vinyl, $25 start. Japanese Psych, $32. And Jackie McLean is a $15 start. Okay? And anybody else, I'm just going to read the titles this time instead of going through the whole crate. You already know they're already $6.99, no more, no less. Final chance before we try to offer these as a bundle deal. I've got another half off crate over here to do. Okay? Oh, I'm stretching right now. 1 second. Okay. All right. So, Zeppelin 15. How about 25? And then Robert Palmer is sold to Matt Bushy for $6.99. Dry cleaning's a no bid, a $25 buy it now on dry cleaning. I'll put that right over there. They're still bidding on C. Let's go ahead and sell the Jackie McLean to RST Stree for $15. Another half off price. Jazz, new Seal Jazz album. Great on that. So that's now at 36. And let's put some more stuff up right now. And I'm probably going to do this 45 lot if I can. So let me count out what I have here. I've got first 2 Elvis singles. These are going to go up in slot number A. And this is Elvis, Blue Christmas, and Santa Claus is Back in Town. And then we have That's All Right and Blue Moon of Kentucky. Those are in slot number A together for a $10 start. $10 start on that one. And then over here, we have, so Chad, you take my offer of let's up them 15. So there's 2 people that keep offering 15 for Zeppelin. Takes 25 to buy it. I think if you got on there right now and even bought a VG copy after Japanese shipping, are y'all paying attention to, like, maybe if it is a Japanese seller, the postage cost? Even for a VG, okay? 25. Y'all are getting closer, though. Y'all are getting closer. Y'all are getting very closer. You're getting closer. You're getting closer, though. All right. And then over here are Alan Jackson, Dog River Blues, and Wanted. Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison Blues, and So Doggone Lonesome. Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends, and A Country Boy Can Survive. And Roseanne Cash, 7-Year Yake. 7-Year Yake. 7-Year Ache. Those 4 country singles, Alan, Johnny, Hank, and Roseanne, those are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start. And then here's what's left. Here's what's left. And this crate for $6.99. Then we're going to do a half-off crate. What Led Zeppelin is it? It is a VG Japanese rock and roll and 4 sticks. $25. $25. It's got 1 scuff on it. It's got a weird sheen. It's got a weird sheen to it. And then it's got a couple scuffs. That's why I'm calling it VG. It's got kind of a weird, like, sheen. It's kind of like not really glossy. And then it's got a couple scuffs. So I'm not buying it from Japan. Exactly. Exactly. That's why you need to pay $25 for it. Okay, over here we got Cliff Richard. We got Kansas, Stephen Steele, Steve Kuhn, Bobby Sherman, Ry Cooter, Dionne Warwick. A lot of times when there's 2 things that when I think about a comp is if it's not for sale in the United States, where is it? And if it's not in the United States, if it's in a foreign country, what you're going to have to deal with international postage, etc. And then third is like on a large item, like something that's oversized. I'm like, well, yeah, it sold for $100, but somebody paid $230 to have it shipped. So somebody was willing to pay $330. So I always take that as part of the equation on when I'm looking at comps. But just straight up vinyl prices, I'm like, well, we do $8 in limited shipping. But if something's not available or it's something large, I always consider that part of the price. You know, you'll see a big poster or something. I'm like, well, somebody paid $150 plus $300 shipping. And I'm like, holy crap. You know, somebody was willing to pay, you know, whatever. All right, so this is a Japanese psych album. It's something called like Super Glue or something like that. And it's at 45 with Charlie DeFrank. Somebody will have to share the title again. It's really difficult to figure out. It's really difficult. So Elvis 10, 11, 45. Okay. Next over here is John Denver. These are all $6.99. Let me restart. Cliff Richard, Kansas. Stephen Steele, Steve Coon. Bobby Sherman, Ry Cooter, Dionne Warwick, John Denver, Kansas. ABBA, King Bees, Black Oak, Arkansas. Alan Parsons, The Rascals. Focus, Bay City Rollers. Jackie DeShannon, Mama Koss, Gary Wright, Ray Charles. Kenny Rogers, Elton John, Loretta Lynn, Walt Disney, Prince and Pauper, Diodato, Jerry Lee Lewis, Glenn Fry, Jerry Lee Lewis Supergroup, George Thorogood, ELO, Steppenwolf, H2O, Hall & Oates, Glenn Fry, Chicago, Jeff Beck, and Steve Miller Band. You got about 60 seconds on that, then we're going to count them and get them all sold to Chris Knapp in a bundle, as long as he hadn't passed out. All right, next auction in slot number C is going to be this right here. This is the best of David Gray, and the best of David Gray is a Best Buy on orange vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $1 start. Sealed orange vinyl, the best of David Gray, a $1 start. The two Elvis 45s are a buy it now for $10. That's Blue Christmas and the reissue of his Sun singles, That's All Right and Blue Moon of Kentucky. Keep on shining. All right. There's that, and there's David Gray for a $1 start. The Country Lot 15, that's now at 46. Charlie and Fred still battling over that one. All right. Moving on. Led Zeppelin 15. How about 25? How about, I think that makes 3 people now offering 15 on Led Zeppelin. This could get interesting tonight. Okay, next auction is the Supremes. This is sealed, a 2022. Where did our love go? Ooh, baby, run it on bound. Come see about me. Dun, 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 dun. Great stuff there. The Supremes is sealed, a $15 start. All right. There are this is going to be a big bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38. 38. $145. 145 divided by 38 makes these $381 each. David Gray was a $1 start. It now has a $5 bid. Fred, you've been outbid on C. L. Silverhorn has the Country Lot at 20, and the Supremes a $15 start. Led Zeppelin 45 for 15. How about 25 on Led Zeppelin? We still got in the no bids these two Elvis. There's Led Zeppelin, Monkey Wrench 7, and Kiss was $25. Japanese, I Was Made for Loving You. I was made for loving you, babe. You were made. Oh. All right. We need somebody to buy the bundle or make an offer. We got to get this sold. And I've got another half-off crate lined up right here, I think. Not that I think I do. I know we're going to do a half-off. It's just a matter of which one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Y'all would like this one. You'll be drooling. You'll be going up, 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 up. There'll be so many claims coming on some of these. They'll be like, I'll be having to talk like this. All right. So all the auctions are done. So Supremes is a no bid, sealed $15. I'm having bad luck with soul records tonight and Motown stuff. L. Silverhorn gets these 4 country for 20. This Japanese deal is sold to Charlie DeFrank for 50. Or you can go online now and buy an original, which is like $500. And then David Gray is sold to Bart Knoxville for $5. Wow, great price. Okay, great price on that. Let's keep rolling. And let's see what else I got over here. So this was OG Tenacious D. A 2001 USOG 2LP Strong VG, but it should play better. This is an OG Tenacious D. A $55 start. $55 start on Tenacious D. That's now up. Ray Red's bid came in late. Dang. I would have loved to taken that because that would have extended the auction and I wouldn't have had a financial disaster on my hands. But now I have been left with a financial disaster. But that's okay. OG Tenacious D. Pretty weird for me to be putting that up at this hour of the night, but there's your chance. This is a Japanese pressing of Delaney and Bonnie, and I hadn't seen this one too many times. I actually think the vinyl is beautiful. It is. The vinyl is stunning. Your typical near mint minus and pristine Japanese LP, right? Yes. And then we have the insert, but the cover in Obi's kind of messed up. The cover, I mean, it's already kind of like a tan sepia kind of colored, but the Obi's messed up, and I think it does have some discoloration. So, but that's one I don't see too often on Obi. $15 start on that. Tenacious D is OG. You heard me correctly. OG on Tenacious D. And then, did I have more magazines from this guy's magazine collection? I did. The media collection where this guy's got all this stuff wrapped up. There's a few more here. I've got Rolling Stone, Pink Floyd, The Ultimate Guide to Pink Floyd. Okay. And then here was Metallica, The Story Behind Every Album. That sounds cool. Revolver magazine, also Metallica cover. And this was a Revolver magazine with Lacuna Coil's Christina Scabia. So there's 4 magazines here. This one has some dog ear thing going on, but these other 3 are mint. And what did these originally cost new? 13, 7, and 13. And Revolver was 7. So all 4 of those in C for a $10 start. $10 start on those. And what else did I have over here in 45s? Probably the rest of this little handful here we'll try to sell together. So these are pretty cool here. Here's 4 singles going up for a $10 start. This is Cheap Trick, Gimme Some Truth on red vinyl sealed. Heart, a picture sleeve. Heart, Nothing at All. Stand By Me from the movie, the Benny King song, and Yakety Yak by the Coasters. And check this out. Todd Rundgren, I Saw the Light in Your Eyes on blue vinyl. That's pretty cool. So blue vinyl, I Saw the Light, Stand By Me, Heart, and sealed Cheap Trick red vinyl. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Anybody on this bundle? Come on. Come on. 38 records, 145. I'm dying to get this half off crate started. Come on. Come on. Somebody. Somebody. And somebody find me somebody to love. I work hard every day, and I try and try and. What have I done with my backpack? Where is my backpack? Backpack. I gotta find my snack in my backpack. Oh, it's right here next to me. I walked all the way up front for nothing. Y'all really gonna buzzkill this crate, aren't you? Dang it. All right, here we go. All right, getting some energy in me to finish up for tonight. Okay, no bid on A, $55. No bid on B, $15. Al gets the magazines for $10, and Chris Riddings has the 45 lot. Final chance at $13 on that. All right, let's put those away. Sorry, I was on a beef jerky break. I may have one more bite before we resume and get into this next half off crate. Agenda for tonight, I'm going to try to get to our 8th crate goal on vinyl, and then for miscellaneous or late night, I've got cassettes. We've already done 100 or so tonight, but I've got 5 more things over here with the drawers, you know, full. I'm going to be doing that, and we'll probably try to price some toys, okay? It's already quarter till midnight. I did start the show quite a bit later than I normally do, but don't fret, because we'll at least try to get in a good 7 hours, maybe. 8 could be still possible. I need to really spend tonight and start sorting the new collections, so they have plenty of stuff to auction this week. That way, one of my biggest time-consuming things every morning is sorting the auction stuff out. So I have to like sort and sort and sort. And anyways, all right, and these are sold to Chris Riddings for $13. That's Stand By Me, Todd Rundgren, Hart, that little lot there, sold to Chris Riddings for $13. I think that guy has some more 45s over here we bought. We bought this guy's collection. He was a customer. Great stuff, took really good care of everything. And best price on Delaney and Bonnie. You tell me. I was at 15. $15. The vinyl's beautiful. A check condition cover and Obi. 14. Sold. That was easy. Matt Shirley, $14. Okay. 4 new auctions, and these are permanently retired. No bundle deal. Y'all are going to like this next crate, though. It is pretty sweet. Okay? It is pretty sweet. Might be even getting some sneak peeks there. Hope everybody's ready. It's kind of short, but it's sweet, because I think I've been picking stuff out of here for the half off or for the flip crates. And so there's really good titles still left in here. All right. And then I want to not spend too much time on auctions, because at this point I'm kind of hunting, I'm digging. I'm kind of just trying to find stuff. Let me go see about that guy's 45 box over here. I'll have to walk around here and do that. I got Japanese. Should be some more deliveries this week. Yeah, there's a few more over here. There's a couple more Kiss. Black Crows. Hey, fellas, have you heard the news? You know that Annie's back in town. $6.99. That, sometimes I've sold them to my cousin who does flea markets. I've sold him a big batch of them before they've ever made out in the store. Sometimes I put them out in the store for $2. Yeah. That's kind of the life cycle of vinyl. We show it. We take offers. At half off, discount bin, $6.99, possibly a bundle. And then it goes out in the store for $2. Or I got a couple people who do flea markets and have their own shops, and they love this kind of stuff because it's already cleaned. The prices on the back are already pretty accurate. And so they're buying stuff for like $1 or $2 a piece that are sellable for $5, $7, $10, maybe $20 or $30, some of them. So, but we could hold on. I probably could show those again in 6 months and sell half more of the crate, but we would be stockpiled for life. You know, we'd have stuff everywhere. So we just moved through them. Okay, here's Hard to Handle by the Black Crows. This is an OG single, VG Plus condition, $7 on the Black Crows. Ace Frehley, New York Groove. Ace Frehley, New York Groove. This one's also VG Plus. The flip on that one is, oh, it's a promo copy. Cool. It's a double-sided promo copy. Ace is a $7 start. Dude looks like a lady. $7 start on that one. And we got let's do this Mighty Mighty Bosstones. It's actually a cover of Detroit Rock City. And it has Kiss on the A side. So one side is actually Kiss and one side the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. So there you go. And it does have a little bit of a crease going up here. But that's green vinyl, $7 start. All right. Let's get started with this half-off crate. The Mad Lads, Madder Than Ever. The Mad Lads is sealed, $10, half-off crate, no more or less. I do not have a hey, what can I do? At least not right now. I don't think there's one tonight. It's not like I'm withholding one. I just don't think I have one right now. Mad Lads. Next is Shirley Bassey sings this hit song from Oliver. $5. Sad Cafe, Misplaced Ideals. $5. Fellini, Heaven. Fellini is $5. We got Instant Funk. $10 on Instant Funk. Roll Truck Roll, introducing the spirited voice of Red Simpson. $10 on that. Tony Booth, When a Man Loves a Woman. And that is $5. And Murray Head, Say It Isn't So. 1976, $12.50 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Shirley Bassey. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $5. Thank you. Final chance to get a bid on the Black Crows. Hard to Handle for $7. Kiss is at $7. A promo copy of New York Groove. Dude Looks Like a Lady, $7. And the Mighty Mighty Bosstones covering Detroit Rock City is at $11 right now. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Kid and Play, Face the Nation. Sealed, 1991. That's now $25. That was $49.99. $25 on that. Santana Caravan Sorry, $10. Kid and Play is sold to Shakedown for $25. There we go. Kaz and Kantz Super Circus. Kaz and Kantz is $7.50. Mouth and McNeil, How Do You Do? $7.50 on Mouth and McNeil. The Yardbirds, For Your Love. $12.50 on the Yardbirds. Peter Gabriel, The Melt Album. $17.50 for Peter Gabriel. Original inner sleeve. Super nice looking copy. $17.50 on Peter. And let's pause on Eric Clapton. This is a German press of his self-titled album. $20 on that one. Let It Rain. Woohoo. Black Crows is $7. And Aerosmith, Dude Looks Like a Lady. Dude. Okay, those are $7 each. Matt Shirley gets the Eric Clapton. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Clapton was sold to Matt Shirley for $20. Bosstone still getting bids. Ace is still getting bids. Slot number B is going to be two Fleetwood Mac related. This is Stevie Nicks' Talk to Me and Fleetwood Mac Tell Me Lies, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies. Those are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Also, we have Van Halen, Fair Warning, a nice, clean looking copy here. Original inner sleeve, nice for $22.50. $22.50 on that one. And we have The Bliss of Mrs. Blossom soundtrack. The Bliss of Miss Blossom, $10 on that one. Chris Riddings wants the Fellini from earlier. Fellini was right back here. This is sold to Chris Riddings for $5. Next is The Next Man soundtrack. That is $10, a gold stamp promo. And Patti Smith, Horses. Patti Smith is a 78 Herb Serval press, 20 on Patti Smith. Meet the Beatles, a Jacksonville stereo press. It has an original blue capital inner sleeve. Very clean vinyl for $25. Very clean vinyl for $25. Here's an update. The Stevie Nicks Fleetwood Mac, $10, no bid yet. Red Eye has Ace Frehley New York Groove at $14. Nothing's in C right now. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones at $15. But look at this. I have Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed from Kiss's Rock and Roll Over. This one's EX condition probably. In the original Casablanca sleeve, a $7 start on that. Peter Gabriel So, $17.50. In Your Eyes, The Light, The Heat. You could have a steam train. You could just lay down your tracks. Sledgehammer. Gonzalez, Shipwrecked. Gonzalez is $5. Billy Bacon and the Forbidden Pigs. That is sealed at $10. The Other White Meat. Also, the Phoenix Concerts Live, Jon Stewart, $15 on that. McKendree Spring, Spring Suite, Roger Dean artwork, $7.50. The Manhattan Transfer, Body and Souls, $5 on Manhattan Transfer. Mink DeVille is $5. Return to Magenta. Whitesnake, Slide It In. Whitesnake is $22.50. It has the original inner sleeve. That is available right now. $22.50 on Whitesnake, okay? James Hicks gets the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones for $15. That is sold to James Hicks. Nobody bid on the two Fleetwood Mac Stevie Nicks singles. Those are $10. New York Groove's about to sell for $14. And what I'm going to do is I am going to rebundle some no bids in the 45s. Not Kiss or Led Zeppelin, though. We're going to rebundle... I'm going to add first ELO, Strange Magic, Jimi Hendrix, Purple Haze, and Foxy Lady, Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies, Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me, the Aerosmith, and the Black Crowes. And we're going to put all those together. ELO, Hendrix, Fleetwood Mac, Stevie Nicks, Aerosmith, and Black Crowes. That's 6 records there in slot A for a $12 start, okay? Now all those for a $12 start. Right there in slot A. Finish up the half-off crate. Duran Duran Notorious, the 2010 double LP for just $20. And Tim Harden, Bird on a Wire. Tim Harden is $17.50, okay? B and C is sold. So Ace Frehley New York Groove sold to Red Eye for $14. Kiss, Mr. Speed sold to James Hicks for $7. Levi is in on that lot. Wow. I can tell it's getting late and we got some people getting a little bit sleepyhead on me. There's some big records left in the half-off crate with no claims. Wow. All right. Shocking, man. Absolutely shocking. Lit Schlitz gets the Duran Duran. That is sold to Lit Schlitz for $20. Thank you on that. All right. What else we got? That's beef jerky. It's delicious. Doesn't like a piece of dry, old, dehydrated meat packed with flavor. Dexter Gordon doing all right. 2019 Blue Note sealed. $20 on that one. Show the no bids. That's what's next on my agenda. I'm going to run through this half-off crate, though, one more time quickly. No bids are coming up. Dexter Gordon, $20 start. Sean Cassidy. This one's called Wasp. Sean Cassidy, Wasp. Record Store Day, yellow vinyl reissue. $15 start on Sean Cassidy, Wasp. All right, so Mad Lads was $10. Sad Cafe, $5. Instant Funk, $10. Roll Truck Roll, Red Simpson, $10. Tony Booth was $5. Murray Head was $12.50. Santana Caravansari, $10. Kaz and Cants is $7.50. Malcolm McNeil is $7.50. The Yardbirds For Your Love is $12.50. Peter Gabriel Melt, $17.50. Van Halen, $22.50. That's the first two shockers. The Miss Bliss and Miss Blossom, $10. The Next Man, $10. Patti Smith is $20. 1978 OG. The Beatles is $25. Peter Gabriel, $17.50. Gonzalez is $5. The Yardbirds For Your Love is a compilation. It's a compilation, $12.50, no condition notes. Also, we have Billy Bacon and the Forbidden Pigs, $10. John Stewart is $15. Mackenzie Spring is $7.50. The Manhattan Transfer is $5. Mink DeVille is $5. Whitesnake Slide It In, $22.50 on Whitesnake and Tim Harden. Bird on a Wire, $17.50, Tim Harden. What was the Elvis 45? That's in the no bids, but I'll show them to you right now. These two Elvis singles were being sold together. Blue Christmas, Santa Claus is Back in Town, That's All Right, and Blue Moon of Kentucky. $10 on that. $10 for both of them. All right, so there is no bid on B. He meant to bid on A. Okay, go ahead and bid again then on A. Final call on Dexter Gordon for 20, and final call for Sean Cassidy, sealed, 15 on that one. All right, I've retracted your bid. There we go. 007, you're out. All right. Levi Hilton does get both of the Elvis singles. Those are sold to Levi for $10. And then Peter Gabriel Melt. Peter Gabriel Melt then is sold to Bart Fargo for $17.50 and for Patti Smith. Okay. All right. Thank you and thank you. Awesome. Brian Taston said, did I hear you doing a Bill Ward signing? Yes, legendary drummer from Black Sabbath, Bill Ward. We have got him booked to do a private signing here with Collectco. It will be a pre-sale on our product, which will be like signed album jackets. We're going to offer Paranoid. We're going to offer, the debut album. And you can buy those like pre-signed or personalized. You can have it say to Brian, and then we're going to do customer submissions. So you can send in your own copies. You can send in a poster. There's going to be some limitations. We'll have all that laid out. Items are subject to approval. So there'll be a disclosure like unusual item, and then you'll have to email us a picture, and either he'll have to approve it or I'll have to approve it. And it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's going to be happening in October. The pre-sale is going live this month. I'm not going to say when because I don't know when. The pre-sale is going to go live this month, and then the event's going to be in October, and then you'll have to give us, a week or two to ship the items back to you. But you can ship the stuff where we have to hold it. We may have to hold it for a long time, like months, if you want to go ahead and get it in and get it secure. Dexter Gordon is calling Doing All Right. A 2019 Worldwide Blue Note sealed, $20 on that one. So I actually got approval. The guy I've been talking to doing this deal, I got approval through, it's pretty amazing. I'm talking to this guy, and I had a list of questions this morning about 9 o'clock, and he literally calls Bill Ward and gets my questions answered. And it's pretty amazing. Or he's talking to an assistant or something that's probably with Bill Ward. So I got approval on some posters I'm going to have, I'm going to be doing So we're going to have like, you're going to get on our website. It's going to be like Paranoid Volume 4, different things you can buy and check out. And then some things will be pretty limited. So I'm probably gonna be like, all right, it's costs this much to have a drumstick pre-purchased. So it's gonna be like a pre-purchased drumstick. So I know how many to have, how many to get him to sign that day, and then like a personalization. So there might be like an extra so much for personalization because it's more for him to write. And it's more for us to keep up with. Like, we got to make a sticky note, like, Bill, sign here, address this. So, I can't say any prices right now, but ballpark for a submission for an album is going to be like $150, which is, I think, beating all kind of current prices that I'm seeing, and definitely beating any prices if you go on eBay right now to try. A Bill Ward signed album on eBay right now is like $200 to $300. And you'll be able to either pre-buy these or have your own for like $150. So it's going to be at a great price. It's going to be at a great price, but a ballpark about $150. Okay, not bad at all for somebody of his caliber. Okay, and of his age too. The 45 lots, a final call for 30. Neil pulled the trigger, or somebody pulled the trigger a little early on these auctions. Somebody just asked what it was. I'm about to end both of these. First, I'm going to offer these as a bundle. There's some great records in here, though, man. I almost hate to do this. JSA, yeah, JSA is going to be there with me. They're going to help me because I've reached out to them to be there to authenticate the stuff. Plus, they do this kind of stuff all the time, and so yeah, we're going to have JSA there, and I'll have to see about costs because they're obviously going to be charging me something to authenticate these and be there. So that's one thing with pricing right now. There's a lot of stuff I'm still figuring out. You know. It's going to be cool, though. I look forward to it. We'll be talking about it a bunch here. We'll be talking about it for July, August, September, October. We'll be talking about it here for the next 4 months because when actually the news gets out there, I'm sure I'm going to get slammed probably every day here with questions. People wanting to do this. All right, sold, no bid, no bid. So these are sold to 007 Platinum for 30. That is everything from ELO to Black Crows. All right, Dexter Gordon is a buy now for $20. And then Sean Cassidy is a buy now for $15. But just hold off on letting us know because just hold off on... wait until we take any further action on sending in anything you want signed until we know prices, logistics, and you got to actually get online and check out. We won't be able to just add this service to your invoice. You know, we're going to have a website up where you go and you click what you want wrote on it, possibly. You know, he's not going to write, "Dear Chad, thank you for sending me this album. I loved playing drums on this album. Sincerely, Bill Ward." He's not going to do that. He might write, "To Chad, Bill Ward." Okay? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep in mind, there's Van Halen fair warning in here. 11, 12, 13, 14. And there's a Beatles original label, should be pretty close to 64. Meet the Beatles and Peter Gabriel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and a Whitesnake slotted in. So 23 LPs. Let me find my calculator, which is my phone. We're about to do a no bid here. We're about to do a bundle deal. So 20. Okay, I'm going to do those, and then I'm going to do 20 at $375 each, and then I'm going to make Van Halen, Whitesnake, and Peter Gabriel $10 a piece. So that's going to be $105. So 20-something records at $375 each, and then those 3 really good ones at just $10 each. $105 for the rest of this crate. Danae DeLeo got Dexter Gordon. Neil, unfortunately, my friend, That's the risk you take when you try sniping. This is sold to Danae De La O for $15. Sometimes I encourage strong bidding on auctions for that reason. Okay. I have no idea what this is, but it's in an old Seth. Ocean Color Scene Saturday. Ocean Color Scene Saturday. 2021 UK Neon Green Sealed Record Store Day. $15 start. Another possible no bid or no bundle. Neil, you can make up for your Dexter Gordon loss by buying this bundle. Great stuff, $105. Think about it. Think about it. Next auction in B is going to be Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. And this is a 77 OG Los Angeles. 77 OG Los Angeles EX with the original inner sleeve. $1 start. $1 start. Bundle $90. I'll do that if you let me sell him Peter Gabriel for $17.50. That will actually get me within $2 over of what I was wanting for the bundle. If you let me pull out Peter Gabriel Soul, I'll sell you the rest of them for $90, Neil. That way he gets Peter Gabriel, I get what I want for what was left, and everybody's happy-go-lucky. Happy-go-lucky. Neil Young's a $1 start, by the way. And I'm going to put up another $1 Neil Young start. This is Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. An 88 OG specialty pressing near mint. $1 start. Has the original inner sleeve. We're about to go through the no bids as requested. And it'll be the final call on those. Waiting for Neil's decision. In your eyes, the light, the heat, your eyes, I am complete. I see. Peter Gabriel was a big part of it for me. Well, you have a decision to make. Bart Fargo says I'll pass. Okay. I guess I'm left at this point. I guess I'm left with a decision to counter at $95. Okay, now I don't need you to pull Peter Gabriel. I just need $5 more from you. That's all I need. That's all I need. He's going to be generous and give up the Peter Gabriel. But at the discount I'm taking, I'm basically giving it to you for free. Because I had made that one individually at $10. I'm going in reverse here. All right, here we go. These are sold. Hold on a minute. Sold! Neil Rigler, $95. Awesome. All right, well, no vintage records left off from tonight except for that last bundle. Man, Van Halen in there, Peter Gabriel. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm going to pull these out and auction them tomorrow during prime time, and then we'll bundle the rest of the stuff. Because I could have put 2 of those in a hot picture and said they was going to be auctioned tonight or tomorrow night. Well, now it's after midnight, technically tonight. All right, that fills up our 7th crate. Let's try to get this 8th crate filled up. But plus, we sold a lot of cassettes tonight. I've probably sold an album, if you equivalent it to albums, probably a half a crate of cassettes. So let me put crate number 8 up here. And right now we got high bids of $15, $6, and $1 on Neil Young. Dang. It always hurts my feelings when an auction sells for $1, especially if one of my favorite artists. I'm like, dang, son of a gun. Maybe I shouldn't have put that up for $1. All right, let's go through these no bids. These are all buy it now or best offer. Any more Elvis? Not to my knowledge. But I do have Crash. Crash Tops Volume 8. It's an obscure, unofficial compilation. EX condition, $30. Beatles, Buffalo Springfield, Van Morrison. Really cool. Waylon Jennings at JD's. So let me show you the label. This is the repress in mono. Limited edition 500, sold only at JD's in Phoenix. It does have some staining at the bottom. VG Plus on the vinyl. $175 on Waylon Jennings. $175 on Waylon Jennings. We're going to go ahead and sell A and C. Okay, we're going to sell this album here to Chris Knapp for $15, which was Ocean Color Scene. And then Neil Young is sold for $1 to Rebuild Mode. That's going to go all the way over to Australia for $1 here. These are the no bids tonight. There's Waylon. Make offers. I'm listening. I'm listening. First of all, though, Neil Young has got some late-minute action. And let me jump over here. And I honestly don't know what this is. National Health. It's a Japanese, 1981 Japanese reissue. White label promo, rare. National Health. NC for $125 start. Funkadelic. Now, this has been kind of difficult to explain. It's got heat damage visually, but it does not affect playback. Kyle had test played it. Tracks perfectly fine. EX minus just because of the visual, the way it horribly looks. But it plays back fine. It's marked 100, and I started it tonight for 85. No luck. No luck, so it's still available. Totally Wired, a new collection from Acid Jazz. Sealed, a $10 start. TVI, Iggy Pop, TVI, 1977 Live, Near Mint and Shrink, $30. AC/DC, Melbourne, Australia, 1988, VG++ Near Mint, $30. A bizarre one here. No Discogs entry with this artwork. There is a Discogs entry. It's called Summer. If you search Summer on Discogs, search Summer on Discogs and then this catalog number, SE1040, you will find this record and you'll find it's very desirable. However, there's this very little information about it. That cover is not listed on Discogs. A lot of people have in their want list, $175. Junk Birthday Party, $30. What is Junk Birthday Party? Oh, this right here that's coming up. This is sold to Chris Adams for $30. Chris, have you bought from us before? If so, say yes or no, first-time buyer. Neil Young is sold to Matt Shirley for $8. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. I've got other junk birthday parties over here. I have another one, or another birthday party. That's the name of the artist. I was saving it for that one to sell. 2022 mono, or excuse me, MPO pressing. The birthday party live, 81 to 82. $30 start on the birthday party. Bill Evans, everybody digs Bill Evans. This is a 2024 mono, sealed, $55. Was that a yes, I'm a first-time buyer, or no, I've bought from you before? I forgot. I always mess that up. Dang, I forget which way I asked the question. What is in slot A? Totally Wired, a new collection from Acid Jazz, sealed compilation. This is the birthday party. And then over here, this is National Health, a white label promo, and that is $125. A Donny Hathaway collection, double LP purple vinyl, 2021, sealed from Rhino, $35. Talking Heads, Remain in Light, white vinyl, Rocktober, sealed Talking Heads, $30. Marshall Crenshaw, Field Day, 40th anniversary, his second album, a Barnes & Noble exclusive, extended or expanded, sealed, 40, sealed, $30. I bought all your budget. Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Sorry, we have so many customers, and sometimes the kind of generic names, not saying anything bad about your name, but sometimes Chris Adams, I'm like, Chris Adams, Chris Adams. There's some names I don't forget, like Danae D. La-O. I don't hear that on a daily basis. Or Alfredo Fuentes. Those are the ones I don't forget. Elvin Jones Revival live at Pookie's Pub, or the people that watch every day, 8 hours a day. I don't forget those. Elvin Jones Revival, a 2022 sealed 3LP, $40 on Elvin Jones. Dry cleaning, new long leg. Dry cleanings on yellow vinyl sealed, $25 on dry cleaning. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? The Supremes is a 2022. That is sealed, and it was marked $29.99. That's what it was stickered for from Patrick. I priced it at a $15 starting bid to generate some auction on it. It did not sell, so half off at $15. Tenacious D is a 2001 USOG, a strong VG copy. It should play better. It's in shrink with a little bit of a seam crackle. 55 on Tenacious D. And Sean Cassidy, Wasp. Wasp is on yellow vinyl, and that is $15. The Supremes is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Chris Knapp gets D, and C's a buy it now for $125. So the birthday party is sold to Chris Knapp for $30. National Health is a buy it now for $125. And I think I have another birthday party. I do. Here is the birthday party. And this one is a $50 start. And this one is called Hee Haw, the birthday party. Limited edition black, white, and red twist colored vinyl. Near mint limited to 1,000, a $50 star. Y'all couldn't really see what I was showing you there, could you? Sorry. Birthday party, Hee Haw, a 2022 black, white, and red twist colored vinyl. And this is a limited edition to 1,000, $50 start on that one. Bart Knoxville gets totally wired for $13. Thank you on that one. And then National Health is going in the no bids. So a couple out of the no bids and one into the no bids. The singles tonight, the singles that were no bids were Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, Japanese, Near Mint Minus, VG Plus, $25. Led Zeppelin Rock and Roll, $25 firm VG condition. And then Monkey Wrench, which is Sugar Man and the Pusher, $7 starts. Those were singles that were no bids. And then there was two box sets. One was Jerry Garcia for $500. It includes an autographed Stanley Mouse poster. And I've got Magic Pie. And Magic Pie is an album box set. It's also $500. Clay Moore gets Kiss for $20. So did Clay Moore for $20. Okay. Here's what I plan on doing for the next... wait a minute. I never did swap my mic. TSO Houston has tried to help me out 30 times. Let me change mics right quick. I've had a customer help me to remind me. I probably started about half hour ago. I've seen it 2 or 3 times, but it's one of those things where like I can't stop what I'm doing or my brain won't be able to get back on course. Dang it, I had 2 packages over here of some Kiss records that I bought from a customer. And we didn't run those tonight because I've never have opened these boxes. That's okay. We'll probably just put them out tomorrow. All right, so here's the agenda for tonight. I'm about to, we've done half off galore, man. Holy moly. And we've done $6.99 galore. I have auctions, but nothing really ready over here to say. Let's go ahead and make the birthday party a $50 buy it now. We'll put that over there. So what I plan on doing, let me just poll everybody and make sure, is there any interest in cassettes before I start going through stack after stack? I've got great cassettes at $9.99, and I'm going to keep them at that price for at least today and tomorrow. And then I've got, we're going to get into the media collection and try to price out some toys. So that's over there. I got media collection toys. I do have one more crate here. It's not a leftover flip crate, but it's just a crate that I'm willing to do for $6.99. So I've got that one. It's got some pretty cool stuff in it. And because we need to probably retire these if nobody wants them. So I do have that crate for $6.99. I can start on that one while we do cassettes. So I have one more, probably like I can do $6.99. And then maybe start mixing in cassettes, and then we can go exclusively over to DVDs, Blu-rays, and toys. Or there's a box of like music-related books over here. It's mostly Beatles and, mostly Beatles and Rolling Stone stuff though. And I think that's where we're at so far with tonight. I just don't want too many people to decide to go to bed. You know? So one bid on cassettes, one yes on cassettes, one no on cassettes. So it's split. So that means the vice president has to vote on it. Okay, I don't have another junk. No, I do have one more birthday party, though. I have another birthday party. This is Peel Session, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And Patrick had tagged these at $30 starts. So let's put these up for $50 for both of them. The Birthday Party Peel Sessions, Volume 1, Volume 2. Okay. Out on cassettes. X-Wing, you're getting heavily outvoted now. I tell you what, some people can't stand cassettes. It like makes them angry. There's a couple people, they get angry when I start showing them. And I was like, boy, that's a bizarre thing to get angry over. Like physically mad. It's like, boy, that's bizarre. Like, I think I've only been mad a couple times in my life. I get mad like when I miss like a four foot putt for birdie or something. And I don't get mad, I really get like peeved. That's what Jerry Seinfeld said. All right. Chris Knapp gets these 2 birthday parties for $50. All right, so what we'll do this crate $6.99. I'll start showing some handfuls of cassettes. That way it keeps everybody a little happy. I just want to kind of get through them so I can say, okay, I've shown them all. And then I stack them up and post them in Whole Lot of Records. And I have people claim them there. And when they're claimed there, you know, we can just tag them, and then the leftovers I'll probably sell in lots. That's the history of cassettes here. It's like individual, and then I post them, and then we sell them in lots, and what doesn't sell usually gets put out in the store. These are all $9.99. Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith. Tony Basil, Word of Mouth. More Dirty Dancing. Janis Joplin, a 2-in-1. It's called Janis. Duran Duran, Notorious. Europe, The Final Countdown. Def Leppard, Pyromania. And Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Everything in this crate is $6.99. The Sun Story, Volume 5, Jerry Lee Lewis, $6.99. Same price for The Best of Martin Denny. The Best of Martin Denny is $6.99. Horace McGain, April Fool, $6.99 on that one. Same price for Frankie Miller, Easy Money. Pablo Live, Montreux, Count Basie Big Band, $6.99. Harry by Harry Nilsson, that's $6.99. Jerry Lee Lewis sold to Matt Shirley. Sold to Lax Macaco, Is that what your name says? And then we have Bliss Chick Corea. Whoa! Holy cow, this is cheap at $6.99. Chick Corea, $6.99. 2001 Diodato. That is a 1977 sealed for $6.99. And we have Ella Fitzgerald sings the Irving Berlin songbook. That's a 1958 Deep Groove mono for $6.99. Ray Red got Chick Corea for $6.99. Ada Bernardi was second. Danae was third. Harry Nilsson is called Nilsson. It is a gatefold jacket on the orange RCA label, $6.99. Whoa, holy crap. Ray Red is popping champagne, and somewhere Jim B's children are going, Father, Father, did that big bad shakedown guy get that other really expensive jazz record before you did, Father? Father, please tell me that big bad shakedown guy didn't get that really expensive jazz record for $6.99 before you did. We've had such a bad weekend eating cabbage stew. Father. All right, these are $9.99. The Fix Phantoms, Journey's Greatest Hits, Madonna True Blue, Wham Fantastic, and Arcade A2. Those are all $9.99. Harry Nilsson sold to Matt Shirley for $6.99. Ella Fitzgerald sold to Danae De La O for $6.99. Smooth Sailing, Ella Fitzgerald again, $6.99. Chet Baker plays the best of Lerner and Lowe, 1984, $6.99 on that. Nat King Cole sings Hymns and Spirituals, $6.99 on Nat King Cole. Ronnie Millsap, Out Where the Bright Stars Are Glowing, $6.99 on Ronnie Millsap. And we have O'Keefe, Danny O'Keefe, $6.99. Dang, there's some deals in here on Jazz Records. Holy cow. My gracious, there's some deals in here on Jazz Records. Holy cow. My gracious. Cassettes are $9.99 right now. Just because I think there's probably going to be some more metal. And that way this doesn't too confusing, okay? Some of these at some point I might do $6.99 on, but it's $9.99 on these right now. I told somebody earlier, if we bundle like 5 or more, I might can take less. But right now, $9.99 each. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. Big Mouth, Quite Not Right. This is the Time Pandemonium. ZZ Top Fandango and the Urban Cowboy soundtrack. Bart Knoxville got Chet Baker for $6.99. Danae was second. And Christina Curtis got Ronnie Millsap for $6.99. Little Richard, a 2 LP comp. It is $6.99. Also, the trio, Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, Carl Perkins, gold vinyl, $6.99. All these are $6.99, no more, no less. The cassettes are $9.99. Like I said, unless we can do some sort of bundle. The Time is sold to Christina Curtis for $9.99 on that cassette. Soul Cooking, the New London Rhythm and Blues Band. Soul Cooking is $6.99. Al Rapone and the Zydeco Express, that is $6.99. Little Richard is sold to Rebuild Mode for $6.99. Christina Curtis gets the trio for $6.99. We got Al Jarreau, High Crime, $6.99 for Al Jarreau. Carpenters, Close to You. The Carpenters is $6.99. Seals and Croft, Get Closer. Seals and Croft is $6.99. The Sound of Philadelphia, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Lou Rawls, the OJs, the Intruders. That's a double LP for $6.99. And Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love. Olivia Newton-John is $6.99. In your eyes, the light, the heat. Your eyes, I am complete. Your eyes, I see the doorway to 1,000 churches. Your eyes, the revolution. Okay. All these are $9.99 cassettes. Here comes another handful. I have the following. Yes, Union, The Most Beautiful Girl in the World. I think that has something to do with Prince, right? Yeah, that's sealed. Prince, I'm pretty sure. Prince, self-titled. The Black Crow Southern Harmony, Altered State, and Talking Heads Naked. Those are all $6.99 each. Armzarilla Tribe gets the Al Capone. I think you mean Al Rapone, right? That's sold to Armzarilla for $6.99. Matt Shirley on Philly for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Woman to Woman, Shirley Brown. $6.99 on Woman to Woman, Shirley Brown. There's another Harry Nielsen. This one's called Nielsen. That is $6.99 on that one. Also, Paul Revere and the Raiders' Greatest Hits, $6.99. Same price for Jerry Lee Lewis Original Golden Hits Volume 3. That is $6.99. And Dramatically Yours, The Dramatics, $6.99. Sergio Mendes in Brazil, 88. Folks, this guy's got a cult following down in South America. It's a white label promo, too, for $6.99. Jesse Colin Young, Light Shine. Jesse Colin Young is $6.99. And we have Sea Level On the Edge for $6.99. All right, first thing we have is this. First thing is Kevin Dews on Altered State. That's sold to Kevin Dews for $9.99. Denise on The Dramatics. The Dramatics is sold to Denise for $6.99. Danae was second. Adam Bernardi on Sergio Mendes is $6.99. And then Condition on Shirley Brown. Shirley Brown, Woman to Woman, Shrink Wrapped, Stacks, nice and clean. EX or better. EX or better. Zephyr Heartbeat, $6.99. Okay, that time you said $6.99. Cassettes are not. Ignore anything I'm saying, okay? Don't listen to me, but right now the cassettes are $9.99 and the vinyl is $6.99. I promise. I promise, okay? And it's going to stay that way unless we do a bundle on either the leftovers or somebody picks out 5, 10 cassettes and we do some sort of discount, okay? Right now, they're individually $9.99. Jafria Silk and Steel, Winger Pull, Device Self-Titled, Faster Pussycat Whipped, and Baton Rouge Lights Out on the Playground. Wow, some of those would make great Thursday night auctions, but you can buy them right now for $9.99. Denise is going to get Shirley Brown for $6.99. Also, we got Atlee Yeager, Plant Me Now and Dig Me Later, $6.99. The Very Best of Ray Stevens, $6.99. George Benson, 2020, $6.99. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures, $6.99. Duke Robillard and the Pleasure Kings, Too Hot to Handle, $6.99. Pied Pumpkin, a la mode string ensemble, $6.99 on that. Same price. Whoa, Coleman Hawkins Soul, yeah. Originally marked $39.99 on the Prestige Jazz label. It's an 84 pressing, $6.99 for Coleman Hawkins. Hall & Oates, Private Eyes, watching you. Da, 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 da. Private Eyes. Or what? All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cassettes coming up. These are all $9.99. $9.99. $9.99. Coleman Hawkins is sold to Ray Red for $6.99. That was stupid. Patrick Lear second, Matt Shirley third, Eli and Paul fourth, Danae fifth, and X-Wing sixth. Wow. We got Head East, Flat as a Pancake. Never been any reason for you to think about me. Da-da-da. Head East. McAlpine, Aldridge, Rock, Sarzo, Project Driver. Fraley's Comic, Lie Plus One. Lillian Axe, Poetic Justice, and Boston Self-Titled. Next in $6.99 is Nielsen. That's just the way it is. Nielsen, that's the way it is. $6.99 for Harry Nielsen. McGear, this is $6.99. McGear is produced by Paul McCartney because this is Paul McCartney's brother. That's right, Mike McGear, Paul McCartney's brother. Interesting note on that one. Ella Fitzgerald, Whisper Not. Ella is $6.99. The Dr. Dolittle soundtrack, the original Dr. Dolittle, that one is $6.99. You know what else is $6.99? Jacksonville. And this is Milt Jackson, a UK flipback, $6.99. Great price on that. The Freight Official on Mike McGear, sold for $6.99. Danae DeLeo gets Ella Fitzgerald for $6.99. Milt Jackson sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. The Platters, Life is Just a Bowl of Cherries, $6.99 on that one. Danae second on Milt Jackson. The Smart Set, a new experience in vocal styles. The First Sounds, $6.99. The Pair Extraordinaire, $6.99. The Skipjacks, Sweet Hot and Blue, you guessed it, $6.99. Memories Are Made of This, 2 LP compilation with 40 tracks, a 1992 compilation. Wow. I see Tony Bennett and the Platters and Ella Fitzgerald and Bing Crosby and Nat King Cole and Dean Martin, Marilyn Monroe, those kind of artists. We have Danae DeLeo on the Pair Extraordinaire. That is sold to Danae for $6.99. And together, Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Big discount on that one. Cool cover, $6.99. That was originally, I'm not even going to tell you. And then we have Sapphire, I believe, Made Up My Mind. Yeah, Sapphire, Made Up My Mind, $6.99 on that one. Okay. All right. Darkness Imprisoning Me. All right, let's pull out this cassette. And this cassette. And that third, that's number 4. That's number 5. All right, that tray's empty. That tray's empty. Doing pretty bad on the cassette ratio. We've been through 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24, 36, 38. We've been through 41 cassettes and we've sold 2. That's not good. So let's try to change that ratio right here. Kick-Axe Vices, $9.99. Hawks, 30 Seconds Over Otto. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Mammoth, that is sealed. And then Steel Breeze. Those are all $9.99 each. Patrick Lear on the Watts, 103rd Street Rhythm Band. That is $6.99. And Freight Official next on Watts. Jim B said, expensive one, question mark. Expensive one, question mark. Jim, you're a little off your game here lately. I don't know if it's your kids or your wife, if you even have a wife. I won't start going there. That'd be pretty low to start attacking your potentially non-existent wife. But you've been a little off on your claiming game lately. So, I don't know what's up. And we just had 2 putbacks. And now I'm starting to get angry and a little bit disappointed at the putbacks. So I'm going to calm my nerves and eat a piece of beef jerky. Okay? I'm going to calm my nerves and eat a piece of beef jerky. And I'm going to pretend Danae DeLeo and Denise is not putting back any records. So let me eat this piece of beef jerky. I'm going to walk away for a second. I'm going to make sure that that's real. Okay? Okay, let me walk over here and see if that's real. Okay. So the Pair Extraordinaire is going back. That's $6.99 if anybody wants it. And Shirley Brown, change this one. Y'all listening? Change this one from Denise to Adam Bernardi. Same price. What is the Pair? The Pair Extraordinaire is the name of the group. It's Liberty Records LST-7440. It's in shrink at $6.99. Was Together, not the title, the second one back. You're referring to the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Yes, that is the title. The first person to claim it was Patrick Lear. Another comment came in almost a minute later from the Freight Official. And then your comment came in almost a minute and a half later. So Patrick beat y'all by a landslide. These are all $6.99 final chance. The Pair Extraordinaire, Sapphire, Memories Are Made of This, the Skip Jacket, Smart Set, the Platters, Dr. Doolittle, Nielsen, Hall & Oates, Pied Pumpkin, a la mode, Duke Robillard, Bobby McFerrin, George Benson, Ray Stevens, Atlee Yeager, Zephyr, Sea Level, Jesse Colin Young, Jerry Lee Lewis, Paul Revere, Nielsen, Olivia Newton-John, Seals and Croft Carpenters, Al Jarreau, So Cook, and Danny O'Keefe, Nat King Cole, Ella Fitzgerald, Deodato, Count Basie Big Band, Frankie Miller, Horace McGain, and the best of Martin Denny. I'm going to try to bundle these, but we'll make sure everybody's claimed what they wanted. Private eyes watching you. Here comes some more cassettes for $9.99. TNT, Knights of the New Thunder, Roadhouse soundtrack, Night Ranger, Man in Motion, The Storm self-titled, and Golden Earring, the continuing story of Radar Love. Everything in this crate is $6.99, no more, no less. Everything in here is $6.99, including George Benson, which just got claimed by the Freight Official. George Benson sold to the Freight Official for $6.99. And my batteries get. Did they actually charge you for those batteries, Jim B? I mean, they were supposed to, but I didn't know if they was actually going to or not. So did you actually get charged and pay for those batteries? Psh. Have you learned your lesson now? Did you learn your lesson, though? Don't bid on slots just to make me annoyed. And by the way, this Deodato was sealed as well. This is sealed as well. Journey Evolution, Zebra self-titled, Donald Fagen, the Nightfly, Seal self-titled, and Buggles, Age of Plastic. 2-inch FK. But now you've learned a lesson, right? I like setting examples, making people aware of their responsibilities. I think that's what makes me a good boss here at Coletco. And so when you start, throwing out stray bids and being reckless and trying to be, oh, I'm funny Jim B, if you do stuff like that, it's going to cost you. And if you're okay with $1 here and $1 there, and you've got that kind of money to sling around, it's okay. I'll charge you random dollars all the week. Every week, it'll be service charges. It'll be a little bit of dollars here. It'll be a little bit of dollars there. And maybe, just maybe, you will learn your lesson. Our next auction is going to go up in slot number B. This is a JFK Vintage Top 60s trading card. Card number 26 in a series of 77. Really cool, nice snapshot there of the president. That's going to go up in slot number B here for a $1 start. The JFK card is up for bid in slot number B. $1 start. And Jim B is already leading the auction. How about that? All right, so here's what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 records left in there. 33 records left in there. And here's the bundle price. Let's try to get all these sold. I'm going to ask for those 33. Let's do these for 105. 105 divided by 33 makes these 318 each. Too bad he missed a NoFX dumpster set. That is true. That is true. You missed a NoFX limited edition metal dumpster box set. And everybody was honestly laughing because he wasn't on here. And I was like, dang, y'all take it easy on the guy. He's probably, well, he's probably out driving his Ferrari, but other than that, he's probably yelling at his kids. It's poor children, man. $105. Let's go ahead and sell Jim B the JFK card. That sold to Jim B for $1. Hey, man, you keep doing this, you might get the whole set. You might get the whole set over here. Thank you, Jim B. That's sold to you for $1. I think y'all see where this is going. Don't mess with the scoreboard unless you're really wanting to bid on something. What was the Pablo? Pablo Live, Montrose 77, Count Basie Big Band. $6.99. No putbacks on auctions after midnight. Dang it, you probably didn't know that either, did you? You hadn't been watching enough to keep up with the rules. All right, this is sold to Eli Paul for $6.99. Now for $95, you can have the last 32 records, which is only $2.96 a piece. Wow. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right, here's some more cassettes. Thompson Twins Into the Gap. This is Clemie Fisher, Everything. What that says, C-L-I-M-I-E. These are all $9.99. The Best of the Youngbloods, Duran Duran, Liberty. RTZ, Return to Zero. And Night Ranger, Man in Motion. Dang, Jim B, you've already got an invoice going for this week. You've got an invoice going for this week. Better stock up. That JFK card's going to ship for $8. Dang, that's a lot for a trading card. $8 shipping on JFK. Shoot. I need this bundle sold for me to even think about going through another crate. So maybe somebody's going to rise to the occasion. If not, we're about to get into the media stuff. And other stray items that's laying all around me that I can clean up and organize. Because there's a lot of stray items laying around me that I need to clean up and organize. Chad, I've never was a Kennedy fan, but if you have any Nixon trading cards. To my knowledge, they didn't make any Nixon trading cards. Sorry, I've never heard anybody make such a statement. Any new vinyl? We had 2 crates with several pre-orders. The first big pre-order was the Best of Judas Priest. The second big pre-order was... What was the second big pre-order? Chad, I saw the Psychedelia one towards the beginning. Can I see that one? Psychedelia. Horrell McGain, April Fool, maybe? I don't know if that's Psychedelia. It looks like somebody did the cover on drugs, but maybe that's the one you're talking about. The other big pre-order was Down, which not all of those have come in yet. What was that other one? What was that other one? It was... Well, I should have an invoice around here somewhere. Maybe. Here's my note from Ed. With more people he's about to block if they don't pay their bills. Some people are officially done here. I got to send some personal messages. Down came in. I don't know what that other one was. It was Judas Priest and something else. AFI. That's it. AFI and Judas Priest. Here's what's left. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas, $36.99. Third Eye Blind Unplugged was $29.99. Pink Floyd, Live in London, Pink Vinyl, 1970, $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $36.99. Third Eye Blind, Ursa Major, $24. And Slayer Christ Illusions, $33. You didn't pre-order. Look outside your window. Look outside your window. Is that look outside your window? You may have to fill me in on that one. Look outside your window. We have almost gone through 3 of the 4 trays of cassettes, or boxes of cassettes. Let's try to finish these up. I got Duran Duran Decade, Christopher Cross Window, Minuendo Reaching Out, Jeff Beck Anthology, Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, Odyssey, Crocus One Vice at a Time, and Raven Stay Hard. All right, there's all those. In your eyes, light heat. All right. Oh, yeah. Private eyes watching you. Of course, these were already shown earlier tonight, but I need to get them stacked up here anyway. I've got Journey, Greatest Hits, Mr. Big, Leaning to It, Soul Asylum, Runaway Train, David Bowie Changes, Grateful Dead in the Dark, Def Leppard, Adrenalize, Loudness, Hurricane Eyes, and Armored Saint, Delirious Nomad. These have already been shown. U2, Joshua Tree, Hoodoo Gurus, Blow Your Cool, The Storm, The Cars, Greatest Hits, Queen Innuendo, Dream Academy, and Driving and Crying. Alleged Psychedelia. Any more Kiss 45s? No. It's a side project from Slipknot. Record Store Day. Okay. I'll have to check on that. Horrell McGain is spelled HorrellMcGann. It's actually Horrell McGann. Horrell McGann promo copy. It's on the Clouds label. HorrellMcGann. April Fool. Promo Clouds label. $6.99. Soul Asylum sold to X-Wing for $9.99. And Armored Saint, which is right down here, this is sold to Red Cave Collections for $9.99. Thank you on those. Eli and Paul takes Horrell McGann, April Fool, for $6.99. Thank you. And then here's this stack. These were all $9.99. Stryper, In God We Trust. The Hoodoo Gurus, Kinky. Ball Step on It. Right Said Fred, Sex and Travel. Giant, Last of the Runaways. Flesh and Blood, Dead, White and Blue. The God, self-titled. Firehouse, Hold Your Fire. Extreme 3, 3-sized every story. And Great White, Once Bitten. Those are all $6.99. Or excuse me, $9.99. Boy, y'all are going to screw me up here in a second. I'm screwing myself up. All the cassettes are $9.99. Holy moly. And then here's the last tray of this batch. We got Y&T Open Fire. Saxon Rock the Nations. Raven Wiped Out. Don Henley, The End of Innocence. Andrew Ridgely, Son of Albert. Loud House, for crying out loud. Dead or Alive, Sophisticated Boom Boom. Dead or Alive, Nude. The Dream Academy, self-titled, Life in a Northern Town. And Fix, Calm Animals. Okay, so the 3 cassette holders have been cleared out. And everything that's left on the table are already sold. And then there's one more, but I'm not going to start that one till tomorrow due to 3 things. There's some really good auction-worthy ones in here. And here, I'll go ahead and pull some out. Let's see. We'll go ahead and pull those out. And that. And that. That. I think that's a good one. We've already sold one of those tonight. I'll go ahead and do that one. Right. So here's a really good stack coming from the new batch. Red Cave Collections gets Saxon, sold for $9.99. Here is The Cult Ceremony, Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2, ZZ Top Eliminator, Autograph Loud and Clear, Alias, self-titled, Heart Magazine, Raven, Life is a... We have Goo Goo Dolls, A Boy Named Goo, Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way, and Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining. Let me flip over a crate here. Let me do a flip-a-rooney on a crate so we can start using that for a leverage as a table to go through some miscellaneous. Mr. Big and the Cars. Oh boy, now the problem is I hadn't been keeping these in order. There's the Cars Greatest Hits. I know you want that one, right? And Mr. Big leaning to it, is that correct? And me go purge this last batch over here, okay? Maybe one more tray to purge. Let's see. Okay, there's those. In your eyes. All right. We got Mr. Big and the Cars, sold for $9.99 and $9.99 to Arms Arilla Tribe. I've got Lillian Axe, Love and War. That's not easy to get on vinyl. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. Angel, Can You Feel It? Fair Warning, NXS Kick. Ziggy Marley and the Melody Makers, Conscious Party, John Cougar, Lonesome Jubilee, The Fix Greatest Hits, One Thing Leads to Another, Giant, Time to Burn, Oh No, It's Minuendo, Sons of Rock, It Bites, Eat Me in St. Louis, Moev, Yeah Whatever, and Prophet, Circle of the Moon. Private eyes, I'm watching you. Claymore gets Prophet. Thank you, Claymore. Def Leppard Pyromania, Michael Jackson Thriller, Giant Last of the Runaways. This is the Luke LP featuring the 2 Live Crew band in the USA. These are all $9.99. Shotgun Messiah, I Want More. David Bowie Tonight, Masters of Metal, K-Tel, Yngwie Malmsteen Trial by Fire, No Shame, Good Girls Won't Last, Slaughter, The Wildlife, Steelheart, Tangled in Rains, Quiet Riot, Metal Health, and Tangerine Dream, Lily on the Beach. Never seen that before on cassette. Red Cave Collections on Rainbow. That was over here, Long Live Rock and Roll. So the Red Cave Collections for $9.99. And Claymore on Shotgun Messiah. And Shotgun Messiah was right here. So the Claymore for $9.99. Armzarilla wants Slaughter and NXS. Slaughter and NXS. Right over here. Those are sold for $9.99 and $9.99. Gotcha. I think that's it for tonight on cassettes. Let's see. I can show this tray. There's a tray here of some stuff, not cassettes, but make sure that's empty. That's empty. That's empty. And there's those. I get everything out of here. Everything's out of there. And I know those are empty. Okay, that's it. Except for this little tray here, which has CDs in it too. This is all stuff from the guy that I met in Minnesota. I bought these Sunday in Minnesota about 5 o'clock-ish, maybe. Maybe 5 o'clock-ish. And then they were back in Tennessee by that night. And now y'all are buying them live right now. Yeah, some cool CDs in here too. First, let's do these. REM, Automatic for the People. That's sealed? It's on a yellow cartridge. Is it sealed? I can't tell. It looks like it kind of is. No? That's weird. I guess not. REM, $9.99. Traveling Wilburys. Wow, The Cure. We sold that tonight on vinyl for 120 bucks. The Cure. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. Dangerous Toys. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. And Anthrax, The Sound of White Noise. Anthrax, The Sound of White Noise. Here's some CDs. I'll do these also for $9.99. Very good looking CDs. These are $9.99. Red Cave Collections gets Anthrax for $9.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore. Marcy Playground. Blink-182. Sonic Youth 30. Ozzy Ultimate Sin. Ozzy No More Tears. Bush 16 Stone. And Smashing Pumpkins Gish. Armzarilla Tribe also wants the Dangerous Toys cassette for $9.99. All the cassettes tonight have been $9.99. I think I took one offer at one point tonight. And if anybody wants to bundle maybe 5, we'll do a price break. If not, like I said, I'm going to try to post those again and get them sold in whole lot of records. Levi, let me know which of the 2 Ozzy CDs you want. And then Stanley's next, then Clay's next, then Stanley's next. Good batch of CDs there. And that was it on those. That was that little purple box there he had with some stuff in it I bought from him. So a lot of times I meet people like in a parking lot. And obviously we don't have the time to go through everything. So I try to ask people to have them counted. And, you know, we just agree on a price per item, per CD, per this, per that. And that just gets the job done. We can get them loaded and out of there. And sometimes I take a chance. I don't know sometimes what I'm buying. And I think sometimes they don't know what they're selling. So it kind of works out good for Both of us were like, well, all right. So Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream, that's $9.99. Both of these CDs sold $9.99 and $9.99. Are the Ozzy albums OG? You know, I don't really know. This actually don't have the right disc in it. That's not good. Let me just leave that in there. That doesn't have the right disc in it. And then Ultimate Sin is, I have no idea, Levi. It is that label. It's not a remaster. It's 07464400026-2. 07464400026-2. I've tried to check about every cassette and CD that I've sold tonight. Well, I hadn't sold any CDs, every cassette, because I did find one earlier with the wrong thing. Like I just said, sometimes I don't know what I'm buying, and sometimes people don't know what they're selling. And so it's a weird thing. We just meet up in a parking lot, and they give me a bunch of stuff. I give them money, and I don't know what I bought, and they don't know what they sold. And then we could bring it back here, and we figure it all out. That's how it works sometimes buying these collections. Because they're like, man, I don't even know what I just sold Chad. And then I'll be driving back, and I'm like, man, I don't even know what I just bought. I just gave him some money. We loaded a bunch of stuff into a U-Haul and left. Because otherwise, we'd be out there for hours looking through everything. Hours and hours. I've been to some collections looking for hours. Are you able to sell Waylon at JD's album tonight? No, it's still available. $175 or best offer. Yeah, if I find the disc here, let me check these other ones right quick. So Ozzy has Danzig in it. Smashing Pumpkins has the right one. Gish is right. Bush is right. Sonic Youth is right. Blink-182 is right. Marcy is right. Adore's right. Yep, Ozzy's the only one. There's no way. I will never find that because that's the only stuff I bought from them. That's the only CDs I bought from them are those right there. So there will never be a disc show up for that unless a miracle happens and I find one randomly sometime, you know. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen there. Let me go check this rack of CDs that Tony Tough Knuckles found or sorted for me. Otherwise, we're going to get rid of these. We're going to put them up front and get them out of the back. So let me see what I got over here. I think at some point I've shown them. So, because I started looking at them, and it's not a lot of rock. It's a lot of sealed stuff from that guy's collection. So yeah, I don't really think any of this stuff is worth showing again. I'd rather try to get some toys out and media stuff out instead of going through all this again. Y'all have seen them, and it doesn't look like a lot of hot titles that y'all are going to be snatching up. I mean, Shelby Lynn, but there's also Jeff Lynne, and then there's stuff, though, like Paul Winter and Barry Manilow. You know, Larry Carlton, but there's Big Star mixed in there. I don't know. Maybe I need to sort them one night where it's more efficient. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty difficult to go through all those. There's hundreds of them. All right. So let me, I'm going to use that shelf to stack all those up. Actually, no, let me do this. I'm crunched on table space. Let's see. I could use the counter up front. Trying to figure out where to put these because they're already all stacked up. Because I got to photograph them. I might just put them over here on the shelf. Yeah, let me do that. Let me clear off the table. Quick discussion question. Where's everybody watching from? Where's everybody watching from? While I get all these off the table. I have to. For two reasons. Reason one, we got to have more space. Reason two, I got to photograph these so we can try to sell them tomorrow. California, Iowa. Anybody in Minnesota? I spent a lot of time there yesterday. Maybe we'll find some cool undiscovered stuff here in the media collection tonight. I smell sex candy. Who's that laughing in deviousness in my direction? Da 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 da. Bon Jovi, middle row. Keep up the faith. Bon Jovi, keep up the faith. Start me up. Whoa, almost dropped these. I'm pretty good at balancing these things, but I have been known to make some disastrous moves. Just like Jim B. Oh, Jim B, you got to watch him. Oh, Jim B, he's out there trying to make moves on people. Jim B, what a guy. What a guy. Look at this guy. Jim B. Right. Bon Jovi sold to Tom Harris for $9.99. Thank you. Start me up. Start me up. I never stop. Who got Ultimate Sin? Ultimate Sin went to Levi Hilton. Claymore was second, and Stanley Richmond was third. Da 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 da. Muhahahahaha. Miracle Man. Right, Savior. Miracle Man. Da 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 da. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. In your eyes, the heat. I am complete. See the doorway. All right. Media collection. It's been a while. We got about a half hour to dig through some boxes over here. And the goal is, when digging through these tubs, is to get through as many toys as possible. That way we can get to other tubs and hopefully find CDs. But it sort of just depends. Because I try not to skip. I try to go through everything. I try to go through all of this if I can. or try to price it all. I don't try to skimp and pick and choose. I try to pick them. And get them all priced. I think this is a big stack of Kill Bill. Let me get those over there. Help if I can clear out this first tub to see what's underneath the other one. All right, I'll carry these two over. See what we got here. This is going to require the old-fashioned eBay. This is Reservoir Dogs. Stuck in the Middle with You. I've never seen this movie before, so I'm not for sure what's going on. I heard they play that song, though. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. This is $59.99. I'm going to need what we call a pricing gun to do this. Right now, I have one missing from my vicinity. I have located it. And I need to get the updated date, which is the 16th. And we're going to mark this $59.99. This all came from one guy. This all came from one guy's collection. Amazing. Incredible batch of stuff. Here's another Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Pink. Still has the wax paper. Mr. Pink. Cuts off a guy's ear. Nice. Sounds like a very violent movie. Hey? Sounds like a violent movie. This is also $59.99. Two Reservoir Dogs toys there. Can't wait till we advertise and do the big store walkthrough and sell all this stuff in one night. Y'all get to see it very late here, just a couple times a week as we get it all out and processed. All right, that's one way to empty a tub. Let me try to get to this next one now. Wow. This guy loved these Uma Thurman figures. So far we've had 6 and now there's 8. And I think I've only sold a couple, so I should have like 6 left. This huge Kill Bill Uma Thurman, he's bought as many as 6 of these. Or 8, I can't remember now. But that's the one I'm talking about. I think that's the 8th. Well, there's 2 in this tub over here, so that's the 8th one. And let me go see what I have these marked up front so I keep the pricing consistent. Trying to make sure I keep all this consistent for the store. Uma, Jerry. These are $149, yeah. $149. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. That's Steelers Wheel with the legendary Jerry Rafferty on vocals. Here I am. $149.99. So I've got 2 more of these. Uma, Jerry. I don't know much about her, but I know she's mentioned in Seinfeld. The Mr. Pink figure. You sure can, Adam. This is Mr. Pink, so it's a 12-inch. Has a Velcro window that you just seen me open. Has a pack of cigarettes, a cigarette, a coffee cup, a lighter, a backpack, and a pair of sunglasses. It's 12-inch. Reservoir Dogs Series 2 from Palisades. It is mint in box, new in box, $59.99. Which includes shipping, which, as you know, is going to be a little extra for that, but I'm including it with your $8. All right, now this is a tricky one because we seen a lot of prices the last time, and I'm trying my best to figure out what we decided because there was a lot of different of the brides, the small ones here. And by the way, let me get my camera kind of tilted up here. I've got it on record crate mode. Let's turn it into toy mode. There we go. So I remember there was a lot of those. That's why I didn't price them yet, because look, there's another one. And there might even be, these are all Beals. Beal. Now, I think Go-Go's a good one. The last I checked, we sold one of those. Let me try that one, and then I might do a walkthrough up front and see what I've marked the other brides. Because if these don't sell here and they go out in our store, I hate having multiple, you know, toys at all different prices. Because then they get brought up to my mom when people are checking out and they're like, why does this toy have 5 different prices on it? And she's going to be like, well, that's because my son marked them over the course of 2 months at different times. So Go-Go is one sold for $64, and that's it. One sold for $64, and then the cheapest active, including shipping, is $55. So I'm going to mark that one. There's like a little bit of toning in the plastic. $49.99 for Go-Go. And I would say there might be another one up front, but I don't think so. Also, I don't know what y'all's thoughts are if you're a toy collector about these price tags, but that's the original price tag, which I like to leave that on there. But that also confuses in-store customers because they see that and they think it's the price and they're not looking at the one on the bottom perhaps, and that gets really confusing. Jim B said he bought the Go-Go from me. I knew somebody had recently got it. I'm going to wait on these other Kill Bills back there till I can figure out pricing, but I am going to go ahead and mark this. This is Ultimate Wolverine Marvel Legends. This is $19.99. Marvel Legends Ultimate Wolverine, $19.99 on that. And then this is Marvel Legends, a Toys R Us exclusive. Marvel Legends Toys R Us exclusive of Black Queen. That's also $19.99. I try to put non-adhesive stickers on these on a spot where if it's on plastic and it doesn't peel off cleanly, it'll be on the plastic and it'll be easy to clean off. You don't ever want to really put it on the cardboard because then it could stick and rip and peel the cardboard. I try to put it on the plastic where if they're bought in a reasonable time, they'll peel off easily. But even if they do leave a scrap, you can possibly go ahead and peel it off or clean it. You can peel it off, then clean it. That's what I'm trying to say. Here's the other gigantic Uma Thurman, the Bride. And that's going to be all of the next crate. And then there was one Godzilla and one Marvel toy. So that pretty much wraps up that crate. And just like that, we've already went through 2 tubs. I mean, not a crate, 2 tubs of toys. So here's another Uma Thurman. There's another one of those. Sorry, it's really close right now to the camera. Yeah, let me go see what I've marked those other brides before. There's another one of those. Let me go ahead and put a sticker on it. We're going to have 6 of these up in our store. It's going to look like a Spencer's or something in our store before long. It's starting to look that way. My mom's telling me people's coming in on the weekends to shop that come in every week, and they're like, where are y'all getting all these toys? I think one guy bought $500 the other day, just like a walk-in. He said, holy cow, he hadn't been here in a few months, and he bought probably $580 worth of toys. Let me see if I can find those other brides. Let's see, there's another big one. Nightmare, Hendrix. Let me jump over here. We got these things everywhere. There's another big Kill Bill. There's another Reservoir Dogs. What have I got these things marked? $9.99, okay. There's a bunch of stuff missing there. Looks like somebody came in and bought a bunch of Godzillas. I was expecting that at some point. We get one Godzilla collector coming here, man. It'd be like Christmas Day. They'd be like, holy cow. Somebody could have bought those brides. I don't see them at first walkthrough, so they could be gone. There's the other 12-inch Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, I'm not seeing them at first glance. Of course, there's a lot of stuff packed in here now. A lot of stuff. There's some Kill Bills. Not that particular one we have. Heck, we might have sold them. There's a good chance we did. Nope, there they are. I found them. She's got them in the showcase. Yeah. So that one's holding a sword. Let me see what we got on that one. She's holding a sword. We marked it $99.99. She's holding a sword because I knew there were some variants or some very subtle differences in some of them. So, yeah, $99.99. GMB was trying to rob me the other night. Yeah, that's the same ones. I now have 3 or possibly 4 of them. $99 each on these. And GMB's trying to buy them for $30 because they sell online for about $100. And obviously he would like to buy one and flip it on there and have a lot of fun doing it. But yeah, those are $99.99. So now we got 3 of them. Maybe 4. Okay, I'll wait on those for a second. I'll wait on the Bills, the Kill Bill Volume 2 Bills. Here's a Godzilla we get quite often. Let me scan this one. I just needed to go with my go-go. Sure, like you're actually collecting and displaying toys. Sure, GMB. Nice one. Sure. Keep on keeping on, buddy. No one's believing you. The Sheep Who Cried Wolf. Giant Godzilla from Godzilla vs. Kong is $49.99. Put that right there. I promise in here at night by myself, I don't play with toys. I don't get on the floor of my little rug and I don't play with these toys. Adam, I'm willing to make a deal with you on Kill Bill stuff. Jim B, not so much. All right, that tub is empty. I love that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Empty tubs, man. This tub already feels empty. It's got 3 toys in it. Let me get the whole tub out of here. No, Kill Bill Bill is volume 2. I'm about to price him right now. We got 4 of them, 5 of them. Kill Bill Bill, $89.90 are the last 2 sold. Active 168 and 172 in box. So I'll do these for $89.99. $89.99. Those went up a lot. So these were sold. I know where he bought these back in 2005. When did this movie come out? Yeah, so these were new. So 2005, these were new. That's a record store in Nashville. That's a new price. So 21 years ago, these were new for $12.99. Now that's what they have now. That's now the recent comps on them. So 21 years, and they've 7X'd. It is a NECA, yeah. And then he bought that. He bought that at Tower Records here in Nashville, also back in 2005. So that was the retail price at Tower and Great Escape, $12.99, and now they're selling for $90. And honestly, if you're going by the barcode, I'm scanning the barcode. I didn't do a manual search. There could be some more or less. I'm scanning the barcode on these, and not everybody lists items using the barcode. But if you wanted to go buy one right now, the cheapest online, mint in box, and these are overseas. Yeah, there's none for sale in the United States. Yeah, there's none for sale in the United States. Loose and incomplete, $56. So, yeah, they're expensive. This guy bought a lot of Kill Bill stuff, and everything I've seen so far is pricey. All right, here is Angel and Colossus from Marvel Superhero Squad. Kill Bill released 2003. Yeah, I think that's what this one is. Yeah. These are 2004, and this is from Kill Bill Volume 2. This one's Bill is from Kill Bill Volume 2. All right, here's a cool item. I bet this isn't cheap at all. I bet this isn't cheap. What a cool piece this is. The 1971 Plymouth Cuda 340 Ertl from the Phantasm movie. And these have recently sold. Once again, I'm scanning the barcode. $275 was the last sold. Yeah. $275 is the last sold. Let me do a manual search. Phantasm, 1971 Plymouth Cuda 340. It typed in Fantasia. Big difference between Fantasia and Phantasm. Phantasm. 18 results. Okay, there's one 89, 250, 120. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's the same one. Okay, 79, 100, 150, 150, 150. Let's go filter and then sold. 80, 71, 100, 129, 299, 125, 3. Okay, the convertible's really expensive. The convertible's really expensive. I'm going to mark this one. It's very nice, of course. This guy has immaculate stuff. $99.99 on this. Okay. Thankful what I'm saying. That's very fair for a retail sticker. Look at that. How'd you like to have one of those? Holy cow. What's that cost? What's one of those cost? I'm going to guess 132,000 mint condition for a 1971 Plymouth Cuda 340. My guess is going to be 132,000 for mint condition to have one of those parked in your garage. I'm not talking about something that needs some work. I'm talking about mint. I'm talking about Mecum auction mint condition. I'm talking about Barrett Jackson mint condition auction ready. This is a Disney Store exclusive. This was sold at a Disney store, and it was only sold at Disney stores. This is The Incredibles, and there's only one active for 25 plus shipping. So I'm going to mark this $24.99. He really liked The Incredibles. I have also not seen that movie either. So I have not seen Kill Bill. I haven't seen Kill Bill Volume 2. I haven't seen The Incredibles. I haven't seen Reservoir Dogs. And I think I've only ever seen 2 Marvel movies in my life. Maybe 3. Possibly 4, but I'd have to really go look at some footage to remind myself. Check out this huge Punisher figure. Holy moly. This is, let me scan this in. This is the Punisher Marvel Studios 12-inch 2002 mint in box. Might have to, I'm running out of space. I might have to go to Top Cam to show y'all this. There's Top Cam. There's a look at it. Pretty big figure. It's in a big acrylic type case with a plastic lid that kind of pops off. Very well made. Very good item to display. It's kind of made to be displayed. One sold for $119, one sold for $124. Jay Nutra said hello. Oh, there I am. Yeah, $124.99 on this. What's your favorite film? Man, that's a tough one. Godfather 1 and 2. Godfather 1 and 2. National Treasure. Of course, I'm a James Bond fan, so I can list 27 Bond movies. Cuda metal. Yeah, that's metal die cast there. Metal die cast on that, Susie. Yeah, so you could put any James Bond in my... You could just put slot number 2 James Bond movies. I mean, even some of the ones people don't care too much for, I still like them. And then... I'm a big fan of the movie The Fugitive. It was one of my dad's favorites. Tombstone. Tombstone's one of my favorite movies. On the plane to Minneapolis, I watched the first part of Casino Royale. I got up into the point where he just started playing poker. I could watch that all the time. That's a classic. I think Casino Royale is one of the best Bond movies, just purely on story and how well it's written and the action. Man, the action in it. Holy cow. Plus, I'm fascinated by poker. That was one of the first ones I remember as a kid. Yeah, I would say Casino Royale, when it came out, I was 9. I was 9, so that was a pretty big influence. I didn't go see it in theaters. My mom let me buy a James Bond Deluxe Edition. It was a briefcase that had poker chips. It was a briefcase that had poker chips and cards and the movie. And I don't know, like I was interested in like poker when I was like a kid. I thought the math was fascinating behind it. So yeah, that movie was like fascinating to me. Casino Royale, Bond, him being really good at poker. You know, James Bond's already Bond, and then just knowing he's like a genius at poker. Which in all the movies he's always is. If you notice, even the very first movie, Dr. No, he's really good at playing Baccarat. However you say it, Baccarat. In GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan in GoldenEye, he's really good at playing Baccarat. Roger Moore and Octopussy, I think they're playing Baccarat too. He's really good at that, and he beats somebody or something in Octopussy. It seems like that's what they play a lot in these more foreign casinos. They play Baccarat instead of Hold'em. But on Royale, they were playing Hold'em, and I was like, oh man, this is so cool. They're playing Texas Hold'em. Probably at some point in my life, I thought I could get good enough where I could play professionally. I played online a lot, just like, you know, fake money on the Texas Hold'em app. That was a lot of fun. Until, like, every once in a while you would, like, have a lot of money built up and then you'd lose it all. And then I would be like, wow, that would suck in real life when you're up 110,000 and all of a sudden it's all gone. You'd be like, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't do this for a living. Did the NoFX sell? NoFX was the other night. That's the one Jim B missed. I think this is a pretty dang good toy too. This is Toy Biz Marvel Legends Series 7 Ghost Rider variant sealed. Wow, look at that. $149.99. It's a Ghost Rider with the flame cycle. $149.99. Marvel Toy Biz Legends. The No X set. Oh, Jim B was the one who asked about it. What night was that? That was on... Let me think about this. That was on... They didn't have it advertised. I didn't know I didn't know what it was. I had no idea what it was until we were literally trying to figure it out, and then I realized they had a print off for me. It was either Friday or Saturday. Yeah. It was either Friday or Saturday. Or Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I think I can go through my Discord server and find out. I know who it sold to and how much. It was sold to... Here's June 11th. It was on Friday. It was on Friday. Yep, it is on Friday. All right, this figure, Mr. Orange, is $34.99. It's another Reservoir Dogs. $34.99. None have sold according to the barcode scan. Boy, here's another killer looking Ghost Rider. This one's $39.99. $39.99 on that one. Here's a killer, another looking Punisher figure. This is $29.99. Have I sold a toy yet? I don't think I have. Toys have been tough here for me lately. I don't have any toys of Led Zeppelin or Ozzy. Nobody's interested. No, I haven't yet. Might be the last night I priced toys live. I might just tell Tanner to start pricing them. Unless they're music related. Unless it's Kiss or Music McFarlane's. I don't think there's a lot of people right now interested in Marvel toys, but you never know. One could pop up here in a second. Chad, I'll take this, or I'll give you this, this, and this for that, that, and that. And then we're like, okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. There's two big toys left in here. There's another empty tub. All righty. I'm seeing media here. Please be CDs. Movies, maybe one CD thing. Movies, and a lot of Godzilla. But those are good Godzilla. Those are originals in the box from the 80s and early 90s. We've already had some of those. Let me get these two big ones out of here. That needs to be thrown away. In your eyes, the light, the heat. Your eyes, I am complete. I see the doorway, 1,000 churches. Whoa. Trying to stack stuff a little too high. Don't want to cause any structural damage to toys. All right, let me go to top cam. This is an 18-inch Michael Myers. We had one of these the other night. 18-inch Michael Myers. Let me scan it in. It is a brand, McFarlane. Yeah, it's a McFarlane 18-inch. McFarlane 18-inch. And I think I can do it for $149.99. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure we've already sold one. We have $149.99 on Michael. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. And I bet this is pricey because we had the X-Jet, or no, we had the X-Plane the other night and it was pricey. This is X-Men, the X-Jet. And the X-Jet, according to my barcode scan, should be about one. Active, please. Should be about $149.99. The X-Jet. Let me go grab those other Godzilla-looking items. Let me go ahead and get this off the table. Bum, 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 bum. $19.94 is the copyright on these. I knew I was going to get pretty close. $19.94. And we got 4 different ones here. This might be some of the last stuff I priced, maybe. But there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. All right. This one is $49.99. Mecha Godzilla. KB Toys has like a trading card. That's $49.99. This one that has a mirror so you can see my reflection. Hey everybody. These are from '94. This is some of the earliest toys we've had tonight. These are antique, folks. Antique. These are antique. Here's another one. I can do that one for $39.99. Seems like the Mecha Godzilla stuff is always slightly more expensive. That's what I always see on this stuff. Here is the Mothra, but there's the card is missing. See, these have like a trading card with them. That one looks like it's been cut out or something. Push this button. Susie, if this works, it's a miracle. Wow. That's still working. That's still working from 31 years ago. Listen. Those batteries have lasted 31 years. They just don't make stuff like they used to, do they? They just don't make stuff like they used to. Let's see if this one works. No, this one's dead. That one's dead. I actually don't see this one on here. We got I wonder if that card has gotten loose. I wonder if it just got loose or something. Mothra. Godzilla. 1994. A lot of loose ones. Tons of loose ones. Well, I have them sorted by lowest. That's probably why. That dang card missing, though, really hurts it aesthetically. It looks like this is more expensive than the other ones. I'm going to mark that one $39.99 too. That dang card is missing, though. And then the last one is the Mecha Ghidorah. Godzilla. And this is spelled Mecha dash GHIDORH 1994. $39.99 on this one. Yeah. All right. Folks, we're done here tonight. Thanks everybody who has stuck with me since the beginning. I bet Susie's been here for the last 7 hours and 42 minutes, haven't you, Susie? Anybody else been here for 7 hours and 42 minutes that's willing to admit it? Some people have. They've been here since I went live. Some people's been on for 5 minutes. Some people just found this in their suggested videos and they're watching right now and they're like, what the heck have I found? Who is this guy? And I'm kind of curious what else he's going to be pricing. Well, guess what? I do this every night, 8 hours a night. Robert's been here for 7 hours and 42 minutes. And I want to thank y'all. Thanks for spending time with me. And I appreciate it. To all the faithfuls, to all the people that tune in every day, every night, whether it's for a half hour, 5 hours. I'm about to go eat some Campbell's chicken noodle soup. I'm about to reorganize these toys, and I'm going to really figure out how many more tubs I have left. At some point or another, I got to price everything because I put it out in the store. And I don't know, maybe I'm going to leave all this on the table, and maybe when the show starts tomorrow, I can at least get some of it sold. And I've been skipping over a lot of the movies, and eventually when I get through all these toys, I'll be like, okay, the only thing left in the media collection is movies. And it will be a lot of VHS that will be probably pricey, that will maybe end up online, but I'll always give y'all first shot. And I appreciate y'all watching, and I'm going to go eat some soup. And then I got to sort all the new collections. Tyler was here right after I started the show. He unloaded the trailer. I'm going to get everything ready for the rest of the week so I don't have to stay here and pick out auctions. My diet's going pretty well, but I didn't make much of a move this week. I actually only show a pound lost, which is really nothing. That's just insignificant. It's been harder to. I've dropped a lot, but it's been hard to lose a lot more, and it's because I hadn't been going to the gym. I've just been relying on dieting. And I'm telling y'all that because if I can get all my work done, I can start going to the gym as soon as these sales are over and knocking out a few miles on the elliptical or something. But that doesn't involve y'all. That involves me getting my job done. So thank y'all. I'm signing off. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do another 8 hours. Maybe 9, maybe 7. Usually 8, though. So, GMB, you should be able to panel through the Can't you just panel through the thumbnails on YouTube? Just panel through the thumbnails and wait till when I have it laying up there. I think that's the easy way. You just like drag through the thumbnails, you'll be able to see it maybe. It actually didn't get a bid that I took an offer. It didn't get a bid. And then I took an offer. All right, I'm in the feed. Thank y'all. Good night and see you tomorrow.